Is it that time again? I believe it is indeed that time of the week. Wow, will you look at that. The glorious, sexy PC specialist intro. That's how you know the show is about to kick off. What is up, one and all? Welcome back to the channel. Hope you had a good Monday. Hope you enjoyed the games. Thank you everyone that joined us for the speed runs of Anno. Not bad, actually. We posted some... Getting up being a pre 1 hour 25-minute timing in the end was the best. I only ran like 2, dude. It's doing speedruns of Anno to that tier isn't fast. Probably could be a lot faster. Wait, are we live? Oh my god, I'm pushing the wrong channel. I know. Alright, there we go. Now we should be actually live. Alright, fantastic. Oh, that's gonna get so annoying. Actually, now that I think about it, oh, that's gonna be so annoying because it's like the cause of it is like it's very weird. It's like because obviously I'm streaming to 2 different channels, so when I finish a stream, I have to change the details and then head across. So then I gotta remember to do that. Now I feel bad because I pinged out on the Discord twice, but like, I mean, the first time would have been a mega lol. It'll just look like a reprint. Like he accidentally hit twice, what an idiot. That's believable. That sounds like me. But yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed yesterday. Thank you everyone who did come across and joined us in chilling out on some Anno 117. Although I guess it wasn't so chill, it was more modification because we were doing speedruns. We actually posted like an hour. I think it ended up being an hour 41, but it realistically was more like an hour 23, which for 2 runs isn't too bad. I reckon I can get that down to pre 1 hour, but I want to change the rules of the speed run because like trading makes it way too fast. You can just cheat your way through. But I don't know like if that type of content's gonna pop. I think like speedrunning is a pretty cool thing that I kind of want to explore with some weirder games, but like I don't know if I'd say Anno's the one. It would just seem like a cool way to approach Anno, considering there's like, what else you could do in Anno? Just play the game? I mean, we could, but I don't know. I don't know if people want to watch me just play the game. Would be nice, mate. That's what I call the, not the lazy stream, but like the chill stream. Just get to do whatever the hell you want. But today, what we're going to be doing is an epic day of Age of Empires 4 action. We're kicking off with MSN versus B. We've got Vortex versus Voldemar. We've got Lucifron versus Kiliardi, and still more to come. Now, I don't know about you, but that sounds like a pretty good day. And maybe the potential for a semi-final. I don't know about semi-finals today. It might be all semi-finals. Am I sounding dead, by the way? Like, how ill do I sound right now, chat? Can I get an honest verdict? This ain't helping. Like, you're not meant to have caffeine when you're ill, right? Like when you've got like a flu or a cold or whatever. Ill? Does it sound that bad? What do you know? You're a scarecrow. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I crossed the line. It's like cross a line. Legless scarecrow. Whoa! Okay. I'll calm down. I'm going too far. Like, you know, I'm taking pot shots here somewhere. I mean, what are you gonna do back to me? Stare at me like a scarecrow? Whoa! Okay, now that's the funnel. I draw the line there. Okay, you know, because I actually have hands, so I can draw, unlike the scarecrow. Okay. You know what? I just realized it's like the low-hanging fruit bullying a scarecrow because they have like no legs, they have no hands, thus no feet. There's a lot of things missing really, isn't there? I don't know how you do such a good job entering the predictions when you've got no hands. Actually, it's kind of impressive. But are we? I think we're live on all platforms. Just double checking. Considering that weird restart. Of course, pigeons aren't afraid. Dude, we're like, whoa, that's something else for us to take a crap on. Well, let me just go ahead and we got this. Oh dear. So I think we're good to go. Let's hop into the first series of the day. time to find out if the kiddo is ready to play with the big boys. We've got MSN going up against B, and it all kicks off here in good old Rocky River. Let's get into it. Welcome back to the channel, folks. B on the Marlians, MSN with the Sushi. B loves Marlians, actually. I've noticed this. He's a really big fan of the Civ. It performs incredibly well at the moment. I don't know. I think, like, I don't say that Marlians has been slept on. I don't think slept on is the word I'd use. It's more like it's just been not fully appreciated when you think about the power rankings. I feel like Marlians fits almost anywhere, you know? Like, that's the superpower. It doesn't... It's very rare that you come across a map where you're like, oh, Marlians, what a sucky pick. This is going to do nothing this game. It always feels like it's got somewhere to be. And on the other side, MSM, the Sushi, that's kind of been the same for them for a while. I'd say Sushi is a little bit of a downsloper. They're still effective, but they aren't as good as they were ranked about 3 months ago, even. Yeah, because back then they were pretty much the shoo-in for China instead in your draft strategies, because China would always get banned. But Rocky River's a good one for this. This is a map where both sides can pro scouts. Interesting part, though, has been how little Marlians care about pro scouting. You guys notice that? This Civ recent is like, pro scouting? What's that? They don't bother. It's actually quite interesting how often they'll just neglect to pro scout. Instead, just optimizing around the cows. And yes, this is a reason why Sushi comes out here. Meditation gardens that make you wag your tail. Or if you're me and Micah, you pick Sushi here because you can move around all the berries with villagers 28 at a time. Yeah, these aren't that great, though. Like, this is the thing. It's baiting on the map, but they aren't close enough, really, to be that advantageous. This, on the other hand. Oh, ho, 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 ho. That. Oh, that, yeah, that's the money. Double stone, gold, and the food. Woo. Oh, I'm getting shivers just thinking about it. Yeah, there's nothing else that's like too enticing here, but he decides against it. I think MSN, yeah, he did scout it, but the problem here is the walkout is really far. And you wouldn't actually use all that resource. Like, the stone would be kind of dead weight for your strategy overall. And you could benefit from getting hand cannon slits, don't get me wrong, but like, that's not really what he's aiming for in this game, right? It's not the game-winning strat for him here, clearly. And so he's going to be coming in the other side. So everything pretty standard, nothing crazy here. I mean, I always have to check with like B and Anno are the two type of players that I wouldn't be surprised to see a certain defensive landmark that would take us in a very different direction. Seriously, those guys are kind of hooked on this stuff. Oh. Man, my hearing is so weird because I'm ill today. I mean, I've been ill like the last few days. I am starting to get worried that it might be to do with the tooth. Because I read somewhere that, like, if you need a root canal, it can end up leading to other types of, like, things like flu. How many Rex gather a Vil without upgrades per minute? Oh, resources. Yeah, it's about 40. 40 is like, it's weird because like 40 is the baseline for sheep, but obviously not every gathering rate is 0.75. A lot of them are slightly worse. So like usually you're like 35 is probably a safer bet, but like 40 is usually just the one that most people punt towards. I wonder, is there a world in which... Nah, he's doing it. I was trying to hold out on, like, maybe he just does a fast castle build instead with Sushi. I don't know. I really like Marlians in this matchup right now when this is the game strat, where they don't bother to actually pro scout, but instead they'll just, like, open up with stables, build into a few scouts, and just poke you around on the map. It is very inviting when you play it that way. But yeah, like, I'm just double-checking the gathering rates on stone, because I always forget, like, stone and things like that. So, the harvest is, like... I'm trying to remember how much worse. Oh my god, I'm looking at sheets now and they're so confusing to look at. The harvest rate on stone, I'm pretty sure... Because, like, for example, it's 0.75 on sheep. But if you go into stone... Okay, it is 0.75. I thought they made it worse. I guess not. I think that... I'm trying to think if there was a resource where they made worse for gathering, but I don't think so. I'm just imagining it. The reason why, like, it's not technically true that every villager gets 40 resources per minute by default, though. Like, the argument, the counterpoint is that they have to walk and drop off. And that's where you lose some efficiency. That's where it goes down to, like, 35, sometimes 30, depending on the distance. But yes, if you're, like, talking sheep and like this, it's pretty much 40, maybe 37.5 to account for the stepping up, drop off, and then get down again. All right, stable's coming through. So it's going to be an expected play. MSN has already padded himself against that, though. He's got Spearman coming in. Man, I'm mixed feelings about the next 2 weeks with the DLC coming. I really want to see something new on the maps, you know? Like new food types, less pro scout. I don't think I'm gonna, but a boy can hope. Damn, it would be so cool if we did, actually. Okay, so Sofa getting added in by B. That's interesting, actually. Because if MSN isn't greedy about this, he's Spim and guard. Like, what is the thought process from me not adding in archers here? I guess it's always awkward because if your opponent's going pro scouts, they already have a stables, which means they will have horsemen. So adding archers doesn't solve your problem unless you've got enough front line. So double stable should at least pad him for that. And we have now got archery coming in as the third one. But I'm so ill today. I didn't realize it until I started talking as we came online. Because, you know, Emma's already gone out. I had no one to talk to. I'm very antisocial. It didn't help that I stayed up late last night, molding over a game. I was maybe slightly screaming at the game. Out of frustration. Dude, it was just like clunky stuff. It just wouldn't work. I mean, like, that's been my mixed bag with Battlefield at the moment. It's like, I've been enjoying it, but also, like, when you get in a gunfight and half your bullets miss, and it's not even, like, and anyone who's Battlefield, like, veteran will say it's Bloom. It's not Bloom. The devs already confirmed it's a bug. But it's taking a long-ass time to fix that bug or balance any of the guns. Okay, so Sofa count's getting pretty high at this stage. MSN is looking to just clock out and go to castle, which makes sense. You want to be doing lances. Fun fact, I've watched this matchup several times in the last 2 or 3 weeks. Once it gets to Sofa versus Lancer Flood, the first time I saw it, my jaw dropped. Sofas can destroy Lancers. Obviously not one-to-one, but like the scaling economy, like the amount of Sofa you get out, the time you get them out, it's surprising how you can actually overwhelm a Shushi player. I mean, less price, thus more entities is the theory. If you have more bodies, you can split them wider on the map, or you can condense them down to one location and swarm over a split opponent. And remember, Sofas are quicker with a charge built in, meaning they can get even quicker. So they're always capable of chasing down Lancers. Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if, like, when you play Shushi in this matchup, the counterplay is actually going to spear crossbow, spear. I don't know about spear crossbow, spear javelin maybe. My thought is Marlin's always going archer plus Sofa, so you need a solution. Lancer crossbow sounds great, but the problem with Lancer crossbows, it costs way too much. You're looking for something lean. Like, if you think about it, Sofa plus archer works so well because it's 180 plus 80 to build that comp per unit, right? Like, if you do equal count of each, it's 180 plus 80, so 260. But by comparison, if you want to do Lancer plus crossbowman, that's going to cost you a 360. That's a huge increase in cost. That's why most civs will go, for example, Lancer Archer, because that's 240 plus 80, 320. It's a bit more pricey, but still in the realm of sanity. And also, that comp you could scale in age earlier with the archers. Take up first for MSN. B continues to just harass the mid-map, trying to block him out. And it's working really well, actually. The Sofa is just starting to stranglehold the gap close to the deer. MSN, because he chose this tech up, he just doesn't have any threat. Like, no spin with the contest. He's got Lancers coming through now, but the numbers heavily in favor of the Sofa here. At 17 base damage, they can swarm onto the 1x1 Lancers, and I believe they are 1x1 without supervision. He went Mount New Academy. He's not been supervised. He has got regional inspection on the way. But this is a bit of a funky build. MSN with only 2 Imperial officials currently means he's actually going to be pretty stretched on what he can do and where he can do it. He's still taxing right now. He doesn't have the gold. Clash now coming in. And he won't have the gold either. Now this is a blocker. Lancers swarm all over the lance, the sofas, swarm over the lances rather. And this is going to be a failed defense. The torches come out. B looks to break it down. Damn. Oh man, this is such an oversight by MSN. This is rough to look at. I mean, at this point though, the gold would have already got harassed out, so like missing out on the third Imperial official may not have been the kill for him. It's just the timing onto the gold by B. And no, he doesn't have income to supervise production, but think of it this way. He could have had one stable, supervise it, instead of having 3 stables, which he can barely afford. What would the timing difference have been? Because he wouldn't have had to build those extra stables for 150 each. So then maybe you're gathering more gold earlier, so that you can kind of recalibrate your economy. Like, to me, this looks like a failed economy more than anything for MSN. We talked about this strategy being really good for Malians, though, so it may just be that B was just so succinct with the timing, but it does reek of MSN having a clearer way of getting the gold he needs more leanly. Either way, though, even if it wasn't for this, like, I talked about this, I trust in this sofa strat. It's ridiculously effective. I've watched a lot of people being bullied around by this right now. I think B included. B was on the receiving end of this the other week. Outpost going up. I mean, Emerson's got nowhere else to go. Look at the gold spawns. Meditation Garden also now being sniped out. He doesn't have an ability to go for relics. Really, all that's left for B to do is start to scale up the cow and get up on the H. Doesn't want to take too long about this, mind you, because although things look disastrous there for MSN, he didn't lose any workers. And he has now got double-digit Lancer coming through. B. He's not done, though. Goes in again. And I spoke too soon. 2 villagers going down there. Oh, boy. You know what's crazy is he's doing this without Undermesh and without Steel Arrow. I mean, the Steel Arrow would actually help against these Lancers, the funny thing. It would make his life easier. Clash coming through. Sofa's going to spread out. And the Lancers, I mean, it's just a 2-to-1 in this fight right now. Starting to even up, though. B, of course, was injured for the last round, the last engagement, so it is going to be a wipeout. But the cost is high. MSN -5 workers for this. He needs to punish. B, trying to retreat away, is going to lose the archers. Was this an overextension by the 3D clan member? B Mali is so unorthodox, right? This is the thing. Like, of the people trying to leverage Sofa and Field Age, he does it the most. I think MSN needs to spam some scouts. Oh, I think I'd agree, but he seems to be single-minded right now. So the deer's going to run out quite soon, actually. I don't blame him for focusing Lancers first, though. He doesn't know that he has map control. Like, any other player, you're saying, okay, he's just going castle now. Like, after a fight, like, you have to go castle. But then you remember you're up against B. And as Baltoon just said, he's so unorthodox that there is a creeping thought in your mind. Okay, I need to get more Lancers, get them across the map, because he's up to something. Right? He could be double downing me, and I can't risk just going greedy first. So MSN now queuing up the first of the monks. He will be looking for relics now. Okay, so relics to come through. Grand Fulani Corral is going to be in the way. And we have got Donzos in addition. Yeah, because the only thing that MS has been doing is being non-stop producing stables into Lancers. So the racks, the archer ranges have been irrelevant. So like the Donzo isn't a bad idea here. At least to stabilize you. Timing for scouts is over. What, you think you should just go out to the deer? I mean, I kind of respect the idea, but against Sofas, it's very dangerous. I guess... Oh, dude, how does he do this? You could anchor in this area, build like triple outpost, and then you've got so much food here it's justified, plus the ball behind. So there is a good spawn for it. Yeah. Burn on the pit mine. MSN, I mean, he might be all in, but he's not inning to the base here. He's trying to take out the passive income. But the real passive income is non-stop working here. The cows is what matters. That being said, what MSN doesn't know is that B has barely got any cow. He ejected multiples just to be able to afford this. I've been seeing this a lot from B at the moment. Anno as well. Like, they've been getting very good at these cow ejections to give them the tech ups in time. Of course, it's a trade-off. You know, you get the good food now, but you miss out on the amplified food for the coming minutes. You kind of slow down your timing down the line. Yeah, short-term versus long-term gains, but you know, there's no point focusing on long-term gains if you're dead. Like when someone's like, oh, if I place my Arcan out in the middle, nowhere near my TC, I can build farm all around it. It'll be the best Arcan ever. Yeah, true, but now when you get attacked, you have no protection. Your Arcan is fully dead. Question now is, be dead. He got his Sofa upgrades in. He doesn't have important armors. MSN has phenomenal numbers on the Lance account. And he has got crossbows on the way, but a preemptive battle here. Yeah, the crossbowmen haven't started to arrive yet. He's trying to shuffle away the injured parties. A lot of bodies hitting the floor on each side. The chase down is what worries me. Remember what we said. Lancers are slower than Sofa, so they technically can gap close for hits. There's a lot of easy targets taken. I mean, those health bars, this is kind of the reverse issue of what happened to B a few minutes early. If you guys remember, he went in for that clash for a second time the gold, and he had no health left. So all of his boys just dropped like bees. No flies, so yeah, you gotta change up. This time around, MSN is the one who needs the space. He needs the breather. He's done a good job of getting relics free in the bank so far. And we have got to sneak out onto the berries too. What is B looking for? He's focused on the gold again, but that's about to naturally expire. His focus should probably be elsewhere. There we go. Yeah, he's checking north side gold. We knew there was nothing there, but he didn't yet. He can then, of course, try to rotate into the tree line afterwards, but that one's not being used. The real focus here is full left lean. For the berries, for the gold, for the trees. Like, this is all of MSN's economy right now. It's dead B. He rotates all the way around the back. MSN, quick to respond. B, I love that. He checked the health bars, says, okay, that's a great fight. Clubs them down. Yeah, a little bit greedy. MSN, he didn't use the full HP Lancers to block that. He used the injured. It's closer to death's door with half of his army. You're going to buy more time. Important armors is now coming through. Undermesh as well. And he just rolled Don's way. It's actually the right call. And what worries me for MSN is, like, you don't really see Donzos at this stage out of Mali that often. Like, I've watched a lot of these Lancer spam games, and quite often they'll just happily go Sofa archers and get poison arrows. But this is the correct call by B. And that is a crazy pivot. Have we reverted back to feudal age here? We're going Donzo Javelin? It's kind of wacky, but actually, this is a situation where it makes a lot of sense. It's just a way to easily alleviate the crossbow threat. Because crossbows do nothing against both these unit types. They don't get bonus against Donzos. They lose the javelins. Not just that, it's a full ranged army comp when you think about it. Minus the Sofa, of course. Dive on in, finds additional worker kills. MSN starting to feel the starvation, and Dive in the base did find an extra worker kill, I believe, there. This is still only 9 cow. That's the crazy part about what B is doing. Keeping military momentum on his side. Army value is trash there, but this is the value of these cheap units, the Donzos in particular. Kind of feels like they're worth double what they actually are in cost here. Steel Dagger to follow up. So B, not going back to archers at all. It seems like he's fully fixated on the jab plan. I think MSN is going to have a big food problem coming soon. Because for now, he's been fine because he's split it between here and here. Once this food runs out, he has to run into the center over here. That's when you're going to get split. Crossbow's stepping up. Sofas. They're going to dive in. Wait, the Lancers. Oh, no! MSN! What was that split? Oh, that split was like an axe coming down on a head. That's what that was. Sofa, they jump on top of the crossbowman. Lance is now trying to come in to assist, but B gets a remarkable strike there. The perfect split. The divider to conquer, and now the Donzos just going to head on back towards the outposts. Villagers rushing to build up more sanctuaries for themselves. The Sofas are still being chased. B will start to back off, but it's additional worker kills. It slows down the scaling that crossbow comp. It's getting to the point, honestly, where I think MSN, I don't want to say it, you want to start considering Chug. We talked about this comp being too expensive. You're seeing how it is for MSN. It's crazy as well because it looked like Lancers were beating Sofa, so why this switch? It's such an expensive composition. Now brute force up B with double the military. Quality versus quantity. You'd think quality wins, folks. No. Beat the quantity. B with the full surround. There's nowhere to go. This is it. MSN all the way to 0. From hero to 0 in game number 1. B's unorthodox shenanigans don't cost him in the feudal. They just delay the inevitable. Damn, B's always a monster for these type of games. There's something very spooky about the way that he plays Mali. I don't feel like this approach to Mali works against top 4 players. You know what I mean? But anyone below that can fall victim to it. Because it's the expectation of what's coming next, I think. Yeah, really a little bit surprised by him. Oh, wait, you're right. Music's really loud if it's turned off. Really surprised by him actually going into crossbow lancers. You see what I mean about how expensive it is, though. It's not a very sustainable comp. Alright. Next up, we are going to Gorge. It is going to be Roos versus Delhi. Not sure about this one for Roos. I think it's kind of okay on Gorge, but not great. Bear with me one sec, guys, because I just need to quickly... I'm going to say the dirty thing. I'm going to go blow my nose so that I don't sound as dead. One sec. There we go. Hello. Yeah, I think I should go to the doctor soon. I feel like I just these days seem to be getting iller more often, which is not good. Traditionally, I'm not... For years, I haven't been the type of person that gets ill very often. And... When I do, it's it's really bad, but because it's rare, it's fine. But here we go. All right, into Gorge we go. B is currently 1 game up. He has an opportunity to just blitz his way through here, and MSN needs to trust in the Roost to deliver him from the jaws of the B. Okay, that sounds... the jaw of the B? The stinger of the B! But yeah, I was just saying, hopefully my voice doesn't sound too bad today. But I do need to go see a doctor about it. It's kind of weird. I feel as if recently I'm just kind of... I'm feeling rougher more often. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's mental game partially. Maybe I've changed something. But the thing that I've noticed is I'm kind of getting these flus more often or whatever. It might just be a courtesy element of being a father to 2 kids. Usually is. But the weird thing is I used to have a much better resilience against illness. So I feel like something else is off I don't know, maybe vitamin levels or something. Because when I get ill, it doesn't tend to pass fast. Then again, I'm like the type of person, I don't like taking drugs and stuff like that. I always tend to avoid the medicines. Just bad elements in family history that have led to like my feelings on that. I'm always hesitant with those type of things for that reason. So yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's a bit weird. I am well overdue for a doctor appointment. Change diet? What? You mean chicken nuggets and chips is not helpful? I think it's called getting older. I don't think it's that simple. Someone else has gone wrong. I do wonder if part of it is like actual mental like health impacting on that as well. I've definitely felt more stressed recently. Is that a thing? Like that is a thing, right? Like mental health that can affect physical like ailments sort of thing. Anyway, the roofs on this map usually pretty good because of the deer split, but this is the tricky part. Like, Delhi already have a huge edge on this map in certain ways, and to make matters worse, he dove past MSN's timing. He kind of dropped the ball a bit there. Yeah, like, so he guessed wrong. B got past. He got the deer, got the sheep rather, all the way up and down because this was the second scout. So the problem with this is like MSN, he sent out the first scout. He had the right idea with the second, but like B just bypassed completely by the looks of it. Normally that's pretty hard to do. Usually like what you're trying to do here is if you run diagonally, which I think, I'm wondering if MSN, yeah, I think he done corner instead of diagonal. If you do diagonal, you'll scout the enemy scout as quickly as possible, and that tips you off that he's on the other side, so then you can change your plan. Stress, sleep, food, physics. Like, sleep's probably a problem as well. I feel like I just don't sleep much. Because I always get woke up at 7, but I go to bed late because I'm stuck sorting, like, influencer stuff. It's also going to get worse now. Unless I can find some people to help on, like, the editing side, I'm going to have to find additional time in the day to now edit content for this channel and then, like, the secondary gaming channel that I'm planning. Yeah, my life just doesn't get easier. You just get older. Dead with Faith up against Golden Gate coming in, so everything pretty much your norm. So this will be a Pro Scout game, of course. But Pro Scout timing, like, it's not what it used to be. And that's good news for Delhi. It means that Delhi can catch up. The other thing is, like, if MSN focuses too much on Pro Scouts, he'll do nothing about the Sacred Site timing. So, like, you kind of have to split his affair between shutting down Sacred Site control and getting the deer home. You don't really want to just straight up fast castle here. Fast casting is pretty risky because it means that Delhi would get 3 Sacred Sites, which gives them more than enough income to just catch up. That's like adding in an extra 8 to 10 villages. Yeah, at a point in the game where you maybe have 30. So, like, you're talking about 30-ish% increase in economy. That's why Delhi are always capable of catching up when they see these fast castle builds. That's why it doesn't work against them. Most players stopped trying it quite some time ago. The only way it tends to work is if you kind of bait them into playing defensive so they don't get Sacred Sites. Rack's coming in. So yeah, block of the Pro Scouts. You're probably wondering, why is B doing this instead of Ghazi? B likes sometimes to wall these type of areas, especially on Gorge. So you get that with Spearman. The tricky part is like this forces archers, but the dynamic is like you go Spearman, he goes archers, you go Ghazi. And then you have your counterplay. Yeah, Delhi are pretty good for melee blobbing. There might be an opportunity here to actually pinch the scouts if he's quick. Look at the location. MSN went a bit too deep. No reaction from B though. Sometimes the back woodline spawns a tiny patch on this map. Not on this version, this is EGC Gorge. EGC Gorge fixed that problem. Like, you see on the mini-map, there's maybe 1 or 2 trees missing here, but that'll be it. The rest exists. Okay. Wait, what? But he saw the Spearman. Okay, so MSN doesn't want to take the bait. Yeah, there we go. I was about to say, you have to do both, though. Like, just doing spears here is kind of crazy. So spears plus archers is kind of cool. Doesn't mean he's not getting knights, but the problem with doing knights here is obviously your opponent already has spears, and also the Ghazi. Like, Ghazi are actually pretty good against knights compared to other horsemen due to the higher base damage and bonus. Sanity's what, minute and a half out? I think that's the other problem with doing spear archers here is like you're setting up to have to win a direct fight. Whereas if you have knights, you can just sneak them out to the flanks and stop the scholars. If you have archer spears, that doesn't really have the same impact. So there's a choice being made here. Okay, there we go. So MSN is going to add them in. Because like without them, you just don't control flanks at all. Which means your opponent should always get 2 sacred sites, bare minimum 1. And that's just income influx. Pro scouts for him still about 3.5 minutes away. But you know, the first deer stacks haven't been retrieved. The spear timing proving good here. Denies the scout, stops the deer returning. And I do believe that is only 1 from the north side. And is this the 2nd and 3rd from here? No, 3rd and 4th. Okay, so he's got some deer to work with. He's still on sheep, though? MSN, no, don't do this to yourself, son. The deer is much more protein dense. We need to fix those noodle arms, all right? Got to live more. Stronger. Eat the Bambi. Why is he not eating the Bambi? It's kind of a painful oversight, actually. He doesn't have survival technique, so it could be worse. But still, remember, he gather better from deer by default than sheep. 0.75 versus 0.84. So basically, you know, a 15% increase in food, and then you can add another 15% increase on top of that. He's missing out on all of that. It'll eventually switch over, but lamb tastes much better than venison. I'd agree. I've had doner kebabs. I know it's not like the purest form of lamb, but I don't care. No one's done anything anywhere near as impressive with venison. All right. Only thing you can say about venison is it's easier to get deer for free in the modern age than it is lamb. Someone's like, huh? No, it's true. You're going on the highway, deer comes out of nowhere, boom! There's dinner, baby! Not for you, dinner for the guy behind you, because you're legally not allowed to pick it up if you ran it over. But when do you see sheep crossing the road unexpected? They'll cross the road, but it's really kind of ordered out, you know? Because they all move together. Alright, so MSN with night scaling, I think this is always kind of awkward into Delhi, because if the trajectory is castle for both players, elephants are a really big problem for you. He does at least have the spears to pad against that down the line. But do I need to say it like a broken record? We've seen spearmen versus elephants. It doesn't play out how it's meant to. B. So it's going to get blocked on the south side, but that's central and northern captured. Remember what we said, this army's slow. It's very difficult to hold mobiles. And Emerson is indeed on pro scouts, which have been very slow and made even slower by the presence of spearmen on the other deer stacks. And now, look at that, B. He's going to get 50% of the deer? He is. That's a jackpot, mate. 50% deer for Delhi. And do you want to know what they paid to do this? Nothing. Other than buying the scouts. So, 130 resources. Meanwhile, MSN spent 450 plus the 130. Actually, more than that. He had 5 scouts, I believe, originally. B stepping up. Archer count is about even here, but the scholars do muddy things a little. Other thing to keep in mind, MSN forgot something critical here. He's been so busy building stables units, he does not have a blacksmith. That's a huge issue in this matchup. Undermesh is going to kick in soon, at which point these archers are going to be worthless for MSN. I mean, he could use them to clear spears still. Kind of feels like he's gambling that the knight's quantity is worth more than the ranged armor and attack. Which is surprising because actually that's an area where you should always be able to beat Delhi, is like having more archers. The other problem is like, sure, you might be able to kill his spearmen still, but your archer is going to be forfeit to the Ghazi. And what I don't like about that, I'm never a really big fan of situations where you're playing against Delhi and you have to favor melee to finish a fight. Because if melee have to finish a fight, it means that scholars can stop you finishing it entirely. Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that pull soon. We're currently up to 12 scholars total for B. He's blocking the still. And oh my god, the scout's trying to snatch from the other side. Like, please, we're just so hungry. If you just let us have the one, we'll never come back again. You'll never come back anyway. Die. MSN into the base. No textiles from B. He did queue it up just now, though, and it doesn't take long. Yeah, it's like 8 seconds, 9 seconds. So much for that raid potential. So at this stage, you're going to run out of deer. Your opponent's still going to have deer. Your opponent's still going to have roughly on average 2 sacred sites at least. I mean, you're just out you go, big time. In fact, MSN is out of deer now. That's the last one. So he'll be moving on to Berry soon. He just went for an undermesh. Or rather, blacksmith into undermesh here. But your timing is so much later, guys. Look at this. Steel Arrow is going to be in 28 seconds. He doesn't even have the gold to start a technology. So there's going to be a whole minute advantage here to be. To be at least 1 tech ahead. Leverage as well. Military numbers are tighter than they seem. Remember, the scholars aren't participating. Triple sacred site now locked in. B stepping up with the undermesh. Steel Arrow just completed. MSN not able to take that fight. The Ghazi are going to force him to turn around, though. That's allows Spim to catch up. Pretty far pullback there by B. Actually, more than was necessary. So it gives MSN the room to run away. Yeah, a little bit surprised, actually, that B didn't push that a little bit harder. It's very tricky sometimes to micro Ghazi close enough to Spearman that you're just not getting clipped. I think he just didn't want to risk it. Because, like, right now, B, he's probably looking at this going, okay, I'm in control. You know, I've got 3 sacred sites. I've got more deer than the roofs. It's all looking good, baby. Ghazi. Oh, wait, the spears. Most of them didn't engage under the Ghazi there. B is giving up a lot of ground, though. Spear chase underway. MSN, handful of them to work with. About the same on both sides, actually. B, the scholar pull. There it is. It's coming. He's dragging him in. This is what he's been waiting for. Archers are in a bit of trouble right now. But the blacksmith advantage is still big. B, he's got preliminary coming into 45. MSN has not bothered with undermesh at all. However, he did cut that archer count down to size. So maybe not necessary for him. Sacred site timer will not be ticking long. It'll be ticking 0.000001 seconds. But this is the game changer. Having the scholars involved is the power play for B. Surprised he didn't go for it sooner. Confident to go for it now. Pushes in. Spear count low. MSN. Oh no, it's only 5. This mini Ghazi. This is worrisome. With the scholars behind them, they don't die fast. You do, however. Undermesh not there yet. MSN does step up. Ghazi can easily get free access here. Knights fake out with the charge. Forces the response. Chase comes in. Ghazi littering the field. MSN needs to target fire, but he's got too many archers. It's going to be an overkill for each spear kill. Meanwhile, for B, just the right amount of archers to make it clean. Spearman being taken down. MSN, he has no spearman left. No front line. That's it. The good old classic scholar pull, as always, to pull Delhi ahead. It's just so powerful. I mean, even against Knights, you see how difficult it is for the club one down. It takes ages, 130 HP. And sure, you got 19 damage, but the amount of clubs required while you're getting hit in the face just makes it feel so unsustainable. That honestly might just be it. I mean, MSN, he's got nowhere left to go, really. He's playing out to the ball on the flank. I don't see B letting this up. What was that? That was someone who should have known better than to be ringing me when I'm clearly streaming. No, it wasn't Emma. It's someone who spends more time in the chat than she does. I don't think MSN is going to be spending much more time in this game. B, at this stage, you could just go for Castle Age, really. You don't even have to stop pressing. You've done so much damage. And the military lead is actually, quite frankly, insane. And it's very apparent to both players. You know, on this screen, you're seeing, what, 40 plus units? Here it's just clearly about 30. Oh, yes, it is indeed the pigeon's mom that should know better. Shameful display. Was it the Fnatic manager? Ha! They can't afford me. They can't afford anything. Anyway, B. Just start backing up now, just because he's teching. Yeah, sometimes you gotta be careful because he's trying to trickle reinforcements in, which is dangerous against knights. It's actually like the one way he could potentially lose the game is if he just keeps sending troops over one by one and loses like half of them. That starts to expand out across 3-4 minutes. All of a sudden, you've got Roos back in the game. So you will just end up doing the classic, which is you back up to tech up. He could have grabbed these knights. So greedy, man. He wants the 4. Oh, no. No, no, no. 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 Why are they so fast? Because we installed nitro canisters on our Ghazi. Triple knight down. Oh, they are so good at killing knights, man. 14, actually make it 15 damage versus 3 melee armor. It's silly sometimes, I swear. That charge did not help him at all. It's such a short range charge, he actually spent more time recovering from it than running. And oh, wait, what are you doing here? It's over, just get him out. 2-0 victory for B. He will be booking himself a day up against either Anatan or Big Cousin. All right. And that leads us in. Do you know what that leads us into, chat? Something good. Someone I know y'all want. Where is it? Is the draft ready? We have got Vortex versus Voldemar live, baby. So boys should be setting that up momentarily. Yeah, they did schedule it for now, so they'll probably set up the lobby in a second, and then we'll be hopping into that. So 2-0 in this one for B. I'm gonna update the bracket as well. On which platforms are you streaming besides YouTube and Twitch, and how's the viewership on these? So we stream on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and TikTok. TikTok can be not too bad. And I see you, Zonic. I see you, Claire. What's up, people? I accidentally didn't have that tab open, actually. It's very hard to track conversations in TikTok sometimes, though, because of like the fact that it tells you when people join chats on there, which is very unique. And there's no way to filter that out. So sometimes you miss people talking and feel bad about that. But yeah, we're streaming on a lot of different platforms. The TikTok model is very different in appearance to what you'll get on the other platforms. We're going to start setting up YouTube horizontal and vertical streams, and probably the same for Twitch. But yeah, we pretty much go live on as many platforms as possible. But the viewership's pretty bad for like some of them, like Kick. Like Kick, I think no one tunes in. I don't really advertise it. The problem with Kick is like Kick isn't necessarily doing anything different than Twitch. The main thing is it's giving a lot more money to creators than Twitch does. But, like, obviously, that doesn't attract that many people. Well, that's not true. It's a trade-off. Like, you'll make more money directly rev source, but you'll miss out on sponsorships is the logic for a lot of creators, they realize. Twitch is, like, it's interesting, actually. YouTube is kind of catching up on Twitch at the moment. Twitch has been on a downturn because of, like, the whole viewer tracking being all over the place. So, like, right now, for example, there's 67 people on YouTube. 108 on Twitch, or somewhere around there. So like it kind of varies, but like, and then TikTok, like it's hard to gauge live viewership. It doesn't tell you live viewership; it just tells you the total viewers. So it's different. But the boys are underway with the draft, so let's set up for Vortex versus Voldemar. But like, I have been wondering if I've been maybe just spending too long live and I need to spend more time offline ideating and also editing. That's like, my preference is to find someone who I can incentivize to help grow that channel by paying them through that channel. And then they can focus on the edit downs for the most. And I just give voiceovers where necessary. And then I'm able to focus more on this live stuff. That's like the best situation, but you have to find the people. And yeah, YouTube's interesting. It's because Twitch just doesn't have growth, man. Like, the problem with Twitch is, like, how do you find this directory if you're not already into Age of Empires 4? And if you're already in Age of Empires 4, you probably already have people you watch. For a lot of people, if you think about your viewing patterns, so, like, here's the two ways we approach it, right? Like, so, we've got a second because they're drafting right now. But, like, here's the way to think about it. So, your viewing patterns is like this. You come onto Twitch, you go following, or you go browse. If you're following, like, you've already got the people you follow, and, like, you're not really following other new people unless you discover them. You have to discover them somehow. But discoverability is poo-poo on a stick. It doesn't exist on Twitch. So what you do instead is you go to browse, maybe, and then you look at the top ranking games. Okay, so you look at the top ranking games, and then you click on one of the top games, like Pokemon Legends, and your first instinct is, well, I'm now in here. I'm being serviced the people at the top, like 39 DAF. I'm going to click on 39 DAF. And that's your venture into discoverability. That's a really big problem. That's a critical problem that Twitch still to this day refuses to truly solve for. Right? When your solution to discoverability is go make a YouTube channel, you as a platform have failed. Because what you've done there as Twitch is you've pushed people out of your platform to get them back to your platform. And it's worked for a long time because whatever, no one's doing anything else. But like platforms like YouTube, TikTok, etc., they're catching up. They're going to catch up. Because until you solve the discoverability issue, the only real way... Like, okay, do you want to know what the other big way to get big on Twitch is? Livestream fail. Livestream fail is like one of the #1 marketing places. Although most of it is just the same crud from the same few creators in the just chatting politics area doing very controversial things. Or the people who are already going to get this stuff. Like, even this has not become discoverability anymore. Even this has now become the people that were already at the top are just going to keep being at the top. 90% of the time. 95%. Usually, when it's someone new who's not already at the top, it's people who are already at the top highlighting those people. And that's the breakthrough. So, like, the platform, if they really care about discoverability and growing people on the platform, keep them on the platform, they need to change something drastic about this discoverability. Because, like I said, like, Age of Empires 4 is a great game. There's a lot of people that follow Age of Empires 4. There's a lot of people that will only come in the directory when they see Doomu come online, or when they see Beastie come online, or when EGC comes online. And there'll be some people that will only do it when I come online. So that's the problem. It's not just an Age of Empires 4 issue. It's a wider issue on the platform. But obviously, AoE 4 being a very small game in the directory suffers immensely from that in particular. Can't stand Twitch's interface. I haven't heard that as much. What's your problem with interface? The thing is, like, what Twitch has that the other platforms really don't have is, like, the community building element. So, like, because YouTube isn't always live, like, people come at different times, it's very hard for people to conversate over the same thing and very easy for them to get spoiled. So what we've noticed is, for example, YouTube is more of a casual audience. As in, like, they are doing other things for the day. They're not fully focused on the screen. They're not watching chat as much. They might conversate, but then that's not the primary. Because you can easily be a few seconds out of sync on YouTube, whereas Twitch tends to have you live at the same time. So, like, Twitch, and Twitch has always been about community. So, like, for them, that's been the real big attractor, is people will come here because people will want to talk to the other people, you know, in the community they've built. That's also why loyalty is, like, very deeply rooted on Twitch, where people don't switch as much because they are like, hey, I'm, like, you know, I don't just watch this channel because I like watching this guy. I watch this channel because I like watching this this creator with these other people. So I'm just here with this group of friends. And you build up that community element. Like, it's like being part of a Discord. You're like, oh, man, yeah, I love the people here. You might end up hating the admin who made it, but in the end, you love the people that are there. So it's like a completely different type of approach, really, with that. And YouTube doesn't quite have that. YouTube's cool for a lot of things, but, like, that's one area where it's really different. TikTok is an interesting one as well. Like TikTok is actually high octane interaction where usually the idea to be successful on TikTok is like high impact, rap, go, go, go. And this shows when you look at, so we done Age of Empires on TikTok, we do Anno on TikTok, and we do Battlefield on TikTok. Can you guys guess which one of those three was by far the most successful in terms of views generated? It's Battlefield. Admittedly, Battlefield, like, we done it at launch, but even when we didn't do it at launch, we got a lot more views. And the reason is, like, it's more high octane. Things are happening. Flashy, quippy. New things on screen to talk about all the time. So, because TikTok is, like, TikTok is the most clearly refined in terms of, like, attention economy, where, like, if you don't know how to keep things going, then people aren't going to hang around. Because people will be scrolling on their phone, and they're like, 2 seconds bored, 2 seconds bored, 2 seconds bored. Whereas, like, if you're in the Twitch ecosystem, you have a little bit more leeway in your acceptance of being there, I think. And the same with YouTube, because YouTube, like, while they cater to shorter form content, they've historically been all about long form content. So that holds a lot of retainment there. So it's very different approaches, yeah. And that's why I really need to get someone on board on the team to focus on editing short form content. Like, I basically need someone, I don't need someone who's like a sexy, amazing editor who like can do all these cool things. Like, we have someone who's great doing thumbnails, right? What I need is someone who's like, I mean, they just live and breathe the stream, really. Like, I know we have a few people like that they watch the stream all the time. Because my dream is to get that type of person. They're just your go-to person, clipping everything and shipping everything, and then grow those channels and be able to get to a point where, like, if they want to, you could be like, yo, do you want this to be your full-time job? That's the dream for me. All right. So wait, wrong scene. The boys are done. They're hopping in lobby now. Game number 1. Let's see what we got. Byzantine versus Japanese for our opener. We've seen this before. And we've seen the kiddo beat the best player in the game in this one. How interesting. I don't think so, because you can stream constantly, but it sucks people go on to the next one. Even a filter lets me know who is constant, and I look for the... I imagine many other people do that too. Like a TV show. Have schedules and want to count the next stream. I mean, we have a schedule. It may, like, adjust by an hour, potentially, but we always say, like, regularly we say we're live Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. The scheduling thing is, like, that's like a baseline of Twitch, but I don't think it's just that. Like, consistency is... The idea of, like, consistency is bollocks, because, like, it's true, but people misunderstand consistency. Consistency can be once a week. Right? Now... The silly trap that a lot of people who stream full-time on Twitch are falling into is consistently means every single day. Be live every day for 6 hours every day. And that's not the case. I done that years ago. It's not healthy. And I made worse content for it. Like, really, like I said earlier, I was like, maybe I should take like an extra day off of streaming per week. I should rethink things. Like on Fridays, I think we're going to try to take a very different approach, because like there's not as many games to cast. So it's like we'll probably go live on this channel, do the third place match, maybe something else, and then hop across and do like a speedrun challenge or review a new game or things like that, you know, to expand the arsenal. But like the crazy thing is, you say there needs to be a schedule and whatever. There's a lot of creators that don't actually have that. I have some creators on my roster that are like, I just stream when I stream. I'm like, okay. And these guys will have 700, 800, 900 CCV. Now, it may be that because they're not consistent with that schedule, they're probably not growing as much as they could, but they still managed to somehow get to that point where people are like, yeah, I'll just look at this. Oh, the Twitch ads kind of get you? Yeah, I don't know, man. It'd be nice if there was like thumbnailing. I don't know why Twitch doesn't actually allow for thumbnailing at all. Now that I think about it, that's a really weird element about their platform. Like, thumbnailing just doesn't exist. Not in the traditional sense, anyway. Like, if you look on the directory, like, there's no way to put a thumbnail on your Twitch stream. I think there is. So you can do them with VODs. So, for example, if you guys, like, want to check out our unboxing of the Heroes of Might and Magic card game, which you definitely should. Pretty cool game. If you go across, you can actually check in my videos, and there is a highlight for it, a 20-minute highlight. And I've put a specific thumbnail on there to indicate, yeah, this is Might and Magic. But those don't get marketed either. So that's the thing. Like, you literally, you have this system of like highlights, etc., that exists on Twitch, and they don't even use it. Like here's the thing, right? You got a clips option. Why are clips? Why is there no way to make clips viral within Twitch's own platform? That's a big question to be asking. And I'm not the first one to ask these questions. I know they've been asked for ages. You know, clips, highlights. You know, you got these VOD areas. Like they act like, oh man, we need to have a limit on how many VODs you can have. You can't save that many VODs. They recently limited the amount, right? Maybe that wouldn't be a problem if you marketed the VODs better. So treat it a little bit like a YouTube ecosystem, because then people would actively still keep coming back to that content, and Twitch makes money off that content. By the way, VODs, etc., things like that, your favorite creators that you watch the VODs of, they make nothing when you watch on Twitch. If they are streaming on YouTube as well, or if they upload it to YouTube later, go watch it there instead, because that will generate money for your favorite creators. Watching the VODs on Twitch for them does not give them a penny. And it's still outrageous that it's that way to this day. Views equal consistency equal your rank on discovery. Yeah, but we just pointed out that viewer generation isn't necessarily based off of consistency. Oh, you mean it should be based off that? I don't like that either, though, because that just basically encourages people to never go offline. And that's unhealthy as well. That also, like, I'm a big believer in that there should be a focus on, like, more condensed, higher quality content than long content. That's why, like, CCV, you know, concurrent viewership, average concurrent viewership is the go-to way of calculating, like, someone's worth in a deal. But it's also a very obtuse way. It's just the easiest way to find, but it doesn't tell you anything. Like, someone could have low CCV because they only stream 2 hours a day, but they actually reach a very high peak. Outside that, also, like, you know, it doesn't tell you if they even convert on campaigns. So, yeah. But the TLDR here, as we get ready for this game, is Twitch, please add in some real discoverability. There is rumors that with the horizontal and vertical stream they just introduced, there is elements of that on the Twitch app because you can scroll through verticals. But I haven't heard too many positive stories about that. It's early days, so it's hard to call. But yeah, I think someone has to change a little. Twitch, like, I want them to feel threatened, because when they feel threatened, they innovate. And they can do good things. I think they just need to get back to, and I saw Ko say this the other day, they need to get back to being a gaming platform, right? That's what built them. Gamers built them. And yet nowadays, with the way that they expand their tools, and IRL is the biggest directory and political streams, etc., it's almost like they just don't care about gaming anymore. Like, I know firsthand on, like, the Twitch rival side, there are big attempts to kill that entirely by outsourcing it to other creators to run for them entirely. Wild. But let's get ready to go. All right, game number 1. V versus V. The kiddo is gupping. Gupping? V versus V. The kiddo is gunning for the Conquistador here in the midweek muster. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's Byzantines up against Japanese. So the first game of this best of 5 series. We're here in week number 10 of our $20,000 esports circuit, officially past the quarter-way mark. Voldemar opening the Japanese up against Vortex's Byzantines. A matchup that we have seen before, and we have seen the kid be the best player in the world in. If you guys remember, we had an upload for a few weeks back. You should definitely watch it if you haven't, between Voldemar and Marine Lord, in which Marine Lord's Byzantines discovered just how brutal Voldemar has become. I would be impressed to see that happen here again. I mean, Vortex, he is our reigning champion. Definitely no pushover. He came close to bleeding twice last week, though. He almost lost to Dumu and then almost lost to Louis MT. Funny thing is, this week, if he gets past Voldemar here, technically, like, I mean, there's still other threats down there, but the big threats, the 2 names I just mentioned, both aren't there. Louis MT was annihilated in the round of 16 by his scrim partner, Scarlet. And Dumu, bless him, the age must be setting in. He forgot to sign up this week. Oops. Voldemar. I love this, actually. He forced a berry gathering and then did not go for a Dark Age rush. That's really smart. Remember, the expectation here is that Civs like Japan, because they get their rack so cheap, they're going to Dark Age rush you. So you then panic and you just kind of protect yourself. You hunker down. That's a sick read. Using the expectation against him completely. Phenomenal. Okay, so Vondemar's going to get a really good tech timing here. He's actually going to be faster than Vortex, because Vortex is stopping off the assistance to scale himself up. And yeah, agreed. There should be discoverability. So, like, the thing with Twitch is, and I'm not even, I mean, sure, like, I was not small stream, but on the smaller end compared to a lot of people. I would benefit from there being more discoverability. But, like, I believe for a long time, after reviewing and watching channels for a long time, like, I've seen streamers who have 5,000 average viewers that I've watched. I watched someone with 10 viewers that, at least in my opinion, opinions are subjective, does a better job than the 5K stream. Because, like, in Twitch, I think in Twitch's platform, if you are holistically looking at it as just, like, not using YouTube, not using TikTok, just using Twitch. Twitch is, I mean, once you're made a king, you stay a king. It's like the inheritance logic. So you really have to use outside platforms. That's why we use YouTube a lot. That's why I want to start using TikTok a lot. Okay, so first half's coming through for Voldemar. And I love this. The wider Grand Winery. That's a great read and a great spawn for it from Vortex. Look at it. It's the A stack instead of the 6. And the tree lines protect the area so naturally. This is brilliant. Absolutely well played. Can't really tell why, but it looks better on Twitch. I'm a bit surprised by that. I think YouTube's been having some issues recently, so maybe that's what's up. Like, weirdly enough, when I went to set up the live stream today, there was no option to stream to both vertical and horizontal. Yeah, whereas yesterday there was. I think YouTube is just having a bit of a heart attack. Because we do actually have 4K available on YouTube. But I guess it's wrong. Remember, guys, if you are actually subbed on the Twitch side now, you do get rewind, by the way. So Voldemort into the stables. Interesting. Did he scout this? Well, he doesn't see a hippodrome. He just looped the base. So. Oh, no, Voldemort, please. Please, look. Sir. Do you need to borrow my glasses? You can if you want. There's a tiny bit of land here that he never scoured. He doesn't know. I mean, at this point, he's got to know. He just doesn't know where. He has scouted most locations, so it should be obvious somewhat that it's in this corner. He did rush into the abandonment. Remember, he went on the stone, so this was an intentional choice. He was prepping for it. So he's going to have a knight to contest this area. Vortex, I'm expecting an immediate play into Limitane. But not before he gets his greed on, apparently. Might be thinking there's a proxy hippodrome? No. Where would you place it and why? Like, not to shoot down your idea here, but I'm going to put the ball back in your court. Why would you proxy hippodrome? So proxy plays typically make sense with infantry-based comps. They don't make much sense with stables-based comps because they're already so fast. To hide it, I guess. The thing is, like, if you don't see it in the base, you're probably just assuming Grand Winery by default. So, like, I can see where you're coming from with the hippodrome thing, but, like, also the timing just doesn't make sense. Like, walking all the way out here to build a hippodrome is really bad in terms of efficiency. You know, we had another game earlier with Shushi on this map, and they didn't go for, like, these type of meditation gardens because they were like, timing is too important. I can't afford to be without it. Okay, so Voldemort on the way. He has got Yumi stacking up as well. I wonder. Merc House coming through. He's got a lot of olive oil already. Yes, double longbow. Which is problematic for Yumi when the count's this low. But the Limitane is going to get swarmed. Brought down. No wheelbarrow for Vortex is a big whoops. The new Spearmen are going to scare Voldemort off. He didn't have the deflective armor back up there. Still on cooldown. Good scare away here. Steel Arrow being prioritized. So Voldemort in a rush to get those techs online. And it was a Western contract choice. So double longbow pump coming through. Now, double Lombo is going to be good enough to reclaim the area and hold there. Because I do believe that Yuumi can quite convincingly beat Lombo if the counts make sense here. And technically, you can get that type of count up against Byzantines. But it's timing-based, and the current timing definitely doesn't favor him. Yeah, because the other problem is he's on the offensive. Now, where Yuumi typically beat Lombos is when you're out in open field, because you can chase them down. But, like, we're talking about a very squished in the base type moment here. You know, he's not spreading wide. Vortex, the Byzantines rarely do these days. They really have taken the greedy Boomer Boy approach at the moment. It's so good at it. Did we actually get predictions up, by the way? If not, we should remember that for next game. Oh, we did. Thank you. Good job, Scarecrow. And wow, guys. 100% for Vortex? You guys must not have seen his Byzantines before. Japanese, rather, against Byzantines before. He's scary. Let's see if the kid can make believers of him. Steel Dagger on the way for Vortex. What's weird is seeing Byzantines behind on tech timings. They're very good at hitting these quickly, but it's okay to be behind because of how quick your catch-up is. If you toggle Dialecticus, you get them in like 24 seconds. Yeah, look, 24 seconds versus waiting the entire minute. So you actually, in a weird way, can afford to be behind at the start of teching because you will catch up. So does Voldemort take this all the way? I think so. I'm pretty sure he played his Marine Lord series very similarly, where he just built, and blobbed. That game eventually ended up being more about Spearmen plus Archers, if I remember correctly. But it doesn't really make sense to build Spears here. There's zero justification for it, hence why we're seeing Ponies. Those Ponies are going to be strong, folks. They're going to have the melee +1 tech and the Uma Bannerman on top of that. So they're going to be getting quite the damage inflation here. Yeah, melee 1, melee 2, and Bannerman. So they're hitting for about 12.5 damage. So they're basically Ghazi when it comes to DPS. Vortex doing exactly what Byzantine players do every night, Pinky. Take over the Castle Age. He's taking Castle Age. Voldemort is starting to stop our resources as well, but his tech timing is going to be a lot later here. The good news is, because it's Lombo Spearman, there isn't an immediate counterattack. It's a very slow comp. So you can afford to be later. But it does have the offset effect of Vortex now being able to quickly get into additional mercs. Yeah, remember guys, the Golden Horn Tower is going to allow him to not need this Olivo. And we're getting the goodies without needing to spend anything. Hold him up. What do you go for here? Because Byzantine's quite like Cataphracts in this matchup, I think. I'm expecting a Stables opener, but there is a cool world in which you quickly add in Onimusha to stop the raiding. It's bad for the main fight because Lombos will destroy you, but like for Cataphracts trying to raid, it shuts them down permanently. Of course, you want to see that before you build them, right? So unless you see Cataphracts coming, probably not going to react to it straight away. I don't know how I feel about Byzantines right now. Like, I do know how I feel in terms of their power ranking. They're very strong. I think once the civs above them get nerfed, they will be the banned civ. But in terms of the way they play, it feels like a lot of the time it is this same go castle strat at the moment. We've had variants though, like there's possibilities. There's still some good feudal age builds. But it does feel like in a meta where a lot of civs are trying to be more feudal present outside of the pro scholars, Byzantines has fallen back to the safety of green. And there's the Cataphract confirmation. First one's coming in. Meanwhile, it's going to be a hit resistance. I like this. He's not ready for a direct fight. He's waiting for age up. So you might as well burn down some of the infrastructure while Vortex isn't looking. Vortex is looking for a clear target lined up in his sights. It's going to be Voldemar's goal. Moving in. Outpost trying to get some defenses. It's going to be too late. This is one of the tricky things about greedy play timings on this map. The gold options kind of suck. Horsemen are going to go for the Valiant dive, though. Not going to find anything, though. The villagers. Vortex with the ringy rosies. Just goes around on them. Vortex, I mean, you might not have found kills over here, but his presence is more permanent. And the burn through more effective. Going up the houses. I think Voldemar's kind of cooked here, guys. Yeah, without Mount Samurai, what do you do? And you can't get Mount Samurai without gold. Like, he's in a really hard place right now. Range goes down. Voldemar is still trying to get more Yuumi together. Vortex just has so many lombos. 20 on the forward, so he's mirroring the Yuumi count. Not a good look for the Dane. 70 health versus 80. 9 damage versus 7. Horsemen try to march in to make it better, but the Limitani there to scare them off. Lombos are overkilling Yuumi, but it feels like the Yuumi are just dying way too fast compared to the Spearman. Yeah, he already lost half the comp. Vortex is going to keep the Merc dump going. Moves for the central berries. Why not when they spawn like this? Alright, Voldy. It's a decent effort, mate. But I think in the end, the outcome is looking quite clear here. You can't play Japan at the Star Castle without gold. It feels impossible. He's got 1 relic home, but he's just got nothing outside that. He hasn't even banked that relic. Really, the only thing you can do here is build more Yuumi. That doesn't solve the problem. You can't really afford horsemen because you just don't have sheep. And you don't have anywhere to go. He's going to try for it now. I think, has Vortex scoured that? Yeah, he knows about the secondary gold. He's going to go hunting. Might be time to stick a fork in Voldemar. Certainly starting to look a bit forked. That's also on the way home. I'm trying to find a way, but yeah, he can't either. GG gets called. A pretty underwhelming Japanese game in the end. Well executed by Vortex, though. Completely caught Voldemar off guard with that Grand Winery corner play. Yeah, I feel bad for Voldy. He's just kind of sitting there like, maybe I can... No. Maybe I can... No. It's done. That one dude got all his points back. Whoa, he made 100% of what he spent back. What a deal. Whew. The risks. Oh, man. All right, so let's see where they're going for game 2. All right, it's going to be Sacred Grove. Yeah, dude, I put this map in. I was like, let's see if people still like this. Glad to see it coming out. It's been a while since we've seen it, actually. Wait. Cow never added Sacred Grove? Wait. Dude, this map was in an S tier tournament. How did it never get added? It was used in not the most recent EGC tournament, the one before. What? I can't believe that didn't get added. True, the ROIs are going crazy there. All right, so Roos versus Sushi. So they are going to play it like a pro scout map then. What better way to give yourself the oh goody feeling than having your map played in a competitive series? Welcome back to the channel, folks. Vortex versus Voldemar, and Sacred Grove is back. Oh, yes. Great to see. It's been a while. I got a smile on my face, and at the same time, it's just disappeared because of sadness. I realized what civs these are. I realized what we're going to be doing here. Sacred Grove a bit of a mixed feeling map because like we released it in the middle of a Pro Scout meta and Pro Scouts was pretty darn good here. However, with the way the deer split, I did at least feel like we were often getting the deer Pro Scouts play out of the way quickly and then into a deeper state of the game. And also it does have this cool balance. So for those that haven't seen Sacred Grove, it's kind of like the lanes on a MOBA map, actually. I thought about having a second version made that's even more stringent with that. But you've got 3 lanes to take. You've got the quick lane, the shortest lane down the center, and you've got the flank ones. The cool thing about the central one, though, is like there's a lot of contest there over the starting deer. There's 7 deer for each player, always spawning the central lane. And then you go wider for the secondaries, but you also have to go wider for extra resources. The map has interesting dynamics. The biggest interesting part compared to something like Dry Arabia is the risk in the mid-game. Because your starting resources are pretty safe. Your late-game resources are fairly safe. But your mid-game resources are very open and exposed out in the open here. Yeah, like we kind of took elements of Gorge in that regard. But the laning on the flanks has maybe a little bit more safety than Gorge, I want to say. It's pretty cool. Alright, so who wins in this matchup? Sushi versus Roos. This has been a back and forth, actually. I still am not entirely sure which one is outright favored, because every time I feel like I'm ready to say, okay, Horse Archers wins this, or Lancers wins this, it gets flipped on its head. We've seen it on a lot of maps like Carmel, for example. I feel like quite often on that map, Sushi comes out behind, weirdly enough. And I think the reason is that there's too much food. So Shushi's big advantage in a Pro Scout meta is if you get the same amount of deer, they will have 20% more deer than you because of supervision. That gives them a lot more runway. But the problem you run into on maps like Carmel, I mean, A, gold is a limiting factor, and Roos have ways of doing that to match taxation. But the other interesting part is that the Roos, there's just so much food, they never run out. So the 20% more isn't advantaged. The mini garden. Oh! Okay. He takes the triple gold. So 75 gold. This is going to be good for a Pro Scout timing. What advantages do you think Roos has over other civs? They are by far the most impossible civ in the game to rush. You can't Dark Age rush. Any other civ in the game, like even English, you have more chance of Dark Age rushing. You shouldn't Dark Age rush English, but it would still go better than this. So yeah, like that's one of the big advantages. That matters early on. The other thing is the scouting advantage. They don't have to build a stables to get extra scouts. They don't have to sacrifice villagers to get extra scouts. That means they have more vision than any other civ in the game early on. And it also organically plays them to Pro Scouts a lot cleaner than most. In fact, it's not unrealistic to see Roos mirroring the Pro Scouts activation timing of Shushi. Because Shushi will have to build a stables and build scouts. And you would have already been doing that. Dark Age rush the hunting camps on the map, this map specifically. It's behind the base though, it's less advantageous, and it's kind of a gamble. Like when Roos play against civs that are expected to Dark Age rush, they just keep their hunting camps closer, and then there's no value to the Dark Age rush. That's what I mean by the unrushable. Like of all the civs in the game, this is the one you always think twice about Dark Age rushing. Because if you do it, and they have the hunting camp embedded here, you do nothing. And you just feel wasted. Now, some civs can still do that Dark Age rush, like Japan will add 2 spearmen. The reason that's okay, by the way, is because of Pro Scouts. Because the idea is you delay your opponent's Pro Scout timing by doing it. But we're never going to see a Dark Age rush from Shushi in this matchup. We are, however, going to see a fast castle build. Voldemar with only 9 sheep to his name seems to be rushing the 3rd age. What? It's obvious, though. No? Actually, maybe not. Oh, that's interesting to think about, actually. It's not immediately apparent because Pro Scouts cost 300 gold. And you need 600 attack. It's becoming apparent now, I think. Like, now's the point where it's alarm bells going off because you got 100 extra for the age up. Maybe you need an extra, like 50 for an Imperial Official. And they need 300 for gold on the Pro Scouts. So, like, the math doesn't add up here. So, Vortex should be a little bit suspicious. For good reason. The bald boys are coming. Oh my god. I think Voldemar's been scarred by that Mia Micah game. If you guys did not catch the Mia Micah versus Voldemar game that happened on the 20th of October, 2025, you should watch it. It will definitely get uploaded to the YouTube. It is probably the best Shushi game I've ever watched. The trees next to Voldemar's TC, they're not absurdly close, no. They're the same length. What do you mean here? No, they're about the same. Voldemar allowed in... I'm confused. Why would he be allowed in tournament? Are you getting your players mixed up? Okay, so Spinman coming in from Vortex. That'll protect the Pro Scouts play. That's also going to have to protect against Lancers. Of course, number one starting priority is going to be getting them bald boys out. Because you know how you beat a bald person, guys? Another bald person. You have to overwhelm the bald person with more bald people. Because that's the true bald strat against balds. Gonna be pretty good against the Spearman. Like, it's actually kind of surprising how good Lancer plus Monks are. Because the Monks destroy Spearman and then Lancers deal with everything else. Oh wait, you're right. Dimu's not online today. That's why. He's in Voldemar's army. He is part of KPMM. We've done it. Okay, so what's Vortex's plan here? It should just be get these 2 deer stacks back and then tech. The cool thing is now, because you're running in Pro Scout, you're like, well, I can get the extra deer later. So I don't have to rush them. Meanwhile, Voldemar's going to be out of food fast. Yeah, so if Vortex just starts focusing on raiding, it's a really good plan here. Because like, if you get into Horse Archers or even just Knights, you're expecting your opponent to be out on the deer, out on the berries, out on the boar quite quickly. Imagine a reskin monk that looks like Dimu. We probably have to make it a lot taller. It's quite a tall dude. Have it hunch over slightly, you know? That'll be when Liquid are like, damn, why did we drop this guy? We could have got a percentage of the skin revenue. No! What do you mean I'm just... Bro, I'm 5'12". I'm not short. What? Dumu's like 6'4" or something, I think. He's the one you should be worried to leave alone with your mum. So tall. You were quite short when I met you. Bro. Not super short, but not tall. I'm like, no. Wait, hold on a sec. So you've just like, you made up like a gauge point there. So what you mean to say is like, oh, you're about average height. But instead, you've like funneled me in to this non-existent category of like, oh yeah, not tall, not super short, quite short, bro. Anyone would think Boy was born in the depths of the swamps of the Dutchlands for how he categorizes height. Right, height trade house coming in from Vortex. T-Relic's already home though. Third one coming through. This is looking pretty good. There's going to be 4 relics at this rate for Voldemort. What do you mean pretty sensitive about the height? What the... Look, Boy's out here like this weirdo that turns up at events with a tape measurer. And he's like, oh, hey, how you doing? And then you just hear the unraveling of tape. Just like, oh, yeah. Like, you're just standing there having a conversation naturally. And all you hear is... Oh, wow. Yeah. Oh, you're like... You're not as short as I thought. What a weirdo. All right. Anyway, Knights... There's only one of them, but like he actually done a good job denying one of those relics. Medigun's now going to be idled out. We have got Chig on the way, which is the answer to Mass Spearman. I think Voldemort doesn't have the money. And by the way, like, why would I care about being that tall? Voldemort! It may seem like a pipsqueak, but it's actually quite tall. Yeah, here's the funny thing. His ass is about to get whooped, and Vortex, I think, is shorter than me. Checkmate, tall people. All that being taller gets you is a quicker death when poison gas falls from the sky. Now, Vortex is gassing him up here. I mean, the gold. Voldemort just has way too much gold and nothing to do with it. You know what being tall gets you? Tall gets you like this quicker death sentence when you're in one of those, you know, like the Resident Evil type like corridors where they try to laser you down. When they come for like the top to bottom cut route, you're first out. Do you know what? Like you guys, you don't understand how valuable it is to be a short person. If you're a short person, life is easy. All right? You just have to look at it differently. Sure, it's harder to get into a bar, but you know what's easier to do? To go into a restaurant and be ordering one of those roast dinners for kids. You know, like the ones they won't sell to adults. Or like, oh, hey, I'd like to, you know, go in the water park. Oh, are you an adult or a kid? I'm a kid. Boom. Just eat the humble pie and save 50% on the entry. Wait, Faplop's really short and has a beard? Okay, dude. You just described a dwarf. You're an extra from Lord of the Rings. Oh my god. I don't know where to upload this for the rants. Look at that. The taller guy lost. Checkmate, tall people. Your move. Oh, man. Oh, this is turning into quite the wash. Yeah, it's not looking good right now for Voldemort. Someone who's 5'11"? What? Dude, you're shorter than me. You just said I'm 5'12". Oh my god, bud. Remind me where you're from. I need to take a note of your math system. Okay, he's got Choina. That's it, guys. It's a comeback. Don't call it a comeback. This is why, like, guys, this is why I need a TikTok editor. Like, I need a shorts editor. I think we can agree that's the type of clippable and shippable content. That gets cut down in like a 30, 45 second segment and gets posted on the internet. Boom. That's what we need. No one who's 6 foot says 5'12"? Yeah, they do. Because, like, if you say 6 foot, it just sounds really small. Because then you're literally the smallest denominator is 6 foot. Like, your mindset's just wrong here. Like, that just means you're, like, the shortest person in the 6 foot category, you know? Like, do you want to be the youngest person in your year at, like, school? Or do you want to be the oldest? Everyone want to be the oldest. $512 just sounds bigger, man. How about 424? Well, no, because like then that's 2. You've gone too far. You can like stretch it and be like, I'm just like a millimeter underneath 6. You know, screw. You know what, screw you guys, alright? I'm 336 on height. Suck on that one. What up? We're in Vortex versus Voldemort. The taller guy is about to get crushed by the shorter guy. Checkmate, future basketball players. This guy, your tall representative, is about to get kicked in the nuts. Unless China can recover the disaster. Yeah, because this is a train wreck right now. Voldemort, everything falling apart. China versus Delhi, I mean, this is the Civ. The Holy Grail, the one that never loses, beats everything else, gets banned all the time. And then there's the Dark Horse of Broken Sieves, or should I say Dark Elephant? These guys are pretty ridiculous in the right situations. I don't know if they're going to get here in this matchup, though. Like, Delhi really struggled in the Pro Scout meta, and China's still a very good Pro Scouting Civ. Is Voldemort really taller than Vortex? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he is. But the thing, like, so Voldemort, like, here's the thing, guys. Voldemar's like that. You know those people where you meet them like, huh? How are you that tall? Are you wearing, like, platforms? Because they don't look like they're very tall. He's one of those. Like, so there's a guy in Dota that's like this, called Odie Pixel. Odie Pixel is, like, probably the best example I have of how is he that tall? Right? I just assumed his love life with Shiva was like, you know, she just loves short people. No, actually, I didn't think Shiva was that tall until that then dawned on me. But she's Dutch, so that makes sense. But, like, Odie Pixel, with him, one of the big reasons you don't realize it is he slouches. So he loses, like, 4 inches because he slouches so much. I think, what do you guys think? I think Dumu kind of has that as well, where he's fairly tall, but he doesn't look fairly tall. It's always confusing with Dimmu because whenever Marine Lord and him are at event, you find them with each other. So it becomes more confusing because Marine Lord makes him look taller. Like, I think Dimmu, he had a really good strategy there, you know? Like, get a friend that's really short so you always look much taller. That's why I have children. They make me feel so tall. That's the real reason we all have kids. Anyway, Sheeple for Voldemort is... It's a slight advantage. It's nothing crazy. Yeah, it looks like they're going to split the remainder. Actually, wait, no, sorry. No, this is crazy. I just realized Voldemort... Oh, wow. Oh, so he really pummeled Vortex in. 10 sheep? Voldemort already has 15. He's going to get everything. This is it. Tall people, rejoice. You can play Age of Empires 4. Wait until the 8 years old and overtake me? Yeah, but that's like... Because I created them, that's like a checkmate thing, you know what I mean? And yeah, Chinese scouts are very tall. They also have very good eyesight because they have the best glasses in the world. That explains why they see everything first. But like, what you guys don't realize is even if my kids are taller than me by the time they're 8 somehow, that's just proof of my good genetics, you know? And honestly, there is a possibility that my daughter will be taller than us by the time she's like 11. She's freakishly large. I hope she doesn't see this video when she's older. Like, it is ridiculous how large she is. I almost feel like if Ezra isn't ultra tall, I'm gonna feel like I will have experienced different elements of my children growing up, you know? Because, like, I feel as if it's almost like we just kind of fast-forwarded or skipped a certain age point. I should look in my Discord. What's that? What? Killer Pigeon not tall enough to fit into his own Bro! But, whoa. But that means I don't have a big forehead, so checkmate. Alright, I win. Like, everyone thinks the goal is to, like, not be too short. The goal is to not have too big of a forehead. So Vortex is in a really bad spot. He's got 10 and 12 versus 19. Pro Scouts coming in as well. Voldemar's going to have all the food in the world. He could have actually just delayed Pro Scouts in the opener. But it's weird against Delhi because you never want to do it. If you delay Pro Scouts, they'll eventually get it for free. Guys, why are you talking about my forehead now? Dude, my forehead is great. Like, you know, I've got a good forehead. It's really kind of like, you know, it's the right shape. It's like a good volume. It balances out against the hair well. Zinedine Zidane would never try to headbutt me. Why are you guys shaming me? So, like, look, dude, it's like a good head. I didn't have big glasses because I don't need huge glasses to distract from my head. That's what the hair's for. Alright, Voldemort. We have got spears now coming through. Vortis should be looking for an archer switch over. I know, the person who said this is like a throwaway save. I don't necessarily see it that way. Like, Delhi are pretty good on Gorge. Is China strong? Yes. Like, is it impossible for Delhi to beat China these days? Not necessarily. I've seen it a few times. I think Gorge is the map where it happens most often. China's like weird in some ways. Because I think China on this map prefers to be the aggressor. And it's very hard to be the aggressor against Delhi. That forehead's larger than... I swear to God, you're getting headbutted. You coming in Londinium? I'm going to headbutt you. I don't care if I get thrown out. If my head's that big, I'm going to use it. Bro, why is chat so cruel today? What did I do? You know, this is the thing. I'm kind to you. I feed you guys at least once a week. I occasionally compliment you. And this is how you are? Yeah, if I was like other streamers and abused you and called you dense, you wouldn't do this? That's it. This is you know, I'm starting to realize why Vader just gave up on the good side. I'm starting to realize how Sidious began. You guys have done it. I'm gonna be like at events holding a rope that's attached to a piano that's dangling over an entrance. You've done it. Perfectly fine the way you are. Don't let people tell you otherwise. Thank you, back to Warcraft. Although, that compliment would have been received better by me coming from someone who's actually taller than me. But thank you. Oh, that's why you guys are so cruel to me. Oh. It's all starting to come together. Alright, so we got Archer plus Guardian versus Spear Horseman. Are people making fun of KP's height and forehead? I'm just here to support. Whoa, whoa. Short King? Short King! Short Emperor, I'll have you know. Can't believe you get my title wrong. God, you're gonna make me like those people who have a doctor's degree where you just don't call them by their doctor's degree. Like, yeah, it's Mr. Webb. Actually, it's Dr. Webb. Oh, really? What did you do your doctorate in? Philosophy. Oh, you're not a real doctor then, are you? What are you gonna do if my spleen needs replacing because it ruptured? Are you gonna ideate on the possibility that maybe there's another life for me in the afterworld? Yeah. No, that's not gonna help me. Get me a real doctor. In Netherlands, I'll be short? Yep. Okay, I'd be short in the Netherlands because in the Netherlands, if you are not tall, you drown in childhood because of the swamps. So like, that's kind of different, isn't it? Like, that sounds like a huge negligence on the swamp folks' behalf. That if you're not tall enough, you just don't survive. And I know you're going to call it Darwin's theory, but if you truly believe that, why do y'all try to keep filling in the swamp area with land? You clearly don't like it either. It's how we only keep the superior people. Boy, when you reach past the point where you find your true love in life, because I'm telling you right now, like, they're out there somewhere, they're waiting for you. And when they end up being, like, 5'4", I'm going to remind you of this. Now, I know what you're about to say. That's never going to happen, KP. I'm never going to go for someone who's 5'4". I've already got my love in my life. My right hand has been my partner all these years. But I'm telling you, there's someone out there. They will be short. And I will not let you live it down. Alright, Imperial Palace on the way. All in all, things are looking decent for Valdemar. What are you hearing? It's just important discussions. Okay, this is like, I just realized I probably caused a lot of turmoil in Boy's life because I just outed his relationship with his right hand and no one told his left hand. So like, if you find Boy on the streets right now, he's very easy to identify. He'll be the towering person that's way too tall to fit in with the rest of the crowd. Like, would be perfect first target for like a sniper. Easy headshot. And both of his hands will just like it'll just be a fight like. Your left hand's really depressed right now. Try like pressing it against something. Then it'll be repressed. Clip that? You can clip it. Get off your ass. Clip it, ship it. Archie's coming in. Vortex. Okay, I said this looked really good for Voldemar. Can I change my answer, please? Is this like one of those game shows where I'm like, you did not win the money. I'd like to win the money, please. Can I win the money now? What happened? He's castled up. He has Feudal Spears. He has no units really in the castle areas that matter here. Like, I mean, the 1 or 2 lances against his spearmen isn't going to do well. Alright, so go Zug over him. I mean, Vortex, the raids, yeah, the raids definitely help for sure, but like, the shutdown is going to be kind of unreal here. I mean, Voldemar's raids don't really matter by comparison. Vortex, now dive onto the gold. But yeah, I need you guys to like clip those moments, get it modified correctly. And then what we do is we turn them into like sub alerts. Okay, Palace Guard might actually stabilize him here. It's a bit weird though because Ghazi aren't bad at dealing with Palace Guard. Lancers are barely hanging in there though. Vortex is just headbutting him. See guys, that's the power of a big head. A good sized forehead lets you headbutt through like this. Why did people stop building men-at-arms? Because they just lost the fight. Are you watching the same fight as me? They just got ass-slapped. Oh, hey, guys. I'm just going to bring, like, a long stick with a little chopper blade to a fight with a psycho with a mace. What did you think was going to happen? You were going to get a mace to the face. That is all. Archer's even sniping out the lancers. It's just easy to do when he's got ranged armor already. Yeah, like men-at-arms, I mean, Johan's not wrong. Men-at-arms in general in the current meta feel really sucky. It's really sad right now. The Lancer play is just too good for Pro Scouts. I think you only really do men-at-arms, and it's only really feeling valid when your opponent's like an age behind still. That's easier said than done, but oh my god, this game is easier said than won for Voldemar. That's 8 worker kills in total. His true eco count is 40 versus 46. And that's including the fact that Vortex got textiles. Look at that guy right there. Look, he doesn't die. You want to know why he doesn't die? Like, that huge hat is hiding an incredibly big forehead underneath it. Okay? It's a survival mechanism. It's how he thrives. Just calm down. No! I want men-at-arms to actually be viable. And not just cheesy. I'll die on this hill. Not before Voldemar at this rate, though. House of Learning on the way. He's still losing these fights in his base. I mean, he might be getting 1 or 2 extra kills, maybe. But the problem is you should be getting a lot more than that when you're castled up. The problem is he never had veterancy, so that just kicked in. But now Vortex is just going to kick out of this. And the Scholars are already moving in place. Oh, he's going for the Fine Relic grab. Why is his mill so far forward? What do you put in the berries? Because normally you're only worried about berries like this against civs that Dark Age rush or open archers. Delhi don't Dark Age rush, and they tend to open Ghazi. So, like, this detail, sure, it's like 50 minutes down the line, you can say, oh, why did you do that? Idiot. It's going to cost you the game. It's like, well, I mean... Dude, I could put all of my shares into company A, and it seems like a good decision right now. They got a good CEO. They're growing. They're expanding. And then tomorrow, a tsunami attacks. Come on, man. Like, I know it sounds like you should have checked the weather reports, but like, let's say it's a tsunami in a region there's never been one before. You know, it's like you got to balance risks in life, guys. You know, like sometimes you might be like 5'12". You've got a good set of hair on your head, enough to detract from your forehead. You see a girl in high school all those years ago, and you just got to make them. You know, like you just got to take the plunge. The risk that they might say no, because they might say yes, and they might be the one. Or you could be me, and she could ask you out instead. Can we get a hairline update? Sure. Update just in. My hairline is still holding on better than Vortex's. This is a joke because he's bald. Also, guys, I'm going to do it to him. I shouldn't do it to him because he's about to lose 3-0. But Voldemar, like, I'm going to let you guys in a secret. You think he has really, really nice hair. Met him in person. It's all fake. So what you don't realize, guys, is like he just chooses the camera angle and then he just like jams all of his hair in that direction. So like, you know, when people have like the headset hair, it's like that to the extreme where it's just like, it's almost like, you know, when you go on a Hollywood set and they've got those, like those fake prop buildings where like, it's just a flat side. And when you look behind it, it's just like held up by a wood, like a wooden stilt. Like that's his hair. Like if you catch Voldemar from the side, it's all fake news. I'm sorry, Voldy. I had to do it. The people have to know the truth. Voldemar, he's just not connecting in a truly meaningful way. Like, yeah, he's got a few working kills here or there. But it's a 4-1 relic split. He's outnumbered on Lancers already. Against Delhi, who... Now, you don't have the Dali horses. You're not Chushi. He's about to have home blades. Archer count is about even, but then there's also the threat of Pakes down the line. Like, it's impressive in how many areas Delhi can be better than China on technological quality. You know what that is, guys? That is a secret preview that in 20 years, you'll be buying all your good technology from India, not China. Okay, that might be my, like, worst prediction so far of the stream. China's pretty OP. Just not so much in this game. The good news is Voldemar gets to see the ridiculously large army sooner, thanks to the Imperial power. He might be wishing at this point that he had Nesta Bees. And it's happening again. The El Clasico for Delhi at the moment. The castle drop. It's so nice when you get these 4 berries. Voldemar can be forced into the fight. The archers just jump straight onto the workers. And one going down. At least shrink the cost of loss of worker life to just 1. Now we have bigger problems coming. If you thought you could keep dancing around your base, you're wrong. It's go or get out. Right now is the end of you. No, we're not singing that song. It's not the time. But this has to be go time. Voldemar, you can sense it. Like, the military count, the difference seems to be growing again. Lancer count in particular is the scare factor. I just think this is a flood. He's got home blades, and yep, he's going to call it. He won't even give us our glorious fight to end. There you go, guys. The bigger head, the shorter man wins. Proving that all of your self-conscious, egotistical statistics do not matter. The bald boy rules here. 3-0 victory for Vortex. Ugh. G to the G. Oh, the good news is those 2 games in that series delivered us, like, if I can get a TikTok YouTube editor for shorts. I think that delivered us like 8 different clips at least. There you go, guys. Go live stream fill it up. There's the 4. What, dude? Like, look at the space that my head is taking up in the screen. All right, it's less than an eighth. That's not big. Is this pro players? It is indeed. 2 top 16 players or top 20. Voldemort is like, it's a little bit hard to truly rank. Like, he's kind of hitting that top 16 point. He's just got to hold it with consistency. Am I saying that I have a small head? I'm saying that it is a reasonably sized head. God, wait until you guys discover my hands. Wait, no! Nothing to see there, guys. Let's get the next set ready. Nothing to see. Trump hat? Dude, they're white. They're not orange. Chill. All right. Next up, we're gonna do Numadon. Actually, let's do Lucifron versus Jif or Numadon versus Sass, guys. What do you think? Let's do Numadon versus Sass. And let me just update my stream title. Average sized. All right, there we go. Let's go for some Sassy versus Numu. Yeah, hey guys, average pigeon here. Moderate pigeon here. I should just make a channel called that. You know, like you're like, hey guys, Spirit of the Law. Hey guys, moderate pigeon here. Actually, no, dude. Moderate pigeon makes you sound like a recovering alcoholic. Average pigeon works. All right, so let me get them listed. Did I just took their draft the wrong way around, didn't I? Yeah, Civ draft link is this one. Map draft link is this one. Numadon versus Sass. I Am Magic is our Spirit of the Law. Yeah, but he needs to work on his introduction. Hey guys, Magic here. Needs to be like, I can't remember if that's how he does it. Like, it should just be like this. You shall pass, thanks to I Am Magic's Canadian bootleg tips and tricks store. Come on in, one and all. And then you just go from there. Why do you want me to lose glasses? Do you not want me to read your comments in chat? Are you about to say mean things about me? Is that what's happening here? By the way, Magic, when you actually start using that, you owe me 10% of ad rev from YouTube. Thank you. I need it because I don't have enough people subscribing on Twitch, so I can't afford my bills. All right. Wait. Knights Templar got. But the Knights Templar are in. Rogan. And what does Farman want? What's up, Farman? How tall is Magic? Dude, Magic is actually quite... I think Magic's like 6'2"? Or 6'3". Magic is actually quite tall. He's a really nice guy, but because he'll do like that silent, like, stalwart, like, type thing, it's like, he's going for the intimidation factor. Guy's secretly a killer. I wouldn't be surprised if he's the Vancouver Bay Butcher, you know? Secretly. No, he's 5'14.5". See, there you gotta do decimals. Decimals is even bigger. You don't know imperial units? Please translate. Do we need to colonize your ass again? Learn. Well, okay, I'm sorry. That was too far. We colonized a lot of things. We may or may not have colonized you. At this point, I'm just collectively categorizing. Too soon. It's not even a few centuries. All right, guys. They told me they were broken. Knights Templar has arrived. That is the most scuffed introduction. SAS versus Numidan. You want to see if they're OP? You want to see if they're good? Let's stick them on a land map with a little bit of fishing and see if they eat the haddock or eat a fist to the face. Welcome back, folks. Welcome to the midweek muster, week number 10, quarter of the way through the entire organization of this $20,000 esports circuit. Numidan with a Rus. It's a little bit tricky, actually, for SAS. I don't know if you want to try and Dark Age rush. It's so hard against Rus. But it would have been good because of the way Numu set this up. Look at this. Greedy boy. He just stuck it at the back so it wouldn't be seen in a rush. Rus versus Knight Templar is kind of interesting to think about, though. And, he is going to fish. Okay, but I don't know. This smells a bit fishy. It also looks a bit fishy. But I don't think it's fishy in a good way. It's such a weird play on this map. Rocky River used to be all fishing. The meta was just you went fishing boat, fishing boat. But then they nerfed it. It used to be that you got 4 shoreline fish in each of these ponds. Now you only get 2. So it's a lot less desirable. So, I mean, the thing is for Knights Templar, of all the civs, they still justify it because of the efficiency. There's a lot of elements here. Like, they can stay here and they can, in this case, club a sheep. He could chop the tree. He's able to efficiently chop trees and get food for it. So it just allows you to set up fishing boats a bit cleaner than most civs. Okay, that I don't want to say fishing anymore this game. And look at that. Farm Man is back to abusing my YouTube audience. He wonders why they say such mean things about him in the comments. Oh, wait, like, so remind me, like, in terms of which countries use feet, I think my country is within its correct right to use feet. Because every country uses feet. You're literally standing on your feet in a few cases right now. Hey, sorry, I had to make the joke. But, like, how many countries use the foot system for measurement? I feel like quite a few do, no? It's very weird, though, because, like, you have this mixture where, for example, Americans in particular, they'll use foot for height of a person, but then they'll use meters for other things. Well, same for us, actually. Yeah. I don't know, I guess, like, the foot numbers just sound bigger. If you say I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm like 1.8 meters, it doesn't... It sounds pretty late. We're like, wow, 5'10" or 11 or however much that is. Sounds pretty good. So, a switch up into Iraqs. Okay, I like this. Like, you want to have the spearmen to deal with the scouts. The only 3 countries, the United States, Liberia, and Myanmar, officially use the imperial system. But the United States is the primary country that uses it in daily life. Got you. Countries like UK and Canada use a metric and imperial units. Wait, is that true? I thought United States measures a bunch of things in meters. I know one that's very confusing for a lot of countries is the fact that, like, in Europe, if I remember correctly, the UK is like, are we the only ones that use the miles? Most countries use kilometers, right? Alright, so... who wins from this opening? This is so expensive for SAS. Like, he's stuck in the Dark Age now. Because he's adding in another dock, so his time is going to be slow. He's only got 1 on gold. This is also really annoying. Like, I think docking like this is quite difficult against Rus. Like, for those wondering, why would you spear in Dark Age after all this? You actually have to, otherwise the scouts can burn your buildings. 4 scouts is pretty good at taking out docks. The UK have acres. We use acres for, like, measurements of like, land. Yeah. That was true. I said docking. So, guys, you know what the best thing is? Like, so he's docking so that when he gets these big boats, he can then, like, put them inside the dock, successfully docking them to keep them safe from the impeding Rus archer fire that will come down the line. True story. Is KP average size, or is the average size the same as KP's? Clearly, I define all metrics. That way, like, I'm never too big, never too small. I'm just average. If the whole world has to bend to the will of my average sizes, I am perfectly sized. Unless, of course, I'm on an LSD trip and I think I'm in an episode of Smurfs, in which case I'm really big. So Hospitaller coming in now. Hospitaller is not too bad. It's just a little bit sad for the fishing boys that it doesn't affect the movement speed of the fishing boats. Yes! Crackety! Yes! High five. Ready? Boom. We just done it. I proved my point. If you could be called 512 or you could be called 6 on measurement, you choose 512 because it just sounds much cooler and much bigger. Get freaking wrecked. Boy has just proved that Dutch people are weird. I'm sorry, Dutch people. The rest of you didn't do this, but Boy, as a representative of your nation, has put you all in a shameful position. Okay, so Numenor into archers. Has got the Winter Fortress coming. Now, this is, like, interesting, actually, because Knights Templar can mirror archers quite easily. The interesting part is actually the Hospitaller. It's not bad at the start of a scale to kind of give a little bit of mischief to stop the archers, but also heal. And we are getting horsemen as well. So this is 1-1-1 then from Sass. Crackety says I'm 175. Isn't that like what we basically said then? Wait, 5'8"? Crackety. Bro. We gotta talk about your rough calculations. Honestly, I got a tape measure right here. There's nothing going on, it's just fishing. We don't care about this. This is much more important. Alright. I got the numbers. Do you guys want to know? Hold on, let me just go. Alright, you guys want to... 6'2". Alright. So it turns out... I am actually... No one cares about the skirmish. No one cares. Look, we'll press T. We'll get the important info. I'm 5'9". I think I'm 5'9". Like 5'9" and a tiny bit. So it's like, where was it? It was like halfway to the 5'10". But, what you guys aren't accounting for is I get an extra 2 inches from my hair. So 5'12" was correct. Checkmate. On centimeters, let's have a look. So we're about 180, 181 on centimeters. So you're a little bit off. Little bit. You robbed me of 6 centimeters, Crackety. And as we know, 6 centimeters is a lot. Hair doesn't count. You only say that because you're clearly bald. Alright, Horsemen have been raiding quite well, actually. Like, Sassa's game is looking decent. He's got every single pawn locked in. However, he's up against pro scouts. And it's going to be like trade house coming in. KP is wearing heels, probably. Actually, I only do that when I'm visiting your sister. It's kind of a thing. You're 169? Oh my god. I'm taking the hobbits to Isengard. No, your hair doesn't count if it goes down. Because, like, if your hair's going down, it's not just gravity. It's like your hair has admitted defeat, like it wants to give up. Like, look at my hair. My hair literally just keeps going up. It just goes up and up and up. It doesn't stop. Okay, so high trade house complete. Get your numbers in, folks. It's not a bad one. Yeah, but SAS, I mean, this is like a big investment. Doesn't really feel like it's paid off. And what's up, Copper Sneloff? Sorry about that. I did see sub. What a legend. Dutch person considering dropping the sub now. Hell yeah, there we go. I got the validation. He's like, whoa, he's higher than 5'8". We got a sub now. Appreciate you, buddy. He's like, wow. Compared, like, by non-Dutch standards, he's pretty tall. That's impressive. If my hair gave up, your legs gave up on growing. They ain't gonna give up on kicking your ass. All right? You coming at me? I'll take you. You know what the problem is now? You've challenged someone you conceive to be a short person. And mark my words, short people will be the envy of your existence. All right? We kick you in the shins, you come down to our height, and then we get the shiv out and go straight for the stomach. Like, it's easy. Don't mess. Okay, so Nim's got knights coming in. Men-at-Arms as well. Remember what we said? Men-at-Arms usually looks really sucky unless your opponent's an age behind. Then they look god tier. Like, this is the thing about Men-at-Arms. They rarely look good in Castle. But when they do, they look cheesy. And it's when your opponent can't age. But we have got SAS trying to rush up now. I mean, he's got fishing. He's got deer. He can definitely catch up on age. Balding soon? Nah, dude. My hairline, like, we literally had this in Germany. Where it's actually a few years back with the Red Bull Warlord Legacy. Where someone was like, I'm balding. And it was almost like a manly moment of like, like, I'm balding, oh no. And I just sat there and went, I'm not balding. And then I had this surround of Red Bull staff and Nilly, all people that are slightly balding, just feeling my hair going, oh wow. Oh, wow, no, yeah, wow, look, there's so much there. You're fine. It was like, oh, thanks, guys, but also, Jesus Christ, this is depressing. What is that? Oh. Okay. I mean, I kind of get the thought here is up against mass archers, but, like, it sucks because you want to Angevin, but you can't because there's not much fish. He's pretty much going to have exhausted, like, what, one stack of... So he's got, like, 2,000 food, maybe 2,500 food left. That's not a lot for Angevin Empire. So he just went for Castile, which is terrible for the Janitor, but he's going to do them as well. The one upside I was thinking is actually the Sacred Site, because it's in the center of the map. He can actually just play around this like a Kurotai, which is pretty cool. But other things in this game look bad. I don't know, man. Like, maybe SAS is like a bit of a weirdo and actually likes the delay on attack. He is the guy that tried to convince me I should be streaming the game, playing the game when I had my old PC. And my excuse was like, if I record, stream, and play, I'll get 30 frames. And he was like, oh, that's playable. So, like, I mean, if he believes that, like, yeah, AoE 4 is very playable at 30 frames, that might explain why he doesn't care about the Genitor's really bad attack animation. Because these guys, they have a really bad wind-up. Their big problem is they're terrible for start stepping. It's weird because they have 1.62 attack speed, but I mean, we've got some pros in chat that can attest to it. They don't feel like they have 1.62 attack speed. A horse archer feels smoother than these guys. Let's see if SAS can prove me wrong, though, if they can be the way. They aren't an answer to Men-at-Arms, that much is for sure. He needs Templar Brother for that. Ambitious fight here from Numenon, though. I think he stepped up a bit too soon, so SAS will win the initial battle. Look at all these amazing 5'8" Knights Templar archers plowing on through. And look at these guys, these 5'4" Genitors on their very, very big opponents. Teaching us that in life, the short man can dominate by using the tall red as his servant. Master. This is going to be so weird if these all go up on YouTube. It's just been a day of, like, of height wars. Which is weird, because, like, if any Age of Empires should have height wars, it's Age of Empires 2, because literally being on the higher ground gives you more damage. I thought AoE 4 would be more accommodating, because, like, having higher ground does nothing for you in this game. KT's underrated, change your mind? I think we'll just call you a lost cause and not try to change your mind. Centaurs in AoE 4, right? Look at him go. The Giga Boys. That would actually, like that's the thing. If they never fell off, because they tumble off when they die, they should have made it so they don't fall off, and then we could have convinced ourselves it's Centaurs. Sass, I don't know though. Like these fights are deceptive. They kind of look good, but as we get further and further in, are you guys noticing a problem here? All of his archers are gone, and now he's just left with Genitors as his backline. Genitors have like very bad variants. They have the same damage, the same base damage as feudal archers and castle. So having just archers here instead of the Genitors would have given him more flexibility to do damage against knights. So it's not that like Sass can't win, but it's putting a lot of pressure on his Templar bros to deliver. A lot of pressure. That would have been a good place to fight, but he backed off there. Yeah, remember, he's got Castile, so the Sacred Site is actually his best friend. Fighting wider than the Sacred Site equal losses in fights. Has got crossbowmen coming. Okay, so he's ticking the boxes. He's getting the answers. Relic game is going to favor Numidan, and it is going to be 109 in the high trade house. Not too bad. Genitors regen? No, it's this. Remember, this is Castile. I'm going to have to explain this a lot because we never see it. Remember, Kingdom of Castile, their passive perk is that Sacred Sites give them a damage buff of 20% and +1 healing every second. Think of it as Kurotai. It is literally a Kurotai for them. They don't even need to capture the Sacred Site. They just need to be near it. It's actually really freaking good. Sadly, the unique unit you get is really, really bad. Another Night Clash near me. Let's go for ranged armor. Oh, God. These guys are going to do no damage. And where did these come from? The Arch has been chilling this whole time. Sass, I don't know, man. I think Sass is out of food. The fishing must be low at this stage. Down to 200 here. So he's maybe got like maximum 1,002. Whereas Numidan has pro scouts. So it just never stops. Has slowed down, mind you, but he's even getting farms in now, which I don't think Sass has been doing. Yeah, it's like for a moment you wanted to believe in Sass, but then you just think of the economics of it. And Knights Templar get womp womp where they always do. Is like, okay, you know, when you have to switch off of having fish, what do you do? That's the thing. If this was the old Rocky River where you had 4 fishing in each pond, I think he could potentially roll this. He just can't keep up in Heavy Knights. And yeah, to recap, like the reason you never see the Genitors is because they are by far the most annoying unit to micro in the game, I think. I'm trying to think if there's more annoying than them. There's maybe something, but not many. It's just the attack animation. Like, it just feels weird. It's like you know what it is? They throw the javelin like, and now I'm going to get a new javelin out. Okay, you're going to do it now? No, I'm going to talk about it for 5 minutes so that Bond can get out of the trap and then foil my plans. Here comes the javelin, and I've got it. Woo! Like, it just makes him a very sad unit. I really want Castile to win. Because it's just such a good YouTube upload when it finally happens. But I think I'm going to have to just wait again. I feel like I'm going to get Worker Elephants before I get Castile winning in 2025. Oh no, and the Knights, they found the Woodworkers. So Sass with big idle time here. He's already lost a lot of economy. Squirrel ships aren't going to change the outcome. There's just so much that can dive past here. Just continually doing so. Numidan, it's just chaos. Pure. Sass does at least get his bros in position. I'd love to see the Warrior Monk coming to these engagements. Just giving the extra buff would actually allow his knights to win, because these Templar bros do have slightly more health. But not enough to overcome the numbers, it feels like. No, he has to back off. Goes for a recharge last second. That was good micro. The archers are actually making a world of difference here. Just the one crossbowman to guarantee it. That's Templar bros down. Sass with exposed economy. No quick counterattack coming in. I am shocked and appalled that this 5 base damage Genitor has not been killing 50 health workers. It would only take him 10 shots. That feeling when you realize that Genitors are worse villager raiders than Yuumi. Actually, Yuumi pretty good. Yeah. Let's not talk about Castile. I think they might need buffs. Hot take: his mistake was building Templar Brothers. They're pure ass. It's funny because I think I remember one or two pros saying they felt like Templar Bros were like a top 4 knight. That was underwhelming. Welcome to Knights Templar on land. It's like dancing on ice and Knights Templar on land. They do nothing. Okay, so point on the ball for Numu. Mark the left side win. Let's see what the boys are going to take us next. Templar Bros are top 4 knights in 4v4 gigantic. Yeah, like the problem is just the cost and the scale. Like Templar Bros kind of remind me of Streltsy. Like, wow, look at this great unit. I'm gonna build 15 of the. Why are they still not hit? You know what it's like? It's like when you go and you're like, oh, I could get one of those crappy products from Temu that's gonna break straight away, or I could get factory new, right? Nice made Ferrari chair. I don't know why they're making chairs now, but it's gonna take 5 weeks to get here. Oof. By then, my ass, my spine, my back are all dead. And that right there summarizes Templar Brothers perfectly. Alright, so. Game 2. House of Lancaster, though. Ooh. Okay. Versus Shushi. Okay. I think we got a series. The armored spearmen aren't bad. It just needs a lot of economy. It's like one is time driven, the other is resource driven. That's why most just go for the arbor, not the arbors, the Genoese crossbowmen. There is hope for Sass here. A disastrous game number 1, but game 2, he's got all the new civs. He done Templar, but now he does the broken one. House of Lancaster coming in on Cliffside against Shushi. Guys, this is actually a pretty good matchup for Lancaster from what we've been seeing. I think that these guys have become the kings of Cliffside, dethroning civs like Shushi that were actually finding popularity here earlier in the year. Sass, he's got the right idea. It's going to be a Dark Age Rush opening, going to be effective against the gold gathering. Now, that won't stop Numu from teching. Like, actually, House of Lancaster gets less impact against Shushi than they do against China on this map, because China would have to rush the gold. But Numidan, if he only gets a little bit of gold here, he can tax his way through. So, first Spimmer coming in. I imagine Sass is going to do 2 or 3 Spimmer max, and then maybe look to tech. Because the tricky part is Shushi are very fast at aging up. There is a temptation to do more, though, because if Shushi can't get gold, they can't build Chukes, so they can't kill Spearmen. So it's always an interesting dynamic. I've seen some players go 4 or 5 Spearmen because of that reason. It's a good spawn to harass, by the way. Gold here. Berries, he didn't get tempted towards. Remember, guys, when you play against civs that can Dark Age Rush, if you're worried your opponent's going to de-rush you, don't go out to berries. Just have your mill closer. Just accept that, you know, better to get something than nothing at all. Yeah, because the other thing is it hurts to lose the production, the drop-off build, rather, because you're then losing out on tax as well. Or you have to force the tax early when you don't want it. Okay, so Numu, it's a decent amount of gold. This does mean he can't pro scout, though, which is a big negative for Shushi. And it is going to be Sass with just the double spear, so he's just going for the tech now. You go for Proxy Deer? Alright, I want to see your replay where you went for Proxy Deer against Lancaster. I need a good laugh. Like, we'll get the popcorn and everything. Everyone will forget about my height at that point. It'll be good. Wait, actually, we don't have to care about height. I'm taller than people thought. We won. That's a win. You know, it's like, you know when someone's like, wow, you're smarter than I thought. It's like, it's an insult, but it's also like, I mean, well, proved you wrong. And this is the meditation gun I was expecting. It looks really bad, but if you're going to get blocked out of gold, this gives you what you need to start getting into things like the Taxmen or the Tug. It does look grim, but it's still a decent one. It's going to be 86 resources. So the 36 food, 25 gold, 25 stone. Abbey of Kings coming in as expected. This is what makes Lancaster balls in the China shop. But in particular on this map, it makes them a pure destructive force. Definitely uses a boosted... Why are we back at this? Actually, I opened the door for this one. I'm sorry, you think I can afford boosters? Dude, I have 2 kids. They have the boosters. Do you know how expensive booster seats are now? You make all these speculations and they cost money. I don't have that money. They ain't cheap. You want to get a good booster suit. They're like... I don't know, I have to ask Emma for sure, but I think we spend like 80, 90 quid at least on those booster seats. Good lord. And yes, the Lords need to be nerfed. They're a bit too good. The problem with the Lords is they do too much. They are really tanky. They have good damage. And they buff up your entire army. Like, there's no negative for them is the problem. It's funny how a safe 2 extra villages placement is considered bad Medigarden. Well, it's not necessarily 2 villages, though. Because, like, remember, he can disturb the peace. But yeah, to, like, the point... it's because people got spoiled. Because you used to get ridiculous meditation gardens, people are like, oh, this is bad now. Or they compare it to like, oh yeah, Lancaster. Wow, look at that meditation garden. Oh, wow, it's 86 resources. That's 0.75 of a mana. It's true, but like that isn't because a meditation garden is incredibly bad. It's because the manas are incredibly good. You know? Like, what was it? Is it comparison is the thief of joy? You know, think of the things you do have. Like, you know, you as Xu Shi can build a heavy melee infantry in the feudal age. Isn't that cool? Look, he has 3 melee armor, 130 HP, 9 damage. Meanwhile, like, as Lancaster, what you got? You got these spearmen and then... Oh. Oh. Yeah, his is bigger. But he can't build 20 of them and throw the game. There we go. Wait, is Numadon actually going to build 20 of them? He just queued up 2 more Palace Guard. Okay, then. We're doing this. So this is mass Palace Guard, then. Maybe not. It could just be 3 or 4 and then a tech play, which makes a lot of sense. If he has the food. But Numadon... he's got 11 sheep. That would be enough to thread the needle, but not a crazy amount in reserve. You think they should also be called kings, so you're not wrong? That's true. I think I should also be able to say that I'm a bigger streamer than Shroud, so that I'm not wrong. And for that to be true, I now need to be a bigger streamer than Shroud. I don't know. Like, I don't know where to spin that as. Like, you go, buddy. Positive emulation. If you believe someone hard enough. But then again, this is how people start thinking a square is a circle. Fake it until you make it. No, that's why like everyone's viewership is down. Thanks, Twitch bots. Palace Guard are scaling though. Nimu up to 5 now. He has got pro scouts coming, so it will become affordable. This is interesting though, because like there is an advantage to be gained for Sass if he goes for Billman. If he goes for Billman, he can offset the threat. Also Yeoman. Yeoman work decently against early Palace Guard because they only have 2 ranged armor. And he's going straight after the scouts. And look at this, guys. They're almost beating the Lords. There's just 3 times them. It's actually not bad, though. If Numadon can get a 1-to-1 exchange, that's a good trade. He pays 125. The Lords cost 160 and take a long time to produce. So great snipe there, taking out one of the Lords. And only losing 1 Palace Guard for it. That was actually really impressive from Numu. Sass is now going into Hobbler, which I don't fully understand. Is he expecting Chug? I mean, Hobbler are usually good for raiding, but I actually think in this type of game... There you go, he's got the archery ranges. This is your best friend. Because Yeoman can technically kite Chug. You can edge out and stay away from them. And it also gives you a way of kiting and slowly killing the Palace Guard. Palace Guard should be called Paper Guard. Well, these Paper Guard are origamiing the crap out of this right now. Because Sassa's timings have been disrupted. Yeah, the fact that Numidon's getting Deer back like this is really impressive, actually. Yeah, the numbers are starting to plump up. I think Numi just straight up tries to rush castle now. Because if you just get that tech in raw and fast, you get the castle upgrade and pass guard, they're unkillable. Keep clashing for now because he needs to guard the Deer. This is without blacksmith decks, by the way. Numidon, I definitely think his goal is castle. Because otherwise, you would have considered adding in... Okay, maybe it isn't castle then. He has got the blacksmith. Okay, so this opens up a lot of potential avenues, but it's because he just saw the yeoman. So undermesh as a reaction is good. He'll need that. But Sass has the right idea. He's going for Steeled Arrow, so he's trying to buff his range mass. I feel like this is a race to see if Numidon can hit his castle timing, or if Numidon reaches... or Sass rather reaches critical massive archers. And in fairness to Sass, he's pacing quite well here with the triple mana. Already about to hit 10 yeomen. This is a very different game of Lancaster than what we've seen. Lancaster's been dumping on people because they always get that massment hobbler, but this strategy by Numidon seems to have screwed Sass's plan entirely. He's got enough Deer here. I think you just bum rush the Age. You know, you gotta be like me in a game of Battlefield. Rush C and A. CA, Castle H. And yeah, healing auras typically work on allies, but things like damage buff auras, health auras, not as much. It's like, it's basically the way that they've been coded, healing auras seem to be strategically placed differently than damage, which is why like Kurotai buff heals allies. Actually, I can't remember, does it damage buff them still, or did that get nerfed? I know it heals, but I can't remember if it damage buffs. But Kurotai is like a weird outlier because of the way it was coded as well. Because it even got changed to include bonus damage. Alright, I think Sass is kind of stuck here. He's not diving. He doesn't know. The Malno Academy is on the way. Not just that, Numidon is prepping more Power Guard. Remember, guys, it only takes 30 seconds, but with supervision, he can actually have that within 10-15 seconds of age up. And he is Asian up right now. Get it? Because Shushi's Asian. I hate myself. I'll see myself out. But I think Numi might be about to see Sass out here. Tech up complete. 10 seconds. That's all you have. 10 seconds to change the world. And I do not see the evolution coming. I just see death. PG upgrade in. He can't even kill the tower. Sass. The damage is irrelevant here. It's 4 ranged armor to your 6 ranged damage. The melee we won't even talk about. That's just depressing. It's going to be a clap down and cheeks clapped. Sass loses the Lords. I can't believe I'm about to say this. Lancaster on Cliffside just took the L. Game evolving or Numidon just a go? You guys decide. That's crazy. I mean, I'm impressed, man. Like, that's not really something that often happens, I feel like. I feel like Lancaster's still meant to be favored, but Numu took him on a weird route. Alright, and I just got confirmation in, by the way. Numidon versus Scarlet Devil is happening in 15 minutes. So I guess we can have a look at one of the Anatan Bit Cousin games then. Oh my god, it's really hot in here. One sec, chat. Whew. What do you mean average sized? Actually, yes. We're average size. Yes. That's the one. All right, we're gonna watch an Anno versus Bit Cousin game, and then up next we've got Numidon versus Scarlet Devil. Right, let me switch this over. I'm quickly in the background going to edit out the scores. What do you mean I'm short, not average? We just... Okay. Google. What is the average size of a man? The average size of a man is between 4 and 5 inches. Wait, wrong thing. The average size of a male adult is 5 foot 9 inches. In the UK, and 5 foot 8.1 inches globally. I am above average by both accounts. Checkmate. Booyah, baby. Ever so moderately, ever minusculely taller than average. All right. Anyway, let me update that score. So we've got... What did we just do? So we got Numenor versus Sass. So we're going to have Numenor versus Scarlet Devil in a second. But I think we check out one of these games while we wait. And then, 1 second, let me export that so it's ready. I will move the camera in a sec. I'm just typing things in the background. Okay, so we did get Dark Age Rush into Sushi. Wait, really? I guess it's not bad, actually, because Sushi, they can't go Pro Scouts and get Chug News. They have to choose. So they're either counterplaying you and delaying the Pro Scout timing, or, like, they're ignoring you and maybe getting Pro Scouts on a bad timing. And yes, Bit Cousin, what a legend. Mr. Bitcoin here, who actually beat Corvinus. Because I think Corvinus FF. I don't know why, but he did. But it still counts. So this week, he's technically better than Corvinus. I don't know how Bit Cousin got out of that. I looked like it was going to be a bit scuffed for a moment, but 2 Spinmen shouldn't really be getting killed, so nicely played. Bit Cousin gets away. Oh no, I just realized he's one of those TTVers. Okay, so I ironically do this with my EA account because I lost the password for my original Killer Pigeon, so I have Killer Pigeon TV, but that's different. I don't know if this works, by the way. So I think there's games where having your, like, TTV in your name is, like, it makes sense. So an example of this is, like, Dead by Daylight. Because you're playing Dead by Daylight with some people and you're having some fun and you're laughing and you're chatting and whatever. Like, they'll come through. But I don't think it works in games like Dota, Counter-Strike, Age of Empires. The person might come through just to tell you to go suck on the left one. But, like, that's it. Because, like, the difference here is you're potentially taking a dump on someone and beating them. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Like, maybe the AoE4 community is, like, too nice, and that's not the case. Because remember, I used to do this. In the early days, I used to have the TTV names all the time. DBD also has the highest amount of stream sniping I've ever seen. Yes, but that's how you get the viewers. I see people go there to say GG or insult them. Exactly. Like, so I think there is a positive spin on that. It's like you got them in the room, and now you got to keep them. So it's like, I mean, it depends how you want to try and take it. Do you want to, like, get kind of abused and then, like, spin it into something positive? Or, like, when they say GG, maybe there's an opportunity. But I guess it's like, that's a sales opportunity where, like, you now have a small window to, like, lay out a haha moment. Like, hey, I do still think, like, honestly, if you're trying to start a Twitch channel, the better thing to do than that is just go do YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, etc. Which is kind of where I think, like, we have kind of a failure to deliver content in the scene a lot. I don't think I'd be my size if I didn't bother with YouTube at all. I think it would have been impossible. Maybe I'm wrong in that. Like, you technically can make it just on Twitch, but it basically requires you to be part of a clique. It's like, I have a creator who's quite big on Twitch, and he doesn't really do anything on YouTube. But the catch was he was part of, like, Kai's university thing. So it was pretty much you embedded yourself in someone else's content to build a audience. Like, for real, you know. If I do have anyone who's, like, thinking of streaming, I'm not trying to deter you from streaming. I'm just saying, use your time wisely. Go live to get your content for your other channels. And then if that grows on Twitch, then great. Oh, you think Big Cousin wants Pro Scouts? What's the giveaway? This is quite the heavy commitment. So Outpost goes up. I know. Kura's already now complete. He's holding reserves. He might just fast castle this. Yeah, eating the berries as well. Luara coming in clutch. Can't he just abuse the tax drop-off trick? I think maybe he's trying not to. In fact, he's not even taxing normally. Yeah, the tax drop-off trick I think is allowed because it's like very hard to track and monitor. It's just not worth the calories. I don't know if you mentioned it at any point, but the player count is growing and has better numbers than the same month last year. It's surprising knowing that DLC hasn't been released. It's probably the build-up towards it releasing in conjunction with things like, you know, Stormgate dying, StarCraft declining still, leading to people looking at different games. There's still a big issue on, like, actually funneling people through to the content arc and getting new people in the game, though. What's up, Sam Coles? Thank you very much, mate. Alright, so he got Pro Scouts, but, like, this timing isn't... Wait, did he get Pro Scouts? No, he did. He's skipping it. Oh, it's a castle race now. Okay, that makes... No, that's fine, then. The outpost makes total sense. This isn't a bad idea by Big Cousin. It's going to be Shallow Monster. So I say because, like, the thing is, it's Japanese versus Shushi. So heavy cav and heavy cav. And Mount Samurai are big bosses. Big, scary bosses. You burn out on Deadlock and need a new game to be mad at? You should try Anno. Oh my god, guys, if you didn't tune into the Anno speedruns last night, you actually missed out. The first one was such a disaster, it was comical. I might upload that to the channel. I need to edit it down. Oh, dude, I don't know if I've got the time. That's what I like mean about finding someone who just loves watching the streams and just have them there to edit down, because they'll already be like, that'll be good, that'll be good, that'll be good, let's do that. It was such a disastrous start. Like, everything that could go wrong went wrong. And I was molding. Okay, so Tech Up's completing. Is Shushi Fast Castle making a return? Is this like the third, fourth time we've seen it already this week in KPMM? We've seen it a lot. Heard about Deadlock, did it turn out any good? It's still in development. Like, people keep acting like it's dead, but it's just not ready yet. It's like, they're baking the cake long term, and Valve can afford to do that. Like, what people don't realize, they're like, oh, Deadlock's not going to work, because, like, Overwatch had all these maps, and it doesn't. It's not meant to be Overwatch. It's meant to be Dota. So what Deadlock's going to do is it's going to keep building and building its count until it gets to, like, 80, 90, 100 heroes. And then it's going to kick off big, I think. Like, that's the point to remember that's different. It's just inflating to the point that it's considered a MOBA more than an FPS. Or a third-person shooter. Once it's there, it'll release and it will be big. The problem that I have as an esports person is, like, for me, looking for a career as a commentator host, like, some big people believe in it. Like, you know, Puckett does his own show, right? I've cast a bit of it. Love it. But I also am appreciative of how absolutely terrible it is to view for a casual. It's got the same issue Overwatch had, is the problem, I think. It's like too chaotic, switching perspectives. It's like Deadlock, basically, what Deadlock needs, really needs, is kind of like an anchored camera mode, or like a command center like what Apex had, so you can just watch whatever you want to. But the problem with doing the anchored camera mode is, like, it's disingenuous, because if you zoom out, let's say you're, like, high above the map like a MOBA. Well, that's cool. That's going to give people the info they need. It's also going to give them the calming brain to, like, figure things out. But what it does is it doesn't create a relatable product because no one plays the game that way. It's like, imagine if I cast Age of Empires 4 in first-person mode with these units. Like, I'd follow them and I'm looking through the eyes. It's cool to some people, but 90% of the average viewers of Age of Empires 4 will go, this is stupid, what we do. I don't think the problem is so many mechanics. The problem is it just doesn't have an anchored point. Stronger does that sometimes? What, does he have a mod to go into first person? I mean, we zoom in like that. That's different than what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if you went from being an RTS to being a first-person viewed game. The ball aggro, by the way. Ano, I like this. I don't think this is the first time I've seen this from him. He's going into Onimusha to counter Lances. I think Mad Samurai could have beat out here, but this just gives him a bit of a better intercept point, I think, on like maybe the Pro Scouts detail, because it's much harder to kite away from Onimusha than it is to kite away from Samurai. Yeah, as you're seeing, he's just getting denied. Like, this is actually really smart. Because Big Cousin, like, this is kind of greedy. He went Tech Up, then Pro Scouts. I think it's put him really far behind. And now the Onimusha baits him into Chug. This is where Anatan could just go straight up into Stables and boom. On point. So now you either go Knights or Horsemen, and you block the next step. Even if you cast with rotate camera, yeah, exactly. Like, we rotate the camera, but we bring it back. So, like, one big thing that I think isn't done enough in, like, observing, I think it helps a lot, is, like, let's say there's a fight, and it's happening, like, up, down, or something like that. I'll twist the camera to give you side perspectives. So it's like, Ano on the left, Big Cousin on the right. I think that's good. But, like, keeping it there would be silly. And no, Shallow Monks aren't heavy, but they have no ranged armor. So their body of iron protects them from Onimusha, but then you, like, the moment you see them glowing, you just run away. Like, bald man can't afford a horse. And then you turn around and kill him when it ends. So yeah, like, this is actually a really good choice. And he hasn't got Kaburia, which shows you how confident he is. Normally, when you feel a bit threatened, you go for the movement speed tech on the Onimusha. Ano doesn't feel a need for it at all. Keep the camera upside down for 5 minutes. No! This is the problem, like, this is what I'm talking about where it's tricky to kind of choose your orientation of, like, how you focus content. Is it the live stream element or the YouTube element there? But, like, I don't mind making both work, but it doesn't in the commentary world there. What's Body of Iron? Body of Iron is an activatable for Shallow Monks that gives them 50% ranged reduction on incoming damage. It's a very powerful tool, actually. But very situational. Like, quite often, the #1 best use for it is when someone's trying to kill you while you're wall lolling. You Body of Iron wall lol, and then, like, if they don't realize, they die. They get converted. Relic game is looking pretty good for Bit Cousin, but Ano still has the capacity to get 2 back. He also has great map control. It looks like Bit Cousin, by going Chug, he just pinned himself in. He doesn't have a way of actually coming out now. He's now getting out. Wait, he Stoneballs? Oh, that is such an expensive investment. Onimusha going in. We'll get the multi-kill. Ano now up by 6 eco units. And I think it's going to be more. Yeah, he Yorishiro dropped the TC, so he's inflating a worker lead now. To make matters worse, you can see Ano just really treating this like a Roost game at this point. It's quite funny because he built the Onimusha to deal with the Knights, but has now just turned them into Horse Archer Raiders. That's the beauty of Horse Archers. It's very, or Onimusha rather, it's very hard to get them to that stage. But if you can find the wiggle room for it, there is an impact point, as we're seeing. One thing I don't like for Bit Cousin, he's relying on Chug, but doesn't have Steeled Arrow. So, like, weirdly enough, the Onimusha weren't trading horrifically there, and it's because he's missing the +1 damage, which is actually +3 damage for Chug. Especially a bigger deal when you consider that Ano, he does have the Undermesh. Mount Samurai spam now on the way. The problem is Bit Cousin, he neglected to build additional Knights. He couldn't afford it. Samurai, get into the base. This is just wave #1. I think Bit Cousin might actually need to go Spears. I mean, you need something to deal with Mount Samurai. Oh, wait, he goes Crossbows. Okay, so this is, like, very problematic, because now you don't actually have any front line, really. I guess it's not bad when you're kiting in your base, is the thought. But wait, you're not even kiting in your base? Oh, God. What were they doing? I know. He's dove in. Bit Cousin, I think he's chalked at this point. And he ain't a climber, so that ain't a good thing. He tries to go 2 TC. Oh, make it end. Bit Cousin. A brutal one for him. It just feels like he's been stuck in reactionary phase for a while, trying to figure something new out. And instead, it's just going to be more of the old. Slowly dying. But this is Death Point. This is Defcon 1. No getting up. He's only going to be going down. All right. So we know that I know at least one is game number one. We have got a new live series though, so we're gonna be switching over to that. So it's gonna be the Scarlet Devil versus Numenor series. This is the best of five, by the way. We're into quarterfinals. That is definitely how you say that. That was like British and Italian having a baby. I don't know what that was. I couldn't decide what I wanted to be. All right, here we go. So Rocky River's opening map. This could be a really tight one actually. I think this is the one that has the potential for 5 games this week. Let's get ready for the first. It's going to be English versus Delhi. That feels like such a Scarlet-y type thing, actually. All right, we've got a few minutes. If you guys want to get yourself a drink, now's the time. I never run ads. Should I run ads manually? No one ever moans about ads anymore, actually. What's up with that? Oh. Twitch automatically ran ads. I can't manually run them. So, suck it up. Hello, Rabski. Here for the sign up, are you, mate? Try to avoid 2-minute GGs this week, mate. I think I remember hearing some of that. Was it Voldemort last week? Like, fight it out a bit, you know? At least believe you can win. Believe in yourself. We're all disidentized. I mean, I'm feeling disidentized. I don't want to pay £1,200 for a root canal. I can't afford that, dude. I still haven't... I haven't made a ultimate decision, but I am hard leaning towards just extracting that tooth. It's like paying £1,200 if you had a guarantee it was going to be saved is one thing. Still expensive. But it's paying £1,200 to maybe save the teeth is the dumb part. Oh, Emma with the quippy off-camera comment. The dumb part, you haven't made an appointment to get it out yet. I've been busy, Emma. Some of us have 15 different jobs. 15 different jobs. 5 jobs of which is reminding Twitch that I am above average height. It's a recurring theme. Emma's short, by the way. Apparently she's above average for a woman. Oh, well, I mean... I don't know if said like that is a good thing. Yeah, we just had to get the camera on because she's got to go pick up Freya, so I need to keep an eye on Ezra via camera. Yeah, dude, Emma is just a hater. She'd like rather watch Call of Duty and darts. Please look up to her, look, bro. Actually, like the weird thing is, I was saying this the other day. I feel like she's actually shrinking. Either that, or like compared to in our early 20s, I've grown a bit more. But I think she might be slightly shrinking. I think she's lost like 2 or 3 inches. All right, there we go. And yes, we got a Scarlet Devil game, dude. We got the whole series, baby. Boop, boop, boop. Been hanging out with Ents, and now I'm taller than other hobbits. Exactly. You know what it is? I was like, I want to be taller, so like the Ents just grabbed me at each end and pulled. Like, yeah, feel the burn, feel the burn. And yeah, reminder, by the way, Scarlet Devil 2-0'd Louis MT. You did hear that correctly. So this one might be spicy. One sec, pinging on this. Oh no, don't move. I get a ping when he starts to move. I'm like, don't you move. I need Ezra to stay still. He's having a nap right now. But, like, obviously, he might wake up. So we have, like, a camera set up to watch him on my phone. You know what would be bad is if I accidentally put the microphone on the camera and I'm just yelling, like, right now, and that wakes him up. Oh, no. Can happen on a BO3 on a certain match if Lou was preoccupied with something else. Dude, like, stop discrediting Scarlet. Scarlet played very well. He beat him. They don't need to overthink it. Scarlet can be a good player. All right. It's time to introduce the Giant Slayer. He's beat Wham 2-1. He's just beat Louis MT 2-0. We now see Scarlet Devil making it to quarterfinals of our midweek muster. Could he keep it going? Let's find out as he faces the Swedish Giant, Numidan, highest ranked player in Sweden. Sorry, Kazi Johan. On the Delhi, and Scarlet with the English pick here. And it's going to be a Dark Age Men-at-Arms rush. You better be cheering on Scarlet. Scarlet's our underdog, our dark horse, man. I was impressed. Like, you know, yes, anything can happen in BO3s. Like, it's kind of wacky. And that's the point we're now looking at. It's like Scarlet, he was able to unravel Wham 2 weeks ago, 2-1. This week, he cleanly executed against his scrim partner, Louis MT, 2-0. Now, best of fives. Like, if you talk to most high-level pros, they'll tell you best of fives are the true test of whether you are a pro player and a top pro player. If you can win BO5 realm, that's when you're truly threatening. So let's see what he can do here. Men-at-Arms is definitely an interesting way to go. Double Men-at-Arms, in fact. Dark Age Rush against Delhi, that's madness. You'd think, and in some ways you'd be correct. But the funny thing about doing this, you'll end up forcing the Scholar to come out, which means you delay these extra tech timings. And it also prohibits Delhi from getting additional gold for additional Scholars. So it's not the craziest idea in the world. It is very expensive, and it does mean that Ghazi hard counters you in age 2. Yes, sir. For now, he's focused on that first age. Scarlet, the boy has arrived. Dark Age Men-at-Arms play against the Delhi. Not your usual suspect here. No, most English players just straight up try to go feudal and go 2TC and usually just die from doing that. I love that he's going a different way about this. Scholar's going to chill out and heal. Remember, Numidan has to be careful slightly because he can get clubbed on this position. Double MAA arrives to Numidan. He has to back away. Okay, he's going to have to go for a big villager pull, I think. Scarlet might want to keep an eye on the backside. There is a world of... Oh, no, Numidan doesn't know about the other gold. What? So he's just stuck at 170 gold. Yeah, he's just going to have to rush it. Okay, so he tops off the health bars. 5 workers out. 2 Men-at-Arms actually have decent DPS here, though. He gets the shivs out first. Scarlet. Start clonking away at him. The focus is just on getting the gold, but this means that Numidan will not have any excess gold to build additional Scholars, even with a discount. Scarlet really should just be clubbing the Scholar now. Like, if you hit the Scholar, he can't hang around, guaranteed. But there we go. Numu gets what he needs. So, age up to come in. Is this enough to force Tower of Victory? Nope. Let's be totally real, guys. Like, he's just going to build Ghazi to resecure. If this had been an outpost rush follow-up, maybe, but I'm kind of glad Scarlet didn't. These gold spawns on the west side would have meant that an outpost rush with Men-at-Arms does nothing. You just delay your attack. So, yeah, Abbey of Kings coming in. It kind of says everything it needs to about how good Dome of Faith is. That he can't even gather gold actively to make this an efficient tech up. And yet he's still going for it. Because down the line, it will be worth it. Free tech makes the world go round. Mining camp should get burnt down unless Nimu pulls really soon. I don't think this is 2TC. Could it be? I mean, the problem is like your timing just feels really slow now if this is 2TC. It's not impossible to imagine him doing 2 town center. You like TOV crossbows? Pete, it's not great. TOV crossbows, actually the more impressive one is TOV Men-at-Arms. So Tower of Victory Men-at-Arms with Home Blades is like really, really fast. It's more like having +4 damage. But the problem is Men-at-Arms isn't a reliable strategy at high level to win Delhi games. You don't always get presented a good opportunity for it. Scarlet is going to waddle home. My best friend, him and his partner, they're pregnant. Both of them, I know, right? he keeps referring to her as the waddler. I'm like, oh, she's a penguin. She's like, oh, that's so much nicer. It's like, what do you mean? It's like, he just calls me the waddler. Men-at-Arms Rush really paid off, feels like. It was decent. I feel like he could have just hung around and got more. I don't know why he didn't want to sack the Men-at-Arms. Like, just keep them here and stop gold gathering. In fairness, though, Numidan, did he see them running back? I don't think he did, or he didn't care to watch them. Because he could have went back on gold already. Instead, Numu, it's going to be the Ghazi. King coming out soon. Wheelbarrow being prepped. Farms also coming in. It does not look like we're getting 2TC. Which I think is the correct call. 2TC isn't a fits-all type of situation. Not if you reliably want to win the game. Alright, how did you guys predict, by the way? Oh, wait. We only got prediction. Oh, wait, it's the first game. Yeah, my brain. 78% for Numu. Whew. So that's a lofty sum for the Delhi. But I'm kind of not surprised. Like, English versus Delhi has not been a great matchup for English for some time. Because they were in the 2TC meta, Delhi just kind of hard countered them. Not many civs can 2TC Delhi. I'm curious to see if this is going to work, though. So it's going to be Horseman. Yeah, because, like, if you get a melee blob going and your opponent doesn't have any range units, you can use healing to your advantage here. Like, if you're going to play against Delhi, I think this is the way it kind of has to be. You can't be greedy about it. Nice thing as well, these farms, like, gradually as you keep scaling Horseman, he keeps scaling Horseman, you're not going to run out of food. He might. It all comes down to whether you can intercept, because remember, Pro Scouts will be coming in for free for Numu in 3 minutes. And there's a lot of deer across this map to gather. King also struggles against Ghazi so much. Remember, they get 14 damage per strike. Well, 12 going through the armor. It's the old beastie build. What, this build? This is more like a... I mean, if you're going mass horseman, it feels more like a Mr. build, you know? I always, like, I mean, he put his mark on that. In the early days, the Mr. strat with the Abbey of Kings, before the King got introduced. He was definitely the progenitor for horsemen and English strats. Archery rack. So it's going to be 1-1-1 now from Numu. Yeah, I think he's realized that this is not going to be greed at all. So he doesn't need to be lean. He doesn't need to be focused on like 1, maybe 2 units. Healing so underrated? I don't think it is anymore. I think healing is like that. It's that thing we all know is silly, but we just don't talk about it, you know? Like it's like it doesn't really need to be explained because it seems obvious, but I think it does need to be explained and highlighted by a lot of people. It's crazy how good healing is. The civs that are viable right now, if you think about it, like, you know, English, when they look good at the moment, it definitely is Abbey of Kings based builds. Then you've got the Lords of Lancaster. They can cycle back to heal up. They have a lot of health to justify it. Some maps allow for that, like Cliffside. Then you've got the Delhi, obvious one. Then you've also got the Imams from Ottomans, which allowed them to come into meta. Yeah, this King should be going down. The Ghazi almost getting body blocked. The Spearman, no! Good save. King down at 22. Scarlet clutches up there. That's an expensive unit if you lose it. Remember, he costs first time nothing, but follow-up's going to be 200 resources to build. Kaiser Johan making poor calls. Like how he didn't invite me to the Europa Universalis 5 early access. I didn't even realize people already had access. I gotta get in on that. What the hell? I just glancing through on a channel the other day, I saw Bo talking about it. Like, what? I'm missing out. I was like, I can't do both because like EU4, EU5 and AOE4 come out at the same time, the expansion. Gonna have to bump that influencer manager actually. Okay, so Numu, what are we looking at here? Because he's struggling on Sacred Size, only 1. And yeah, Scarlet 0 units lost. But archers are coming in, so he will start losing troops. You know, healing is great, but remember, guys, you can't heal the dead. All right? If you ever tried to heal bomb a zombie, they die to it. Never used to play Maple Story. She had a specific map with undead on it, and she was playing Bishop. Easiest farm of her life. That's what's the big problem here, is like the archers changes everything about the dynamics here. Because English, their economy is not better. So they're gambling on the idea that they can actually just like outlast. But I love what Scarlet's doing. He has the right idea. It's going to be a castle play now. Abbey of Kings actually should be viable here. If you have to go White Tower, you kind of feel bad about it. Because you're not inflating a lead, so it puts the onus on you to still do things. So there you go. King's Palace builds coming through. Nimu is marching in, but he's checking the wrong side of the base. On top of that, look what Papa crept back home. The gold workers. No reaction from Nimu. Charge comes through. Pulls away now. Good timing there. Scarlet not able to get in. But knowing that, Nimudan now needs to keep hunting because it means the horsemen aren't guarding her. He gets confirmation. Did Numu see it? Because if you haven't seen it, you're maybe a bit reluctant to dive still. Like, if you notice a white tower, you're not going in. Very well, because they did actually run back. So just hopping the outpost. We'll get back in position now. Triple Sacred Site locked in, so Numu now going to be catching up. I love that Scarlet is still just trying to circle around. Doesn't hang around on the Sacred Site, though. Ranged Armor 1 coming in, and it is going to be upgrade priority on the Men-at-Arms for Scarlet. A reminder, he can afford to start getting the beefy boys out because he's going to be maxing out farms next with 2 PC. I actually like the look of this right now for Scarlet. I think he's played it quite well. The one big problem I do see here is the relic game. I don't know if you can really protect any of these. Especially if you're going Men-at-Arms, you don't have a fast-moving comp. Nimu has at least made his way into the secondary town center. King's Palace, not really going to feel too frightened. It's just idle time being achieved. That's still good for him. It allows him to catch up. Nimu now teching up with 20. House of Learning on the way. And the scholars are being pulled into position. So we should have at least 3 relics coming home. He doesn't know about this one over here. This one's pretty far away. If he can hold Sacred Sites plus get these relics home, he's actually economically favored. The problem now for Scarlet is there's an urgency about it. You have to get out, and he may have found the perfect location here. Goes to the south side Sacred Site. Guards aren't close by. They're on their way, though. The Scholar is a freebie. Yeah. We'll pull him back. He could have actually surrounded him there. That is going to stop the decup, however. More Ghazi now on the way. King has been auto-upgraded now, so he does more damage. Veteran see the Ghazi a long way off here. Ghazi still going to be favored 1-to-1 over the Horseman. Forces the timer, forces the clash. You win this fight, Scarlet. It's pretty much like everything else might die, but the King will remain. And I like that. Is he microing it intentionally away? It kind of looks like it. It may just be subpar hits from Nimu. A few injured Horsemen living longer than they should. But wait, no. Scarlet, get back on there now. You need that threat gone. Stone Gathering. Like this from Numadan. If he tries to play this out slow, he's going to fall behind on economy. So he's going to look to set up the castle drops, which is going to turn into town centers. I think this is the annoying thing about English. Like, you know now they're just adding more and more farms, so their food will be pumped. It's like, you either mirror that with Nimu, or you stake a claim of castles. I like the castle approach because there's a lot of berries in the center of this map. They're not on the relic here, but only temporarily. He did go monk, so Scarlet is trying to actually... Wow, he's gambling for it right now. And that gamble is not going to pay off. Nimu camping this. I think Scarlet needs a hit. He's up on work account. His economy is slightly down. But if Numidon wants good value out this keep drop, he's going to be trying to figure out a way to get it into one of the center passes so that he has control and food. What you want to try and do is force him to drop at his base, but preferably get a few kills out of it as well. It's definitely marching forward for it. Mumu with a decent number of lances though, and you never know exactly when home blades is coming through. Yeah, like the tricky thing is English look best when they slow progress across the map because they get the outposts up. The attack speed aura is the difference. Just going to retreat. Second group is going to be moving around, but I think we're ready for the pull here. Numidon shouldn't be long now. And what is up, Joshua? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the prime sub. Ban elephants? Buddy, you don't want to look at the DLC. There's more coming. Spearman. Not the best of clashes. Scarlet in full retreat here. Nimu swelling up the number count. Lance is looking strong. Now, we do have the attack speed aura, but Scarlet, I don't think he has the quality to defend here. Dive towards the goal. That's going to force the out. He has to turn and fight. Scarlet shifts away. Doesn't lose any of the workers. Spreads out the knights. He has got that attack speed buff now to balance out against the home blades. The crossbowman coming clutch as well. And it looks like it is going to be enough to scare him off. Numidon. Looks like the archers were so bogged down dealing with the spearmen one by one. Allowed the heavily armored units to just break through. The horsemen are going to arrive at the end of it. So crossbows at least taken out by the archers. Numu not able to break in. He is, however, able to create the space on the map. And we should now have a keep drop coming in. And it's going to be deep. Yeah, I kind of dig this. There's so much stone here. It allows him to gradually now set up a network across the map. And remember, guys, with Delhi, there's a tech that turns their castles into town centers as well. Dive through the base and wait, what just happened? Lances, oh my god, they're getting good hits. 9 kills from this raid. Make it 10. He's still not done. There's no textiles. Scarlet. That's the worker lead. It's just gone. Oh, man. Scarlet, if he had like an extra 30, 40 seconds, I think this issue is resolved. Walls are up. So kind of getting to that point, but you see the difference for civs like English ever since they nerfed walls. I think that delay of just an extra minute has been pretty impactful towards their fall off. Well read by Numu. So Numidon now 2 more relics coming home. In fact, I think they are already home. With the food income secure on the flank, you could just rush Imperial here. This English style feels so nice to play. What, losing? Whoa. I mean, technically, this is pretty bad for Scarlet now. If he hadn't lost those workers, he's in a decent position. He does have access to the gold on the west side, though. So, yeah, he's going to hunker down. More walls coming in. If he just expands down here, he'll be able to lock in over 10,000 gold in this area. Numidon. He's getting ready for Imperial. Village Fortress is coming through. He has got the Wi-Fi. So 2 minutes until we have the ability for him to get more workers. And this is the correct approach by Numidon, by the way. Like, over just sending all resources into a dive. The problem with that, English is one of the most obnoxious civs to break with all aliens. It usually feels better to just out-tech them or out-eco them before they get fully online. It's like, if you get an edge, use that edge to be more greedy, is often how people feel. Because the attack speed changes the dynamics so much. Oh, how many farms? 29 now. So food income is getting pretty good. I think if Numidon just pulls more people out of the berries, though, he competes. There is a lot of berries, and yeah, he's looking to secure that area now. Scarlet is hunting just in the wrong places. Gold players should be taking notes on how to be English. I mean, the problem is, like, English is so good at gold level because a lot of games is just kind of hunker down a macro. And if they're hunker down a macro, then, like, yeah, English just wins. But also, like, at low rank, people try to play aggressive on civs like French. They're not hunkering down and macroing. They're aggroing, but they're not necessarily very well developed on how they aggro. So it just makes sense why English tends to be the dominant civ the lower down the rankings you go. Like if you list the civs that benefit most from no one doing anything, English is one of the chiefs amongst them. They love it when nothing happens. Because it means they're getting one step closer to enclosures. One step closer to aura everywhere. One step closer to infinite men-at-arms. Nimu. Now going to infinity on the tech bar. Watch this side of the UI light up. He just needs to drag his face across to start unlocking everything. He did also go for the gunny boys. We've got elephants. Lance is just still connecting before the walls go up. Scarlet, wait. He didn't try to wall in the AK. I guess he was going to wall this, then wall around it. So he actually doesn't have as much runway as you think. He's got, what, 6,000 gold? Which sounds like a lot until you remember the cost of Imperial Techs, and if you want to build anything other than men-at-arms. Scarlet, what are we looking for next here? The obvious detail is Imperial. But is there something else he feels he needs to feel secure? He's carrying a decent amount of stone. I don't know if you just try and castle drop the AK. Castles feel less impactful once Imperial's on the table, because that means bombards. But at this early phase in Imperial, your opponent's not really going to build a bombard in a rush. Yeah, Imtechs are meant to be expensive, unless you played Delhi. Wow, look at that. How has he got all this gold? Oh, wait, there's no gold cost. Just time. Nimu, maybe, I don't know if I'd say he rushed the age up a little bit too quickly, because I feel like his scholar count isn't as high as it probably should have been. I think there was a gap on producing them, actually. Strained to hand cannoneers. Wait, what? Hand cannoneers against Lombos isn't great. I'm actually kind of digging Scarlet's comp if he can solve for the elephants. The elephants is the one thing he's not doing anything about. And if enough time passes, these elephants will win the fight. They have 9 ranged armor, and they will have plenty more health soon with things like biology and the armored beasts. More stone being accrued. Numidan still hasn't built a second castle yet, mind you. It's coming in now. Yeah, he's gathering a lot of stone. So this is a race to inflate maximum economy. English is going to get wrecked against full imp army. Yeah, but I think you're missing something important here. The hand cannoneers, yes. The elephants, yes, but the elephants come out slow. But like the knights, they'll be done in 40 seconds. Archer just came in. He's going to be age 4, but he's not going to be age 5. The university text is still 6 minutes. Scarlet technically has time to catch up with his eco. He's got a lot of people on gold. Berkshire. Okay, this is the clutch up to try and hold on. You can see how scared he is of the incoming army. So makes a claim on the center of the map. And the Berkshire will complete. So Numinon has to back away. Does force the commitment. I don't know if he really wanted that trade. Yeah, I think like that was kind of a check you're not being greedy situation where he wants to make sure that Scarlet is not going Wingard. And in fairness, like, you know, there was a time where Wingard felt necessary with English. I think that time, I don't want to say it's past. It's still nice to have, but I don't think it's as mandatory as it was. Because punishment dives after age 4 coming in is more often done these days. So having this safety net is quite nice. And we should be getting stone walls now. Looks like for the timing, it's only wood walls. And Numinon does have the upgraded lances. If he finds that gold, it's actually rather unguarded. Scarlet has got good vision in the area, however. Crossbow, spearman upgrades coming in. Scarlet getting big fast. TikTok goes the clock. Numinon's advantage here is kind of slipping. Yes, he's getting a lot of techs for free, agreed. But the important techs, the Imperial University techs, there's still time for Scarlet to actually catch up on those. Lance is in. We'll get baited on the spearman, so the rest are going to catch up. That should force a retreat. But there's a main engagement here. Wait, it's just full range. Okay. He's specifically killing the scholars with longbows, not even the hand cannoneers. What? Scarlet, I don't know about this, man. This split was kind of odd. All spearmen would chase a small group of lancers. He has nothing to do with tower elephants, and there are now 4 gunpowder gunny ellas. Is that their new name? Gunny ellas? Gunny elephants, man, and bombards as well. So Scarlet, he's going to be going hand cannoneers, which is a little bit surprising here. I actually feel like horseman might be his best friend. And you're an Imperial. You're meant to have enough farms to justify that. But he's only up at 37. Yeah, Scarlet does not have enough people on farms. 35 people on food isn't a great look. He can't afford to spam horsemen. He has to go for the poor man's horsemen. You know, the ones that can't actually afford the horse. Spears. Just changes your outlook on horsemen when you think of them as just like, oh yeah, spearmen are just horsemen that can't afford a ride. Dear me. Just so much gunpowder here. Elite army tactics is a priority for Scarlet. This is very reminiscent of how he played against Louis, actually. Against Louis, he just built melee and tried to overwhelm ranged. In that game, it looked pretty good. That was against Japan, if you guys remember. The difference here, though, is that Japan didn't have elephants. The elephants are a problem. Okay, this is interesting, actually. Scarlet is thinking that Numenu's looking for gold. The weird part is, like, even if he was, he's got the 8k over here, but he's steering all the way into the corner. More farms getting added in. Up to 37 himself, so keeping pace with the English at this rate is really good. Let's get push in. Just to chase down the bombards. One law at the back. Wait, the spearman, the Scarlet. Guys. Baits the relic pool, baits the response. But Scarlet, I mean, that's his front line. So now it's just range versus range the way that he's fought this. He needed these guys in the main engagement. And this is the tricky part. When you split your army up like this, you're letting your opponent easily mirror with the counter units. You see how hard it is to attack like that? Like, oh, wow, you pulled your spears, I'll pull my archers. Now you've got archers left to deal with elephants, which have armor. Scarlet definitely not dead. But it does mean that Numu is about to get access to the buffers. He did forget to queue Armored Beast, though, which is a very negligent detail. Especially now that Scarlet's going into both the horsemen and the hand cannoneers. I'm starting to weirdly believe in the English plan. It just needs to be a case of finding your timing. I think if Scarlet waits too long, this backfires hard. But if he gets ready to start just pushing... The issue only is that Numenor has big reserves and Scarlet somehow doesn't. It's kind of crazy, actually, how much resource Numenon's holding in reserve. Especially when you look at the army value. But that's the difference in techs. Like, saving on all of these elite techs, uni techs, all of it. That's where it comes in. It's like sucking the longbows intentionally, so it's going to be replacing the horseman spears. It's just a melee guy. You know, Scarlet Devil just walks into, like, the weapons store looking to purchase. They're like, oh, this one's really popular with the local crews. He's like, but can you stab them with it? I mean, I'm pretty sure you're meant to shoot them with a gun, but we got a bayonet affix. Give me the bayonet affix. I'm surprised that he's actually not a Streltsy main for that reason. What is Scarlet waiting for? mean, because it seems like he's content with the idea of just maxing out on techs. In fairness, if you get there, like, it feels really good. You've got better economy, but the trade-off is that Numinon should get there quicker with all these scholars. And he's harvesting gold quick, down to 2k. He has got the 4k in the back, though. I feel like Scarlet needs to be connecting on these farms. Low food income for English Imp. That's because he's only got 43 on farms. Like, he is heavy on gold because he's building hand cannoneers. This is the thing. Usually you see spearmen, men-at-arms, horsemen, because that is a comp where you can have like 90 farms active and it works. But when you add in hand cannoneers and you're still getting your unitechs, imp techs, that's when you need to leverage more gold. My other concern here is like wood is not going to last long if you still need to add in extra farms. He has got good clusters remaining though, so should have enough. How's Scarlet's remax infrastructure? He's got 773. So 7 racks is 7 stables free. The problem is Numinon has a lot more. We saw it at the back there. He's 13 stables, 8 archery ranges. I love what Numan's like, okay, I'm just going to wait. That's fine. Let's just keep doing this. He did just remember Typhons. I don't blame him. Sometimes it's really easy to forget about these obvious big win techs, because for those that have never played Delhi, when you reach Imperial Age and all these buildings, like your goal is to select through all of them and just drag your face across the keyboard. You know, just like, oh wow, more technology. More technology. It's like me when I late play into blacksmiths in a 1v1 game. I'm like, oh, I guess I'm just going to queue up everything in this one blacksmith. That's a good raid. Jump out elephant. Nice grab there, though. The scholars jump out for the save. Turns them to the workers. This is going to be such a long game. I wonder if he does just switch Mango soon. Mango's pretty good against most of this. I actually think that Springles sometimes get underrated at this stage in the game. Remember, you do have techs in Imperial Age to make them better. Like, Springles are really nice here because your opponent's just blobbing lots of spearmen. And hand cannoneers are pretty sucky at killing Springs. Like, it might be that Numinon, because he's seen Lombos before, he's paranoid. That would explain why he wouldn't do it. Because, like, if you're worried about Lombos, you don't do Springles. The max amount of food you can get from the other landmark for Delhi? I think it's like 800 and something. Good raid, by the way. Scarlet. Shrinking up a bit, but goes in for the big clash. But wait. No. He doesn't have the aura. Scarlet, without the attack speed. Uh-oh. Elephants are going to chow down on this. The hand cannon is irrelevant now. That is 10 ranged armor elephant fun time. Scarlet, I think he misread the location of the fight there. Had an outpost crawled up, had not installed one further ahead. I mean, it's very difficult to do anyway. Like, Numinon, he's got 5 bombards. That makes it very easy for him to deny the aura when the fights begin. There's no way English wins this. If he flank raids, maybe, but it's so late now. I think for Scarlet, he needed to be raiding sooner because the food reserves are huge now for Delhi. Like, this is kind of meant to be the point in the Berkshire, is that it gives you confidence to go do something. If you go wind guard, then playing defensive makes more sense because you can't risk leaving your base. But here with the Berkshire, he should have felt a bit more protected to try and raid with Cav. He just didn't feel it. Horseman now trying to rotate around the back. Siege, got to be careful not to be overextended. The aura is in this fight. Scarlet now able to compete more realistically. 23 hand cannoneers versus 22 for Numinon. Horseman backstab coming through. It's starting to cycle in towards the bombards and the elephants. He's diving through. The spearmen. Can they get the kills? Elephants forced to stand their ground. They're headbutting in return. The spearmen. They've just evaporated. But the gunners, they're going to come in clutch. Knights plus hand cannoneers. to push him away. Numenor cannot stay. What a fight. Scarlet Devil with the Night Switch at 34 minutes that you never see coming. He's fighting without aura again, but this is a very different affair now. Numenor, the elephants are gone. All dead, one fresh spawn on the way, but no stoic front line here. Meanwhile, the Protectors, the Elite Knights, are breaking through. Bombard's now going down. Wave after wave coming in. Scarlet, the other cool thing about doing Knights is if you can sustain it, it gets reinforcements in fast. Another Bombard gets sniped. Numenor, he can't stand his ground. I can't believe that. Numenor, how was the Remax so slow? I mean, I guess one of the problems here is he's only building Sultan Gunny Elephants. So he's not actively producing them, which means if you're waiting for that to reinflate, you're waiting a long time. You can't just say, oh, I'm going to build a new wave. Now, the tricky part for Scarlet, he gained some ground, but notice always the tricky issue. You have to slow down. The good news is he took out all of the Bombards, which means it's much easier for him to creep outposts up. If he can keep maintaining this aura, there is a world in which English can beat him. Especially when you consider that Scarlet is not playing trash English with spearmen, longbows, men-at-arms. He's playing all-in English. Knights, hand cannoneers. He's not really skimping on anything where possible. Trade-off there is gold is drying up fast for Scarlet. Nimu. Now up to 40 Ghazi. Okay. Alright, I like this more. War Elephants. I was about to say, like, War Elephants against the Knights is pretty nice. Ghazi, not so much. Scarlet can't really trade either. No, he's blocked out. There's keep drops here. Like, Numenor. I don't think this was the block trade, but it's going to work out that way. Now the Ghazi, they dive into the base. Nimu, he's left barely anyone at home to defend. The Knights get ready for the dive in. There's no real front line bar a War Elephant here. But Scarlet, he's so far upfield, it's difficult to defend this. Nimu, what a good timing for a flank raid. Scarlet needs to get a move on. He doesn't have much siege though, so there's no landmark threat here. Unless he just torches, but... Oh, what a move! He sneaks an outpost! Scarlet, trying to be as optimal as possible in the fight. He's sacking his worker force at home. He still has gold workers on the front side. The Bombard is for some reason coming home. I don't know why. I mean, this to me looks like Scarlet is trying for an all-in. He's going to give chase. They move the right idea, though. Just trying to stay away from the aura. Ghazi are starting to get sniped down. The Spearman attack speed is big, so clears him up. Doesn't lose too much in terms of worker force there. It's 90 to 100 eco. Scarlet still has that big, scary army. However, Numenor quickly now replacing the Ghazi with War Elephants. And Scarlet, I mean, this is now a problem. He went for this Knight timing. Knights are really cool, but Knights, in theory, I don't want to say they're easily counted, but long-term, they're easily counted. Once you see them, once you start getting the reaction, it's usually an affordable replacement. War Elephants plus Spearmen. Whereas then trading poorly with your Knights, that's not easy to fix. It costs a lot of gold. Gold that Scarlet at this point isn't going to have much longer. I see that, actually. Wait, what? He's taking the gold from right next to Numu's base. Oh my god, he's about to get cut off, though. Numenor going to be locking in that extra 8k. How is this game not over? Castle drop to complete. That's when Scarlet is going to be out of gold. I mean, Numenor has done a really good job on just keeping reserves here. He's got the 8k over here. He's going to have about 6,000 gold here as well. He's also snatched wood from Scarlet's side of the map, more than Scarlet did from Numenor's. So it means at this rate, Numu should win the gold race and the wood race. The only area that realistically Scarlet should be winning in is probably food, but even there it's an L. few techs left to get. We've got Howders on the way. Elite Army Tactics as well. I don't think he queued that up straight away, by the way. I think maybe Numidan forgot about EAT. It's going to take him 11 minutes? And wait, Scarlet, what did we just do to the Knights? Did he charge in? Wait, what? He lost half of them. I can't believe this. Oh my god. Sorry, I may have been sneezing. I think unless Scarlet can get trade up in the next 2 minutes, this is a disaster now. This comp is just not rescalable. You showed the corpses? I was sneezing. Shh. Scarlet has to be very careful from here. Did I really show the corpses? Was I moving the mouse as well? Dude, I feel like I just need to get... I may need to just choose a night to get a lot of sleep. I think I'm playing a lot of sleep tax right now. I feel so bad for Scarlet. Like, technically, he played this quite well. But then... he allowed this War Elephant switch to kind of happen. I think one of the biggest problems for Scarlet is we've never seen him approach the back farms in a meaningful way. And it's so difficult at this stage because Numidan just has 6 castles that are all drop-off buildings and safety buildings and TCs. There's an argument that raiding doesn't do anything here anymore. Except there. That hold on a second. Good connect. Finds a group of the workers on the gold. Scarlet. Going to the back farms, forcing some idle time. Ghazi getting blocked out here as well. I mean, Scarlet is playing this really well. It feels like he's at a big disadvantage, but he's actually hanging in there. The question you've got to be asking yourself is the longer he hangs in here, like what changes? What's better? What makes it worth? Nice denial on the tree line. Scarlet just trying to snatch more cheeky little areas away. We have got proxy racks from Numu. Scarlet has no idea. That is a horrible trade. He gets 1 bombard for, I think, 20 Ghazi. Then again, he can afford to keep doing that for a bit. Whereas Scarlet, any bombard loss is problematic. However, he's done a good job of building reserves. He's got 4 more queued up. Oh, sorry, it's 2 bombards. Okay, yeah. If he can do that like 3 more times, sure, he gets through the reserves. English being played against sucks nerf. I'm sorry, what? Like, we don't really see English win. They're against Delhi that win all the time, and you want English nerf. Just to clarify. That's a bold statement, Con. A very bold statement. God, this is only game 1. Spimmer going to be creeping in now. The tree line has been chopped through. Scarlet's running out of safe wood fast. Like, actually, I think... is he out? Oh, he's kind of out. Luckily for him, Numa doesn't realize and actually burns through the wall. That'll give him a warning. Okay, no, sorry. He's got these down here. Spimman. Oh, no. Wait, what? He didn't even stop for them. Just dives deeper. Who the hell's going to win this? Like, your brain says Delhi. It should be Delhi with this type of army, with this type of economy behind it. But it feels like Numu's not really getting into that never-ending mosh pit of death that would let him use this extra economy. It just keeps dragging. And the more it drags, the more opportunity Scarlet gets to build his reserves too. Oh, wait, what? What are the Knights doing again? Against war elephants? In this economy? Okay, he has got the bombards. So he's trusting bombards to deal with the elephants now. It's difficult, though. Those Knights can die fast. They're sneaking around the back. The bombards... Wait, no, click to the farm! Get off the farm! Oh, no! Scarlet! What was that? That was some serious hate for bread. That was maybe a bit of an overcommitment, but even with the Knight losses, he has got momentum. That one farm in particular was clearly the cause of all his problems. And we are in full melee blob. Remember what we said before about English quality and attack speed to win, but now it's trash mobs. In a game where your opponent is playing quality, better horsemen, hand cannoneers, elephants, and now a men-at-arms switch. With the home blades and elite army tactics now complete. Yes, you heard me correctly. We glanced this several minutes ago when it's 11 minutes wait time, but it's finally coming in. It's all eyes here. No flank raids coming through from either side currently. Numinon, he's holding his ground. He's building the hand cannoneers up. Now 34 gunners. And Scarlet may have just ran out of steam here. His food income just isn't holding up. It's not often you say this, but English are losing the food game. Yeah, they're so good for it at this point in the game, but you wouldn't think it looking this one. He's got 43 farms. Numinon with 55. Bombards. Not really high in count, so he's not going to try to rush into the Berkshire. This game is still not over. What? Numu, I think, is just showing a lot of respect to the Berkshire. You know, the way he's playing around this landmark, you would think that he's currently up against a Red Palace. That's how it feels with the way he's playing this. I can't believe that, man. So Knight's not affordable anymore. Scarlet's going mangoes. Can you guys actually... It's like all these type of transitions that probably shouldn't be allowed to happen because they're too expensive and take too long. But then, as soon as I say it, for 5 minutes, nothing happens, and then they get away with it. This is a very unusual game of AoE4 in that regard. You go back like 2 years, like sure, you see these type of games all the time. I feel like the top level players have gotten so much better at saying, I know what timing you're going for, and I'm not letting you have that. My timing is 2 minutes sooner, so I'm going to use that. These are the type of games that make us say Numinon loves the late game a bit too much, you know? It feels like it. It's kind of like he's just sitting here waiting for Scarlet to make the critical error, to, you know, exhaust his resources a bit too much. He's already 10,000 positive on the exchanges. Oh, wait, no, sorry, wrong way around. No, Scarlet's been getting better trades. I guess Numi feels like he has more because he has got 4 relics. He does also have elephants for free. Men at arms. Has he been using them? He has. Proxy Raxes are now coming into play. But the walls will give an early warning unless he finds that tiny gap. Okay. Horseman, horseman, horseman. If Scarlet can just keep this aura up, the funny thing is actually horseman can beat Gaza. You need the aura. Maybe needs to wait for all technologies? Not necessarily, although then again, good old serpentine powder is pretty nice here, with your opponent being spears now. The problem is, Yeah, I don't think he's got that many skulls left in the university. It's going to take him 7.5 minutes. What do I mean? Being mocked up again? Nimu small again. I mean, the thing is, if he wanted, I think he's trying to partially slow roll this to get the elephant count up, but then he keeps jumping in. So it's like you're meant to be going for this clear goal to play it slow, get 3 elephants up to a count of 10, and then just run them over. But because you keep throwing them away, like what's actually happening is Scarlet is getting enough time to rebuild. Like we're back at Knights again. English Knights are the goats. Like if he can do it, Numinon hasn't been building war elephants again. Is it easy? Definitely not. You're going to lose a lot of Knights diving this. It's feasible. And the man goes! The gunners! The skulls aren't moving! Oh my god, the control group difference there. Numu loses 10. More to follow. The chase is on. He did not respect the adjustable crossbars. Now it's turning into a concave. Spreads out the men-at-arms to the defense. Spearman leaking over past the castle. Scarlet. Scarlet. These mangoes are needed, sir. It's going to be a forced retreat. A lot of purple bodies there. Scarlet just half mind, half elsewhere. As there wasn't a full commitment from everyone. Repair crew is going to be pulled to deal with the bombard to keep it up and alive. Mangoes are going to get a good hit. Hold on. One goes down. Bombard sniping them out. I think this is too much cannon power now. Numinon, he's up to 6. The Mangoes was a sick idea from Scarlet. But he hasn't resolved the anti-siege. Numinon now on approach. Scarlet just never able. Like, it feels like he takes a good fight, then proceeds up without the outputs, and then it just backfires every time. This is now difficult. If you can't answer these 6 bombards, you should never be allowed to fight with Aura. Because every Aura tower will get denied. Scarlet, this is kind of a do-or-die fight. To make matters worse, Numinon's been like, oh, wow, yeah, you know what? Like, mangoes are pretty good. Yeah, you almost killed all my gunners. Let me get some of those. Which is problematic for Scarlet, because, guys, Scarlet Devil going to men-at-arms here isn't a good thing into mass mangoes. Mass mangoes actually destroy mass men-at-arms. Because men-at-arms are tanky courtesy of Armorclad. But Siege does pure damage. So Armorclad is pointless. Remember earlier we were saying about the type of fights where you rotate? These are the type of ones. Clash coming through. Gives you the full size of the engagement. Scarlet zerging in. Mango's getting decent shots out there. Bombard sniping out the back line of Mangonels that Scarlet's got. He tries to wrap around. Berries are in the way, though. It's not a clean entry. On front line is folding a bit, though, in the siege. He needs that new wave. Has Scarlet got the push power? Can he maintain this? His reserves say no. His resilience says yes. But the inevitable wave of Ghazian men-at-arms will stamp an approval of denial. That's a confusing statement. Delhi late game is approved English in the trash can. Scarlet has been truly decimated. No gold left. No wood left. His food has finally reached English late game. But it may be too late. Oh. And even if it's there, it's not going to stay there for long. The men-at-arms have been sneaking in to the farm area. That's a shutdown that Scarlet simply cannot afford for at this stage. Game number 1, this best of 5, and it almost goes an hour to get there. To get to the Delhi finish line. I mean, it looked shaky for a moment. I think Numinon will agree. When that front line disappeared, you look at your siege, you go, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god, that's a lot of money. But props to him. Numinon, he had the foresight to build full production. The Raxus came in clutch there. The stables, I don't know if he used Force March. Most people forget it, but if he was using Force March, he's more the genius for it. Force March is disgusting here, guys. If you always remember to select all army and press Q, it gets reinforcements in. And that's really the best use for it in late game. Tell you what, this game felt like the dualities of English. Outpost there, good fight. Outpost not there, bad fight. It really has been the recurring theme, actually, for a lot of this, hasn't it? Elephant should have forced march. Yeah, but what should happen is the guy on top is the one who's forced marching, so he just runs off the elephant. Scarlet, he does at least find now the little spam and men-at-arms location. Castle drop coming in, Numidan starting to stake a claim. Clearly, this is for the board. Now, finally, after 55 minutes, he can lame the ball. Woohoo! Scarlet, it really is kind of a trash comp now. Bro, just let him remax? Not really. He's got the siege advantage is the thing. He's just trying not to throw it away. You can't rush with siege. The Scarlet needs to rush in. No, the A-click! The A-click! The opening right there! He goes into the melee. That's it. That's cool. That's gone. Mass siege in the late game remains the king, but I mean, this is a crazy one. Let me know what you guys thought about this one. English delivering the classic long game, but I gotta give him credit on this one. I think if Scarlet optimizes the way he plays Outposts here, I feel like, you know, Moon's the limit for him. But game one is going to be an L. He's not impenetrable. He's not unkillable. He does have opportunities to strike back, but I think this is kind of a lesson in like English. And it's crazy as Scarlet plays a lot of them in the late game. But the Outpost, I think, is just classic run before you can walk type thing that can happen in these intense moments. Oof. So Numi won on the board. Would Sharon Projectiles Trebs done anything? It's tricky because like if Mangoes and Bombards keep moving, no. And then you dead weighting your own. Like you kind of just need to have Bombard advantage. Because if you have even the same number of Bombards, you win. Because your Bombards have increased attack speed is the logic. But once it comes down to it genuinely just keeps coming down to Outposts. Like if you want to make late game English work and you want to be actually efficient about it, you need to have the aura. All right, let's see what the boys got for us in game 2. What's up, Kicks? You're tired from just watching? I'm a little bit hungry, I'll say that for sure. I don't know what we got for food today. We might like go eat, come back, cast the next series after this one. You watch this one be like 4 hours long now. Whew. So IU game number 2. If I remember correctly, Scarlet's the type of player that does like spamming Desert Raiders. But against Mali, very, very hard. So we shouldn't be seeing Desert Raider spam here. And Malians is like probably the hardest game, hardest civ in the game rather to spam Desert Raiders against. And yeah, my bad on like not reacting to that night charge. I think it's just because I'm getting very hungry. So I'm like waning. Like, well, let's have a look. What was I doing at that moment? A few texts left to get. We've got Howders on the way. Elite Army Tactics as well. I was reading the text. Yeah, I just didn't. Like, actually, 1 second. I know what I need to do. I need to quickly grab some ibuprofen or something. Because I'm hungry. I got a headache. It's like, it's all full. I'm dying. Be right back 1 sec. I love the joyful simplicity of like kids' reactions to simple things. Like Freya, she's got some new slippers. So I go and she's like, "Look, Daddy, new slippers." She's like kicking them around the air. No need for medicine, just eat something. I need it because I got a headache as well. The food has started to be cooked. I think it'll be ready in like an hour-ish. Glasses keep getting very smudged. Dude, it's like number one thing I hate. I don't know, actually. I don't know. Like, it used to be I hated the way that like the frames would dig in my skulls, but these ones are pretty good for not doing that. But like, I really hate the I'll just be sitting there and I'll randomly end up with smudges on my glasses. I'm like, how? Why? Where did this come from this time? Like, what? I always just have this problem. I don't know why. Okay. We got predictions up. Nice. Scarlet of favorability. Ooh. Let's flip that. That is going to be the lead for Numu. Our dark horse is down one game in this best of 5, but there's still hope, folks. The pride of China on the line as we hop into the second game of this series, quarterfinals, between Scarlet Devil and Numenor here in the midweek muster. Numu with the Malians this time on Gorge. We have got Ibids for Scarlet. Now, I remember Scarlet was actually quite the prolific Desert Raider spammer because, you know, he has a bit of history in team games, so he quite likes that type of comp from what I remember. I don't know if you guys see it here, though. Like, this is possibly the hardest civ in the game to Desert Raider spam against because Malians can just build javelins. So we'll see which way he wants to play it. I do think that Ibids are, like, almost in a great place right now. I think 2 of the wings need a buff, and then we have more diversity on this civ than has ever existed before, which would be epic. Yeah, because, like, the big problem you have right now is, like, if you look at it, when you think about the wings you're going to do, Eco Wing is in contention at, like, most ages. Military Wing has its place, although very limited on blacksmiths. And then the other one is Culture. But Trade Wing is just kind of dead. Something needs to change there. It's just not viable. Like, with similar to trade games, it's always epic when we see it, but it's kind of epic because it's like, you know when you're gambling and you're just watching, like, the slots or something go around, ding, 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 ding. Like, yeah, you guys ever opened a Counter-Strike case? You're like, ding, 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 ding. No! I was so close to getting a factory new knife. It's that type of feeling. If you roll really good on these RNG trade wings, you can win the game. But most competitive players won't see it as worth the risk. So, this matchup, consider us Malians. Wouldn't be surprised to see Logistics just get the Dervishes. That gives you an out to just fast cast if necessary. Growth can be nice as well, however. Just speeds you up on aging up. Trade Wing will let you build a trade post for free where traders spawn. That's kind of nuts. I think that would be broken. Okay, and how did we do on sheep? Because Ibid should have a slight edge here. Numu gets 11. Scarlet Devil with 12. He didn't actually win by much. He ate some of the sheep, but remember, he moved out to berries quite quick, and it is going to be Culture Wing Loggy coming in. I don't know why the home community still calls it Logger. So, like, I talked with my lad Lexi, one of the people I represent, and I remember this stream the other week rather. And he's like, well, it's spelled logistics. Why do you guys call it Logger? He's like, Loggy? What was Loggy? It just sounds wrong. Logger sounds so good. Don't know if that's just a hom thing or if in general most people call it that. Because you wouldn't call it Logi. Logi sounds weird. Loggy, I guess, sounds wrong. I don't know. Nickname everything, guys. So all the wings here, we got Grow. Oh, dude, that works. Just call it Grow. Inder. Rian. M. Smiths. Advance. Loggy. Baz. Good old Baz. We never see Baz. And then No, like, that's advancement. Ah, damn it. Advise. That's okay. That's still more efficient because you got advise or advisors. There you go. We worked it out. All right. So outpost coming in now. That I am curious as to why Scarlet's outposting here. So the reason why I'm a bit curious about this, guys, is like if you go Logi, the idea is that you're meant to be able to not need outposts as much. Because let's say Numu opens with a sofa, you now got 2 dervishes to just priority heal targeted villages. It's like, it might be a castle game, but like actually players have gotten really good at castling up with just using the dervishes to body block. I think Scarlet's making a choice here though. Like, he could build a stables and build a desert raider, but we mentioned why that can be bad against Malians. So instead of going 150 and then 180 and being just defensive, he's going 100, and he'll eventually go the 150 anyway into stables, but he's not going to spend the 180. Yeah, he even gathered the stone, which is like... The weird part is like the mining camp actually in this. I'd be curious to get Scarlet's thought process on mining camp here for the arrow slits. Because it is 50 stone, but like a lot of people tend to just like, what, pull extra villages across once, drop off, and then go. Yeah, and that also changes the dynamics. Like now it is more expensive. Because you spent 50 on the mining camp, then you spent 75 on the arrow slits, 100 on the outpost. That's more expensive than going stables into desert raider. Because remember, you have to discount the stables detail as like you will need a stables anyway. And he built a stables anyway. I guess he just didn't want to keep anything home. So that this is the way that Scarlet perceives that he can get everything on the enemy side of the map and doesn't need to defend his base. Oh, AoE3 is building carts? Like, AoE3 had a lot of kind of wacky things now I think about it. Like, AoE3, like, was that the first one to have manners in the series? Because they had the banks. I know AoE2 had those type of buildings, but I can't remember if those were added later or not. Because Age of Empires 2, I think it's Portugal, isn't it, that has the buildings that function as workers. Okay, guys, this is going to be silly right now. Watch what happens. Wow, look. It's a horseman, but a spearman counts as a horseman, right? Like, that's a win. You're always going to kill. Why is he not killing him, guys? Why is he... Oh, sure, yeah, the scout's going to do what the spearman couldn't. This guy's like, what an idiot. Watch me. Look, I'll show you how it's done. And this is all a distraction, and a great distraction by Scarlet. Numidan reacted now by going 4 Donzos, 1 Jav, loses a worker, and Scarlet's rushing age up. This is why I like Logi a lot more for fast castle than Growthwing. Growthwing is like, hey, I'm doing this thing, you should react to it. But someone could be like, well, I'm not really that far behind, so I'm not going to react to it. But when you do a play like this to the Dervish, like, hey, I'm going to tech, but I'm also going to punish you. Well, great. Now I have to deal with infinite health on this unit. So if I don't do something about it, I'm going to die. Aeom has the bank got... Oh, that's true, actually. Yeah, Age of Myth would be the first one. You're right. Yeah, Age of Myth was before AoE3. I don't know how I forgot that. The late game vaults, right? Oh, my... After I said about Javelin... I can't believe this guy. This is such a Scarlet Devil move, man. Desert Raider military wing. Not even Growth. Even though Growth would have probably felt quite good here. And yes, the Dutch had banks in AoE3. I remember because I played a few like custom modes in Age of Empires 3. And then I think I played a few missions of the campaign. I always remember the Scottish guy. Was it per shekel? Or something like that he would say. He had a line. I think I... Was it per shekel? I can't remember. I didn't bother completing AoE3. Sorry. I'll tell you what is a banger, though. Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. Oh. Oh, what a treat from my childhood. Oh, well, we're back again. I mean, this is... I don't know. Isn't there something better he could be doing with his time right now? What you remember is, like, boats crash your computer when you were a kid. That you would have loved Red Alert 2. Red Alert 2, you just keep spamming Rocketeers and then fly them into AoE damage. Everyone's PC crashed without failure. They just didn't have the tech. Anyone remember trying to play Supreme Commander when it first came out? Oh my god. Stopcom, it was pain when it first came out. So for those that didn't know, Supreme Commander 1, like, I'd say 0.1% of consumer PCs on the market could have played that game. When you see how much money that hemorrhage has, kind of no surprise that THQ eventually went bust. That and the insane choice by THQ to make a handheld console. Ram's coming in now, so Numidan is looking to break through. Still Dara here. Not really that useful for the jabs necessarily, but it will help a little bit against Cam Lancers. Scarlet needs to be a bit careful of timing here. Remember, Camel Lancers do take a long time. I think what's more important, though, is the Archers, which don't have veterancy queued. I'm just going to be moving in. It's Gonzo's and Javelins mixed in. Numidan has the micro split. Gonzo's getting baited pretty far forward, though. Oh, that's a lot of negative losses right there. Ram down to half HP. He barely touched the tower. Yeah, fantastic defense by Scarlet. Okay, I said that this is going to be the series that went the longest in terms of back and forth. I mean, it already has done that in terms of length in the quarterfinals. It truly does have the potential to just be a back and forth. But the way that Scarlet's opened this, the question now is whether he can follow up well. Relics are coming in. The first two brought home. Numu still needs an age up, though. Missed the Lord of the Rings RTS? You mean Battle for Middle-earth? Battle for Middle-earth is a good one. It was a bit clunky in some ways, but I enjoyed it. It was very memorable. Also, the discs of that are insanely valuable. Because of the licensing issues around it with EA's ownership and now Warner Brothers, it's not probably never going to be released digitally. Same thing with there's a few other games around the time, like there was a Battlefront game that was based on Lord of the Rings too. Oh, Simpsons. Simpsons is another one that has that. If you have Simpsons Hit and Run, it actually is worth a decent amount. Nothing too crazy. So Numu looks like he's just backing up to tech up now. Half Lani isn't too bad, like half cows for the Fulani. My worry is this is a 5-relic game. So Scarlet's going to be offsetting a lot of your advantage. That's a greedy chase in there from Scarlet, however. Run him before he can walk, really. It's so tricky. When your opponent goes jabs like this, you can't just open Sprinkles now to counterplay. Which would have been perfect. Remember, he went military wing, which means his camels can build siege. What you can do here, however, and it's what I quite like that favors Ibids in this matchup, is Manjaniques. Manjaniques are good if you can get to that point. But after the losses he just took on the chase, Scarlet can't afford it. Like, Manjaniques is a play you make when A, you're either being dove by overwhelming numbers, or B, your opponent's now camping in his base, but you can't get in. Because then instead you just blow up the whole base. Remember, Manjaniques are super effective against Malians because they have all these clustered buildings. What's going to be happening here, though? I'm getting a bad feeling that this could be like another one of those weird late games. If this one does go ultra late, Ibids is actually pretty decent there. Desert Raiders get so much scale potential out of university techs, and the Golems are also usually quite slept on. Very, very powerful. Game called Age of Ring, a mod team remastered it. Oh, I think I heard about this. I've seen like 1 or 2 creators playing, I think. I was a little bit curious. For me, the ones I'm waiting for is like Red Alert 2 remaster. I didn't bother with the Dawn of War remaster, actually, which is weird. I think I just lost faith at that point. I'm like, I just want to let this... I think this is one I just want to leave in my childhood and not potentially ruin. You know? I've had that happen too much. My heart breaks too much, chat. Scarlet at least starting to try and shut down the pit mines, but we have got Numidan marching towards the base. It's a bulky army, actually. I don't think he has this breakneck approach, though, of like moving super fast. They try to march in. Javelin splitting off, actually. Remember, these are Desert Raiders. They are not good against Javs. Like, this is literally the worst unit you can build against this comp. Both of them destroy Desert Raiders. I guess it's things to drag fire, to bait attention. Lancers, limited numbers, but look at what Scarlet is doing. He's forcing the fight because he's got reinforcements coming from the north on the mini-map. They're on their way. Numidan needs as good of a trade as possible, as fast as possible here. Commitment comes through. Archers, love that. Hides them inside the Desert Raiders. The DRs are wasteful. The Archers are critical here. He needs the Donzo count low. The Camel Lancers now arriving from the back. Numidan, he steers back though. Handful of Donzos left over. More Cam Lancers coming in. Scarlet, I think he's got the numbers here. The Donzo count is simply too low. Javelin's now in trouble. Scarlet, an expensive fight, but one that will come out as an advantage afterwards on map control. He did that as well. The pressure was mounting. Army value now neck and neck. Destroyed value heavily in favor of Numidan, but Scarlet, he has still got some upsides. It's only a 75% Fulani. It's 5 relics, 2 sacred sites. Scarlet also does have the eco upgrade from the growth wing, from the golden age rather. So he's got 10% increased gathering. Nimu, he knows he can't afford to go back from here. I mean, he's so fixated on going down like this. Like, he's not even contesting those 2 sacred sites. Cam Lancers. Charging again now. Remember, Numu needs kills. If Scarlet gets to the point that he starts microing away injured Lancers, this is going to be over. Because that's when you just never get the kills anymore due to the Dervish. Numu not even turning around, man. He's only got 3 Donzos. Using the formation shuffle to try and get further away, but good chase. Scarlet, last time he done this, it was premature, but this time, mature cheddar cheese, baby. Pushes him all the way into the base, pulls back, and there's that rejuvenation. Any damage done, about to be forfeit. Numidan now officially on warning. He's one mistake away from Siege. If Siege comes out, that's when Scarlet has this thumbs up. Yeah, because if you just go Manjaniques, Numidan's army comp doesn't kill Manjaniques. Donzo Javelins are atrocious at killing Siege. Unless it's Springles, of course. Like, actually, weirdly enough, this comp destroys Springles. Scarlet goes back to circling. Yeah, I think he's just trying to catch Numidan out of the base, gathering food. It's not like Numu went pro scout. You wouldn't expect it at this stage. If it was going to happen, it would have happened early. I love the Sultan's Mamelukes. Really powerful tech. This is a very snowball tech. The movement speed damage is huge. It just allows you to keep on chasing. Scarlet just baiting a reaction. So Donzo's going to pull off. We don't have any 2 TC type play. I don't actually mind that here, though. It's very weird to say that, but it's because of the Sacred Sites, actually. The Sacred Sites, he kind of competes on economy. Because there's a lot of gold we're talking about here, remember. Getting 400 on the gold, on the relics, another 300 on the Sacred Sites. At this point, you're almost like 5 relic regnants. Is it me, or do Malians just look depressing when they don't have Sofa? They really do, actually. Like, there's no tempo. But it's such a hard unit to justify into IU. And what's up, Zelwang? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. I see you now. Appreciate it, bud. Remember, guys, keep those subs coming. Still got plenty more series today. Ambitious little Desert Raider. Remember, this is just trash. 3 units to throw away to bait Javelin's time. Expensive trash, but living it rich when you got 5 relics. Scarlet baits the Donzos forward. Archers now starting to get that buff. Remember, Javelins struggle against Archers because they overkill and Archers attack faster. Lancers are going to hang in there a little bit. He pulls some of them back. The Donzos getting stripped back here. Scarlet, most Lancers dead. It's just Archers now. Whoa, boy. The camel body's there. He got bodied. Numenor, he just keeps getting these favorable destroyed values. Scarlet, I mean, yeah, this is what I was wondering. No, from this position, why didn't we Manjanique sooner? He's now doing it. Yeah. Is he doing it too late? Such an unusual battle. Scarlet, it looked like maybe... I don't know if that was a miss micro, because he pulled some of the lances away, but committed others, which felt a bit odd there. What's going up? So Scarlet, a little bit paranoid that maybe Sofa, like we were talking about, could eventually be added in. The good news is, as long as Numenor sticks to infantry, like, you do get advantage on the Manjanique play. But the position that Scarlet was in a few minutes ago is kind of been thrown away. He's got a few farms coming in, but he's got a long way to go before he has that permanence of economy. Yeah, only 10 farms in total. And Wolf, please. Bruh. Just Scarlet, please. Alright, let's give me another worker going down. See, old walls would have been built so quick, the wolf would have ran away. Nimu now with 43 javs. But he faces off against soon-to-be 4 Manjaniques. This is important. This is another thing that I think is really nice about military wing reinforcement. You can just use your melee units to build your siege while your range units look to poke. It's much better that way, because otherwise, you know, you're going to be in a situation where everything is idle. No, I don't want to go to war, Mom. I don't want to go to my job. You're getting out of bed, Johnny. There's a job to be done. Fought the Huntress. Nimu. Now, hold on. I don't know if Scarlet can break this quick enough. There's 39 workers from Numenor. Scarlet. He leads with the mangoes. It kind of proves what we were saying. I think actually it's more a control group issue. I think this is too slow. Numenor, age up completes. There's no going back now, Scarlet. Alright. Pawn the flippers. Get your oxygen tank. It's time to dive. So difficult against the Fort the Huntress. Scarlet, if he waits just a minute, I don't want to think about what these javelins are going to do to him. And, oh, that's a sick switch. Numenor, he cancelled javelins upgrade to go for a bombard. Yeah, because he can upgrade javelins and still have to worry about Manjaniques. We can just get a bombard and kill all the Manjaniques. Happy play. Numenor. Poking in. Upgrade just got queued. Bombard's coming out soon. Scarlet. He's trying to bait him. He's trying to use the lack of vision on this area to get a good hit. But the Manjaniques, it's just too obvious. Numenor will not give it over. Triple Sacred Sight now locked in for Scarlet. It's awkward. It feels like you need to build more siege, but if you do so, you're slowing down. Scarlet's extra buildings. There is a lot of gold gathering from Numu on the north side. 28 workers out here. If Scarlet finds that, it's huge. But there's just so many early warnings. Like, once this pit mine's gone, you're going to pull those workers back in anticipation. Or jump in. Because the javelins are ready to do so. 10 seconds out from Elite Tech. And there it is. Gets confirmation. 15 damage now. 7 ranged armor. The mangoes being dealt with the bombard. Alright, we may have got a bit too close, boys. One Manjanique sniped. Other 2 remain, though. But Numenor, look at this. He's getting wide with the split. He's not making it easy. Archer count just shrinking fast. The Donzo's held in reserve. They're waiting for that commitment. Nah, I think he's got the break here. A group of Donzos heading into the farms. And Scarlet now has to run, which means the siege is in trouble. Yeah, Donzo's going for the charge him. Javelins have got this. I mean, Javelins at this stage win everything. Scarlet's about to get picked dry. We are going to see a continuous trend here. Scarlet Devil able to slay the best players in the game in best of threes, but then fall victim to the second tier below our top 4, top 6 in the best of 5s. He's now 1 game away from a clean wipeout. Not looking good for Scarlet. Yeah, Numu just playing very cleanly. No, cleanly, that was... I think there was an early engagement that was maybe a bit ambitious, but like outside that, I don't know, man. It's like, Scarlet, I think he just missed his timing to Siege. We're going to Cliffside next. So Japanese versus Rus. Because like one of the big problems, if you remember, early on in the castle timing, he tried to rush into the base and lost like the skirmish and then had to retreat. And that led to the really good defensive fight eventually. But like at that point, you're taking a really good defensive fight to recover your bad position in the game. So you're not ahead at that point. You're evening out. Yeah. It's 4 a.m. You got to go sleep. All right, Bear. Night, night, buddy. Enjoy. All right. So Japanese versus Rus. This is a speciality pick, actually, for Scarlet. Yeah, he's a big fan of this Civ. One sec, just checking something, confirming something. So we're still waiting on Anna and B to confirm their time to play. Wouldn't be surprised that's in the evening. What we might end up doing is going and eating and then coming back and casting Lucifron versus Kilyadi. That's a good plan. Oh. Apparently food is going to be ready in about 35, 40 minutes, I think she said. Yeah, so this game just needs to go 35, 40 minutes and we're good to go. Glad this one actually had some length to it, though. It did feel like the schedule was rolling a bit quick at first. Oh, by the way, guys, reminder, !Heroes, there's only a few days left on the Might and Magic campaign. We've been working with them to make sure people are aware, to drum up awareness. If you guys are a fan of the Might and Magic series, or you do... Whoopsie, wrong set. Don't know why, I had someone else's chat open there. Whoops. If you guys are a fan of the series, be sure to go check it out. They've got a card game coming out next year. Early backing has cracked the €1 million mark. So get yourself a discount, get yourself some goodies. Don't miss out. Really cool, man. I just like them to collect more than anything else. I'll definitely force Emma to play it. All right, here we go. We got the setup right. We have. He's at risk of just rolling out like it's nothing. Like, why is he even here in the quarterfinals? But Scarlet Devil has got an ace up his sleeve. This secret dark horse from China that's beaten Wham and Louis MT is phenomenal on Japan. If there was any Civ that could crack an armor in Numidan, this would be the one. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Cliffside time at Numidan with a Roost pick up against Scarlet Devil's Japan. And a good spawn for him as well. So what makes him different? What does he do different? This is the interesting thing, actually, about Scarlet Devil. He's a big believer in the fast castle build. I mean, pure fast castle. Usually, he only techs Cura Storehouse with one villager and then goes for the H3. And you get an insanely good timing by doing this with Japan. He's not just a believer. We've seen Louis do this as well. So don't be surprised if it comes out. And he has a really good spawn for that exact strategy. Berries and gold very close together, which means you can switch between the two. Don't grab the mic stand provocatively. I have to. It's intense. We must set the standards, folks. High, high standards. Okay, so Numu, I wonder if he's seen this build. And if so, what's his reaction going to be? Because you're thinking pro scouts. It's interesting how many players still rate Cliffside quite highly for Roos. It's nice for the farm of the hunting cabin split because you have 2 tree lines. You have the big and the small. So you don't have to worry about that wider spread necessarily. Usually the TC, as we can see here, fully protects. That's the big difference actually that I think has kept Roos viable here. Is, we said earlier that Roos is one of the hardest civs in the game to Dark Age rush. On this map, they feel virtually impossible to Dark Age rush, especially if RNG is on their side. What's the game mode then? This is standard 1v1, my friend. Tournament play. Kill the landmarks and kill the player. Sacred sites could also work as well. We're going to head to Tawara, and there's your confirmation, folks. 1 villager on the build-up means we are getting Castle Age Rush out of Scarlet. Don't be surprised if he doesn't build a single unit before Age 3. And let me do the payouts. The payouts, Numidan game number 2. Get your predictions in quickly, as you're only going to have 2 minutes here. What can you do? Is there anything as Roos you can do to stop this? I don't think so. Like, once you're free scouts, you're pretty committed to pro scouts. Even if you try to commit in. Scarlet's already gathered a decent amount of berries here. He still has 14 sheep, and he's going to have 1 or 2 free farms coming through anyway. You could kind of starve him out. I just think it's not the right spawn for it. If this was a 4th gold, you could potentially rush his gold and deny him, but back gold is very hard to get on top of. Kill all the units of the opponent, the game automatically disqualifies the opponent. That includes landmarks though. So like, you'd have to kill the units, then kill the landmarks, which means you just done a landmark victory. Apple's coming up. So Scarlet is respecting the potential for Numidan to go for Knights or Archers opening. We know what he wants to do. No landmark? Nah. That's the big difference between AoE 2 and AoE 4. Remember, Age of Empires 2, like the idea of just going into a corner and building your base, then going to another corner and build your base. In casual play, you can be a right pain in the ass on not dying. I think maybe like a cool development for casual play, like especially in a world where we don't have as much time anymore, is the fact that you can just go for landmarks to kill a person. I feel like that, at least from a standpoint of like being able to end the game, was a very solid change. So Numi Pro Scouts on the way. Wooden Fortress is going to be able to buff up. Do we get archers? I mean, in fairness, it's not like the Shushi or H3 timing here. There's a lot of food that still needs to be gathered for Scarlet. And that outpost doesn't actually protect the gold workers. You can sit here with archers and harass him. Like, you can get arrow slits to eventually kind of slowly stop it, but you can still cause pain here. It's just so tricky and slivery in the timing. So it's starting to look like instead Numu might just go for a fast castle. Even if landmarks are still standing, but if you kill all units, the opponent automatically loses. Oh, you think there should be a mode like that? Well, I think there might be. I'm not sure. I don't mind the... I don't know how I feel about the idea of like a Regicide tournament now that I think about it. Regicide is kind of quirky. I like the idea of Regicide on specific maps. Like, something that, and I've said that we should always try and be different from Age of Empires 2. And now I'm going to contradict that. Because, like, one thing I think is, like, you shouldn't really copy, but it's okay to steal, be inspired by. One thing I did really like about AU2 is, like, the fact that some maps have inherently different mechanics. Like, for example, there is a map that specifically has a king on it, right? It's always played with a king. I think that would be really cool if, like, there was a map. Maybe, I don't know if we want one that wouldn't have a sacred site, but, like, one that has a king on it. Or a map where the sacred sites function like company heroes victory point systems, so you run down a win condition reliably. So Numu snatching from the enemy side. Scarlet ready to tech up though. Is this going to be worth it? Because Numu actually isn't that far behind. And this is with him on sheep, by the way. He's going to be moving on to deer now, which is going to amplify his gathering rate. He has some other techniques to make it that good. And he'll also have the ability to build a high trade house. You can see he's already left the perfect room for it here. Yeah, I like that placement. Protects the wood line, then protects the deer gatherers on the high trade house. How do you guys predict? Let's have a look. 61% for Scarlet. We've still got some big believers in the Chinese prodigy. Wait, it works like what in team games? You can kill the units to the landmarks? Oh, that makes sense. Like, it has to be that way, doesn't it? Because, like, it used to be, when team games first came out, if you killed all the landmarks, you just killed the person. And then the devs like, nah, that's, like, stupidly cheesy. You're just going to all-in a guy, kill his landmarks, and the game is over. Okay, so Numen on triple archery range now. Wonder if there's wiggle room for 1 or 2 knights, just as a front line, but I don't think it's necessary to begin with. Up complete. Scarlet already accused Uma Bannerman, and look at that bar go. 7 seconds to get his first knight in the field. I always love this play. It just feels optimal because it just gets you a present knight sooner. Usually it's better to build it before you even complete the age up, but like this is a very different build than standard castle. Fire Lancers from the olden days? Oh man, don't get me started. You know who I miss? Leenock. Leenock, the Korean wonder kid. Man, that guy loved Fire Lancers. He was obsessed with them. Even if they kept getting nerfed, he was like, I'm going to try and play Fire Lancers. I was like, bro, I don't think it works anymore. He's like, I'm going to try and play Fire Lancers. Like, okay. Here we go. Again. And the weird part is, not all the time, but he'd actually make them work in 1v1s. That's the effect of the Lean Octopus. Alright, so gold is going to be locked in. He's got plenty to work with. 2,500. He's already securing the backside. Farmhouse for the berries, but this is going to be gold as well. This is a really, really good spawn for Scarlet. Probably his best one of the entire series. That's Samurai already trying to idle up the base. Love the response from Numidan. He bought the stone to get Wooden Fortress upgraded. The Sprinals is a really big deal here because when you dive in, the TC will often disable the deflective. And then the Sprinal shot goes through to do real damage. Yes, you heard me correctly. These psychopaths are somehow able to deflect a giant bolt from a Springal emplacement. They can even deflect a cannonball. Okay, so Horse Archer numbers starting to inflate. Scarlet hasn't tried to steer elsewhere yet, though. I was expecting maybe just Yuumi, but the thing that's nice about Yuumi is it makes Horse Archers overkill a lot. But I think Scarlet's going to try to wait until he sees Spearman. If he sees Spearman. Shinto Shrine coming in. Yeah, because the next Shira is about to pop out. And boom, it's the farmhouse build. So Scarlet, just like we saw Louis do the other day, they like to do triple farmhouse. So only stables, then farmhouses. Sometimes you'll do a Yorishira in the TC. But quite often, it's just about keeping that permanence of food. And the pacing of these two players is quite... I don't know if I want to say unusual. It does kind of feel like a calmer slowdown, you know, with these two. Compared to some of our other matchups. Almost like a reluctance or hesitance, but I think that comes from a place of respect. And not knowing what the other does. Scarlet now creeping out Mount Samurai. Shinto is going to get intercepted. That's going to force a reaction. Mount Samurai coming. Scout does reveal that, though. Yes, Anumi's not going to just jump into an ambush. Surely not. Scarlet, however, is going to ambush him in the base. Jump straight in there. Idle up big here. Ends up losing a worker in the process. Minimizes it to 1. And the relics. This is always the funny edge Roos has. Like, hey, that's mine. Starts killing. New Mounted Samurai come out, though, and it seems Numidan doesn't want to risk losing a 240 resource unit. So third relic now for Scarlet. Fantastically well done. Both of them do know about the western one. It looks like Scarlet is moving out for that now to guard it, because the Warrior Monk is on his way. No, he switches over. He select all armies for the rest of the knights. Okay, so possibly a 3-2 split coming in. With the high trade house, this is good for Numidan. Both players do know about the Eastern Relic too. Yeah, you always have to check, because Cliffside's that type of map. We often see someone just forgets, just doesn't notice a relic or two. Nimue just giving chase. Yeah, this is a micro battle. Like, Numidan just has to keep track, keep pace. Never look away too much, because if you do, this happens. Mounted Samurai, they get in. Still, the injuries were heavy already. Scarlet takes a bad trade there. Takes a tumble. Remember, you have to kill 2 horse archers to lose the Samurai to even up. Sounds bad, but it's actually kind of nice, because the idea is, like, if both of your comps are shrunk a lot, then Mounted Samurai can feel better, because horse archer count tends to thrive with quantity due to the nature of ranged, whereas like melee getting bigger is usually bad, because when melee's bigger, it's harder for them to reach for a hit. They just get in each other's way. Nimue. I think we've reached the critical mass, though. Boy's Fortitude coming in as a game changer. Takes you an extra hit to kill these horse archers, and then the Warrior Monk, if they get involved with a blessing, I don't like the look of it for Scarlet right now. He's not found the eco damage. He doesn't have the quantity. We're not seeing a switch either. Actually, like, I rate the idea of adding in Horsemen. I just don't know if Scarlet feels like he's got enough food for it. The other thing is you've got 3 relics in a sacred site, so you've got a lot of gold. So you don't really want to do Horsemen. It's also this paranoia is like, for all Scarlet knows, Numidan's adding in Knights, which is quite often the case at this stage for Roos. If they start to feel a bit threatened, they just get a front line of their own. So yeah, a lot of reasons that are kind of keeping him on Samurai. Let's discover the relics have now been fully split. Horse Archers destroy Knights. Scarlet has nothing to do with Horse Archers. It's over, sadly. Trade-offs here is like, if you get the melee count big enough, like I said, like Archer count when they're around this number feels better. But like if you get up to 40 Knights, there's something weird that happens. Like 40 Knights versus 60 Horse Archers is kind of weird, because so many bodies rush at you that they can push you into a dangerous place. So the way that you can win with Samurai here, the way that Scarlet's trying to win, he's trying to get close enough to the base, but it's just not going to work. Talk about a surround. Yeah, this looks over now. So the idea, he's got 1 more strike left. We'll pause that idea for, because Scarlet, this is the connector. This is what needs to hit. Jumps in with the second line. He already sacrificed the Southern Mounted Samurai. Numidan running away with the workers. Dodges the bullet. Forces some idle, but that's going to be it. And now with Knights coming in, Scarlet Devil doesn't have a clear path. So yeah, the idea here, folks, what Japan's trying to do with just Mounted Samurai is if you can force fights close to the base, the horse archers can run away, but the villagers running away is the important detail. They don't run away as quickly, and even if they do, that means you're not gathering. So that allows you to lose Mounted Samurai, but the problem is Scarlet isn't doing that anymore. That was probably his last attempt to do so. Now with the horse archer count being this high, not to mention the Knights, Scarlet's the one that needs to switch. I mean, you could try to spear here, but that doesn't solve your kiting issue, which is like your opponent doesn't need to fight you, he just avoid you. Numidan. Just intercepting more. He knows it's desperation mode. Scarlet sends practically all heavy cav into the base. There is active gold gathering, but most of them protected by an outpost means no bueno. And to make matters worse, I think that right there for Scarlet, that's his error he won't get away with. He just retreated into a back corner. Horse archers are chasing from Numu. He's a little bit distracted, though, because he's busy kiting on the backside. He finds worker kills down here. Numadon loses 5 on the berries. It does allow him to get away with the main group of Mad Samurai, but now that is him trailing in the worker department with all Yorishiros committed to farmhouses. Not just that, horse archers now leaking onto the stone. They're inches away from the farms. This is done. Yeah, Numu now just hunkering down, give himself a bit of padding here on the ball. The Knights arriving at -3, maybe more. There's nowhere to go. GG, it's going to be a Frio, just like last week when he lost Frio to Voldemar. I don't know what it is with this kiddo, but Scarlet, he delivers god-tier performances in best of 3s. He just hasn't quite figured out best of 5s yet, but give him time. You know, this is a recent evolution making it to BO5s. If he's able to start replicating what he done in the best of 3s, it won't be long before we're talking about this guy in semifinals. G to the G. A Frio victory. Up next, we have got Lucifron versus He might die. We good? That's weird. All right, guys. So here's the plan. Anatan versus B. I'm waiting for confirmation when that's going to happen. We've got Lucifron and Kilyadi after I eat live. So we've got plenty of bangers coming in. Lucifron versus Kilyadi should be a fun one. But I do need to eat first. So what we're going to do, we're going to put up an epic game to keep you guys entertained. And then we'll be back with more live entertainment. Sound like a plan? It's a phenomenal plan. It's the best plan you've heard all day. You just didn't realize you needed to hear it. So let me have a look. Let's go with the Strangest Canal game. Wait, did we play this one on stream before? I think we might have actually, now that I think about it. I need to bump my editor. We need to be uploading more, I think. Give me a sec, guys. Just finding you a nice game now. The Sort of versus Louis game? Do you guys want the Sort of Louis game? There's a little bit in the past, but I think it could be a good one. It's a really entertaining one, actually, from what I remember. And I believe it was Beastie before that. Yeah, Japan versus Byzantines. All right, we'll go with that. All right, enjoy the game. This one was really, really good. It's not like it was posted this week as well, so it's like one that you like. A lot of you be like, oh, I don't remember this or whatever. But this one was really, really good. I like this one. So bear me one sec. All right, enjoy the game. I'll be back after it for more live series. So stay tuned. See you all very soon. That's 0-3. So pretty rough time overall Williams he had. He obviously was then able to recover in the lower bracket to make it to playoffs. But compared to the fact that this guy before that thrusted a trophy in an S-tier tournament, very big downgrade. And I just want to say, like, this is showmanship, right? Like, this is not even showmanship is necessarily the word. This is good sport nature, right? This is swallowing the defeat. I'm going to even turn the nameplate off so you guys can see it very clearly. This is swallowing the defeat and eating the humble pie, right? No, like, you know, big up and then excuses or anything like that. Louis MT, the funny part about it to me is he's not even a guy who necessarily smack talks, right? Like, not that we know, he doesn't speak elegant English, right? He knows a little bit of English. But I knew a player just like this type of name profile if they lose big. But that guy would, like, smack talk like crazy, right? So it's almost like he had to eat the humble pie. Like, if you want to talk big, if you want to be cocky, you've also got to, like, just accept the defeat with grace. The beautiful thing about Louis is he isn't like arrogant in victory or anything like that, but he still just chooses to lean into these meaningful moments. This is probably my favorite person in AoE4 right now, right? And it's just because his whole persona exudes having fun. That's the best way to describe it. I think you'll see it in these games because Liam T, whether it goes early or late, he always finds a way of having fun. Sort of a bit more of a sweaty gamer, but also a lovely fella. He's, of course, Swede living in Korea, so actually, ping-wise, shouldn't be a problem at all here. This is really like the true testament to sort of how deep he's coming, how fast he's developing, right? If he's able to start getting like wins semi-frequently from players like Louis MT, Wham, Vortex, etc. on the ladder, that's when I think we're likely to see sort of start to make these deeper runs into tournament play. It's not quite there yet, and I think he doesn't mind me admitting that. We've got KPMM returning soon, and I imagine he'll join in on those too, because it's a great way to actually kind of sharpen your teeth and get used to the tournament format again. Specifically in this game, though, we are going to be getting a Rax opening. This is wholly to be expected. Japan is always looking for an opportunity with those Dark Age Rax rushes being cheaper. And what better civ to do it against than the Byzantines? Byzantines that got a pretty rough spawn here. Yeah, this is brutal. Stone and berries on one spot. Like, you wish the gold was there or something. At least then you'd have stone or berries to lean into. Instead, we're going to have Louis MT going towards the Imperial Hippodrome. Imperial Hippodrome, which, by the way, has been growing in popularity. That's right. Everyone's attending the horse races these days. Yeah, you go back not too long ago, people widely considered this to still be a meaningful landmark. Or, shall we... Sorry, let's be the more diplomatic approach to meaningful. Very situational is the simple way to put it. It was very, very situational to use this, but now it's becoming a bit more fluid, a bit more frequent. And honestly, I'm all for it. I love the way the players have developed strategies over how they want to use this now. It isn't just I pressed the button didn't work, and now my game is over. Right? Because remember, with Imperial Hippodrome, you get access to an ability that buffs your cavalry damage and also heals them, gives them more movement speed. Like, it's a powerful, powerful ability. But in the early game, it's heavily rationed, right? Very rarely we get more than one shot at it. And what have I missed in chat while we've been hyping this up? All the talk. Did I check out the latest Beastie M-Lord drama? I mean, it was all discombobulated within the video, like within the VOD, right? So like, I glanced parts of it via Reddit. I glanced part of Dimu's breakdown and part of Vortex's breakdown, and kind of sounds like what we said a few days ago when we cast over the game and we checked the remake condition holds true, right? Like, the wider drama is like the idea of just like, okay, let's compare to the WAM. Why are we even comparing to the WAM one? Completely different situation, completely different set of variables. You don't make a parallel there at all. It makes no sense. Even if you did want to make the parallel, the WAM game is more over than like the Beastie Marine Lord one. But yeah, I think overall our goal is to try and be happy campers today, guys. Like the drama to me is, from what I've seen anyway, and maybe it's just through the mediums that I've consumed it, childish. And as a scene where the average age of our esports competitors is what, 30? We shouldn't, like, it shouldn't be that childish. So, sort of, he's gone in for the spears pretty heavy-handedly at home as well, right? I think he had 3 on the forward and he added in more when he saw the horseman play, but Archer's already coming from Louis MT, and it means he's going to be able to break out of the base. Does have to switch, though. Outpost is up. You can't really contest that too early. He could blob up to like 7 or 8 horsemen with several archers and go in, but it'd be very expensive. The only reason he'd do that is if he desperately wants to get the olive oil, which is understandable because right now he's mercenaryless. Yeah, like the Hippodrome Horses Lombo's OP. Yeah, but you can't get it. That's the point with this stratagem sort of. That's what makes it so good. His opening has completely invalidated the best strategy for the Byzantines. So instead, you're getting poor man's Lombos. They're not even long. Like, look, the bow is like not even the length for the guy. So this makes him substantially weaker. Although sort of's approach here, heavy on the gold at the start, is intriguing. Is he looking for the Yumi Bannerman early? I think he's just trying to lock in all technologies. So like Steeled Arrow is already coming. He'll want enough gold for Undermesh, which he's not likely to get here. Which means he has to kind of eat rocks a bit. I mean, he could literally eat rocks, right? Like, you can actually eat stone to get gold. But no, I meant that more figuratively. He's just going to have to suck it up and accept he's going to have to scale quite a few Yumi to break out of this. Yumi feel pretty good against Byzantines, especially when they play this type of strategy. Like, if it's longbows, longbows can contest early, but obviously they can get overwhelmed by Yuumi mass. But we don't even have that longbow threat. We still don't have any berry gathering whatsoever. Louis does have an option at the front of his base. Hasn't chosen to commit to it, though. Horsemen are circling. Remember, this Triumph Charge is not going to be used early on. At least it shouldn't be. Typically, you're looking to save it for that big moment, that decisive moment, which will get you a big enough lead to then go castle, or a big enough advantage in a fight to win the game. Yeah, it's kind of like when someone says, would you sell your car? You're like, oh, I don't know. I don't know if I want to sell my car. Like, well, how important is your car to you right now? Like, what would it take for you to sell your car, i.e. press the Triumph button? Would it take 15 Yuumi out of position? I mean, that kind of sounds a little bit... What about 20 Yuumi out of position? Okay, I don't know, man. I still need it to, like, get around. I gotta go and, like, you know... Gotta go and harass villages, and I gotta keep you out of my base. What about 25 Yuumi? Okay, mate, I'm tempted. 30 Yuumi, final offer, deal, right? Like, it's almost like that type of feeling when you're playing around this Triumph build. Because if you do sell yourself short on the deal, and you're like, oh, damn, I haven't got the car anymore. I'm now going to have to get a taxi everywhere. Wasn't worth the deal. So both players going to be scaling up here. Sordov's going to be pretty content with the idea of adding in Spearmen because the longbow threat would have been a big problem, but it's just not there. It's interesting because he could technically go Ona Bugeisha, but I don't know about Ona Bugeisha against Horseman Triumph, actually. I haven't seen that particular matchup, I think, ever. Maybe once or twice a long, long time ago, but like not in recent memory. The problem with that matchup is like actually Ona Bugeisha are great value exchange into Horsemen. The problem is when you add in the Triumph, which is +4 damage, by the way, on a unit that can max out at 10 damage normally, you can see why it gets pretty rough. I am a little bit surprised that sort of maybe didn't entertain the idea of Horsemen. We saw that from Marine Lord. If you guys remember, Marine Lord Beastie, it was the final game of the Denmark LAN where he played Mass Horseman, Ego Chowed the Byzantines, and because he had the melee tech plus the Uma Bannerman, with good positioning, he was able to just beat Hippodrome's battle. Yeah, that would have been interesting, actually. Yuumi plus Horseman. It's also a lot faster of a composition. Spearman slows you down, but going Horseman means that you're moving at the Yuumi speed, which is higher than standard infantry. Louis being a little bit frustrating. Sort of has snuck out into the deer, and I don't think that Louis knows at all. He is, however, about to get access to Mercs. We've got the Kira Siphon coming out. Yeah, and he's already up to level 5 System. Despite that delay, that frustration, he's locked it in. And info on KPMM will be dropped later today. So you'll want to hang around. It might be even sooner than you think. Samurai from sort of. What? Okay. We're definitely swinging in a different arc now. I wouldn't have really expected Samurai at this stage. Wonder what the thought process is, because this is the thing, guys. Hippodrome Triumph can actually like beat Samurai. I think for sort of, it's probably because the archers are going to kill the Spearmen too fast. So by littering in a few Samurai, it means that sometimes the arrow fire is just going to go after a target that is worthless against, right? So this is kind of a classic strat. I'm hoping it's just a few Samurai instead of him massing Samurai. Because I don't really know if you have the long-term food to like sustain that. I guess Kura Storehouse does give you some leeway. Good interception of the Horseman, though, and like this is another problem, right? When they cut to reinforcements like this, it should be a lot harder to kill those Horsemen, to stop them killing the Yuumi, if you choose to go this way. Wall's going up from Louis, though. Well, thank you. Appreciate everyone who's been messaging me about how much they love KPMM, wondering when it's going to come back. For those who don't know what KPMM is the most successful weekly format in Age of Empires that will be returning for 40 more weeks. Yeah, kind of crazy stats. What was that? Over 17 million minutes watched in the first edition as well. You guys are wild. Game slowed down a lot now, right? I think sort of realizes there's no attack point right now. It's just too risky stepping up against these horsemen. Like, you saw what started to happen when he brought the first force forward. The horsemen went looking for the reinforcements. Triumph has still not been triggered, by the way. And in fairness, I don't think Louis is looking to trigger it at all now because he just doesn't have that many horsemen yet. At this point, like with how deep the game is getting, you want to be up to maybe like 15 horsemen for that Triumph pull because then it's substantial, right? With 15 horsemen, 30-second window, you can run down everything. Sort of, I think he knows about that growing risk. He hasn't really been able to force the commitment of the ability, which is another reason as to why he doesn't want to commit into the enemy base. I wonder. Nah, I'm not going to say it. No sippy cup. I think, honestly, I think the memes with Siston is kind of over. Siston in the first hill is probably never going to come back in until it gets some sort of buff, such as a level 6 Siston unlock would make a lot of sense. It's just too rough to justify currently. Goldenhorn Tower, especially like with this build, Goldenhorn Tower is way too good to give up. Remember, with the level 5 Siston being there by the time you go age 3, it means that this conscriptor buff, the increased production rate, applies to the mercenary landmark. It doubles the production rate. That's why you're not going to see anyone do sippy cups anymore, right? The gulp is nice, but double production rate on mercs, too good to pass up. The fact alone that Biz players learn how to use Hippodrome makes tower rushes less effective. I mean, they had to learn it. You have to remember, we came off the back of a meta where Dark Age rushes was at an all-time high. So, you know, I think, like at Olympia, Byzantine players should be grateful that the Deer Shove meta was a thing, because what it done is it allowed them to take the time to figure out a new way. If you remember in the Deer Shove meta, a lot more civs were doing Dark Age openings. In fact, Japan was every single game, because it just organically followed up into this outpost rush on the enemy berries really nicely. Backup coming in. By the way, Goldenhorn Tower with Keshik contracts. So he's going for the heavy calf. This is actually an interesting direction to go in. I don't mind it. The thought process here is that you can actually mirror the Mountain Samurai with enough Keshiks. This is reminiscent of like Mongol Japanese games where we've actually seen Mongols able to win off of raw numbers in a heavy cav clash against Japan. It's actually quite surprising how effective it can be because like the thing is Keshiks hit lower damage than standard knights, which is bad normally, but when you're up against deflective armor, it means you're like losing out on less initial burst DPS. Trade-off being is like the Keshiks are a little bit cheaper. Now, whether you can actually get the scale that a Mongol player would be able to is the big question mark, because he is very, very limited when it comes to Olivor. Unless he can now rush relics. And he doesn't even have an organic timing. Like, this is the trade-off of going Hippodrome. You're not going to be quick into your monks, because when you go Grand Winery, remember, it's not just a mill, it's also later on a monastery. It's also a way that you can generate olive oil via relics. And now, Louis just doesn't have that at all. So yeah, unless he wants to try and, you know, come back into Keshik's hyper late, I think this is very much kind of a timing comp. And then after the timing passes, just use it to raid. First Mount Samurai arriving in the base, sort of just trying to be annoying. Did manage to extract a worker kill. Won't be able to hang around to hunt for more, though. Northside, great fight there, though. Sort of. Catches the 4 Keshiks. Louis, now looking for some blood. Will start to march in. But Veterancy is already there for Spears, so he needs to be fast about this. Triumph is going to get activated, so here we go. He needs some kills out of this. Expilatores was not taken, by the way, so he's not getting paid gold for this. It's just a trade of horseman loss for worker kills gained. And it is going to last for a long time. 30 seconds remaining on that Triumph pull. The villager count looking really good here. That's 6 kills so far. This is about, what, 3 horsemen? Idle time as well. Definitely a worth it exchange for Louis. Sort of. Kind of just standing here. Didn't find an entry point. So busy reacting to that. The best he could hope for was idling out his opponent. Still, he does have map control, and with that, he can think about relics. But now he may need to think about Euroshiro dropping. Okay, he did already. Yeah, the TC Euroshiro drop means he'll be able to catch up. He desperately needs to. Because remember, it's not just you up against 54 villagers. It's the buffed system effect here. on practically the entire economy. Actually, I say that. A lot of his economy isn't buffed, weirdly enough. Yeah, he never set it up around the deer or anything. Two TC. Whoa. Sort of definitely feeling the damage of that strike. And we have Varangian switch. So if the goal now for Louis MT is to go crossbows, Varangian, maybe cataphracts, this is where I definitely want to see him get into like the Expilatoras. It would have been nice to have gotten that extra gold gen from worker kills. Because remember, with the Expilatoras tech, you do 2 more damage, which isn't too important when you've got Triumph activated anyway. But the more important part is that you'll get 30 gold per worker kill. Yeah, you know what we need? We need the ultimate Civ to use that against. We need a Civ where the villagers produce quicker, but they have less health. God, can you imagine? You know, they have like 25 health, half the gathering rate, half the cost, and occupy half the space, i.e. 0.5 population. Ah, that reminds me of that game mode. You guys remember when we used to play Puny Peasants? Puny Peasants was incredible. It was a game mode where the villagers were reduced down to 5 HP. They were the size of a little smurf. And they basically gathered 1 resource and would drop off. Puny Peasants was goated. Sadly, the modder never updated it. So it didn't work with the new civs. Yes, it was quite comical because their population space take was 0.1. Sort of still circling looking for targets here. But Louis been doing a good job of dodging the death so far. Does it again. Sort of. Only just got a minor glimpse at what is happening. What? Louis! The mining camp! He forgot it! Oh my god. Talk about a Congo line there. And Sora's Mountain Samurai count doesn't really feel that great right now, though. It's kind of a shame because his opponent is playing quite wide with his locations, right? Like, he's been gathering berries on the front side, which is going to become brutal. He's already fortifying, so I imagine Mangonel Tower coming in after that. And it's a good position for a Mango Tower in front of the base like this. 2TC is now putting sort of in the lead on Raw Villager count, though. Daimyo is not level 2 yet, which is unfortunate considering he's been forced to add in additional farms. So, not benefiting from that bigger gathering rate buff. And crossbows are revealed. Okay, so sort of getting this crossbow info, this is going to feel pretty rough that he switched into Samurai. I wonder if he'll just pivot differently and maybe go like Onibugeisha. It's tricky though because, yeah, he's doing it, but like the tricky part of it is your opponent still has 29 archers you haven't addressed. Right? Like, because this has been focused on raiding and not direct fighting, neither player has actually lost their archer mass yet. Which is where the Onibugeisha switch becomes a little bit risky for sort of. Still, he kind of needs something to deal with that crossbow mass that he's assuming is going to build. Louis is just getting ready for the full farm transition. Like, food is going to drain pretty fast. There's not much to remain here. He already has eaten up most of one of the deer stacks. The second one is not of interest to him. He just wants olive oil because he needs that extra unit diversity. Golems are going to be sick if your opponent does go Bugeisha, by the way. Golems with double strike against Bugeisha, it's like, why do you even sign up for that fight? This fight right now, though, sort of, has got numbers. The Yuumi do deceive, though. Golem, Varangian moving in, and sort of, what was the control group there? Had them switch, didn't notice that. The Yuumi standing their ground for a little bit too long. We have got the Triumph activated, but it's on Cataphracts. This is less impactful. Nice dive. I love this. He sticks him in the back, and now look at the Yuumi. They're no longer going for targets they might be more optimal at killing. They waste a lot of time on the cavalry unit. Louis MT now with the military lead. And his archers are better here, folks. This is going to end up range versus range. And Louis has got the numbers. Sort of is just basically blobbing out a few samurai here or there. But they are quickly dispatched by the few crossbowmen in this formation. Sort of has to run back home, tail in between legs. But back end, no, not worth it. I was about to say, did he actually get much out of this? He only got 2 worker kills while all that was going on. However, to his credit, we are still talking about 2 TC Actually, 2.25 TC for Japanese. So he's inflating. And also the farm count. I think that that's the biggest thing I always struggle with these Byzantine builds. Hippodrome players usually look to end the game by now. If they don't end the game, things get weird. And you can kind of see it with these olive groves coming in. Louis is struggling on food and playing catch up quite a bit. It's also a case of when you go for the Eastern contract, I think it's a quantity of a quality type for Mang. Because 2 or 3 Keshiks at this stage aren't going to turn a battle unless you sneak them in the base. 3 or 4 Gulums isn't really going to change much compared to just building Varangian, right? You need quite a few Gulums, especially if your opponent's going to start moving into anti-armor solutions. I guess the good news is, at least in this matchup, that compared to, say, if you're against French or against any civ that has standard crossbows, you'd hate life. But against Japan, because the Onimusha are more expensive, it can often be a little bit more difficult to get into them. At least for a main fight. Like, if you want to go Onimusha because you're raiding, it's great as an opener. But I have noticed a lot of Japanese players hate going Onimusha around mid-castle. Because around mid-castle, like, you're either thinking about the next stage or you're thinking about the all-in fight. Right? And either way, like, Imperial Onimusha is kind of eh. And Onimusha playing into a direct fight also feels a bit weird. Because you're paying more than standard crossbows. So, like, the logic is, why do I pay more? I pay more because I can move more. You don't really move in a direct fight. But trickle rating sort of does get another kill. I'm starting to think with the way that Louis is playing this, he may not even know it's 2 TC. He has been a bit complacent, a bit too complacent for someone that's against 2 TC. Right, like he's got a few Keshiks, a few Cataphracts. Why haven't they been raiding? It kind of seems like he thinks he's got time to set up olive groves because he doesn't realize his opponent is inflating the worker lead like this. It's getting big fast. He really is getting big fast. How many farms is that now? 32. With Daimyo level 2, he's almost got the Shogunate. This is where the food income just gets out of control. I mean, it's already rocketed. Look at this. 2.5k food income. Part of that is inflated by the berries of the 20 workers, of course. But if he just rushes on the stone now, which is totally understandable, and he's doing, he'll be able to inflate the farms to basically take over on that number. Louis, what is he looking for as his win con? Is he trying to get lean Imperial? I don't know. Imperial is obviously inevitable, right? But like trying to rush into it off of Hippodrome doesn't feel great usually. Because you're often not going to have the olive oil inflation you would with a Grand Winery, which is a big problem because it means you can't get the siege weapons. What is this? Agent Ram here. I have nothing to report. Oh, potion as well. Louis, does he suspect a tech up? I mean, he's suspicious why it's been so idle for so long. Backstab attempt coming in from a small group of Mount Samurai. That should allow the rest of the army time to catch up if Louis engages with it. But nicely done. He pulls the melee away and then naturally just counters with the crossbows. However, multifaceted flank coming in here. Sort of. It's more Mount Samurai than before. Triumph has to be activated. He springs into action. Spreads his melee line thin. But he's heavily outnumbered here. Louis MT with a dive pass. The Onibugeisha move in as well. And the crossbows get baited away. Sort of great positioning in this fight. With a Yumi, he just needs to mop up these archers so he can counterattack into the crossbows. Bugeisha should then be able to carry into that crossbow line. What a sick engagement. Sort of. He didn't really even lose the amount of samurai for that. He still has 20 in total. After all that bait and switch, right? You'd think he'd have to throw away more for that, but no. Louis MT's army now in shambles. Sort of has command of the ship. He has the helm. Now it's a case on whether he can go deep. 20 mounted samurai should be capable of great amounts of damage here. The question is if he's going to find the workers quick enough. And please, please don't throw away this lead on a Mango Tower. Because this would be a depressing way to completely flip a game. Louis realizes he's taken the bait. He pulls him under. Guys, that's double Mango Tower. Sort of. Come on, man. The lessons. The grind to get back on form has taken him far, but apparently the age-old lesson of don't dive a Mango Tower is still one that needs to be learned. This fight, this should have been easy peasy for sort of. Louis MT is going to defend. I mean, you have to run away now. It's mass cataphracts underneath double Mango Tower. You're not going to send Onimusha there. A devastating hit to sort of's position. He still does have the eco lead, yes, but it's not as big as you think. Not when you equate the distance. This is rough, man. I think Louis MT, if that had been just a strike round the sides, especially these freshly positioned groves, his food income goes to 0, dead. Game over. 20 Mountain Samurai is capable of that, by the way. It's sort of, I don't know if it's because he just felt like he could win directly. I don't know if it's just because he didn't really remember that the Mango Towers are that big of a deal, but whatever it was, guys saw red on the front side of that base. That puts him in a pretty shaky position. He's still at least remassed nicely. But the overwhelming lead he once had, not quite there. And yeah, just to re-emphasize for people, if you think about it this way, like the 26% increased buff rate, if it's impacting everything in Louis' economy, that is equivocal to having about an extra, what, 22 villages or something like that? So they're actually very, very close on raw economy. Sort of does have the buff of the Shogunate, granted, where these farms are a lot more impactful, 60% more. But remember, it's not 60% difference, it's actually 40% difference. And it's only going to be impacting probably about 35 workers. Workers that might be in trouble now because the cataphracts have moved in. He needs to respect the Shogunate Castle. Shogunate Castle is very dangerous here. Remember, it's going to do almost 200 damage per strike against cav units, meaning it 2 hits catters. Steady actually just stands his ground here. There was a flank raid attempt, sort of, did get mirrored out, but he's got a second raid group coming in on the west side. Mango Tower emplacements are on the way, though, to grief him, and on top of that, this worker is making his life hard to break through. Yeah, we'll bail now just to get in the garrison, but that bought the time, so Mango emplacement comes in just as the breakthrough occurs. With the one cataphract, with a Triumph running also, I think sort of might need to run away again. Yeah, more catters are coming. The dive underneath sort of base did not work in the end. But what's kind of crazy is look at the economy. Is Louis really doing this? Guy looks like he's trying to go Imperial Age when he's only 150 pop. That's a bit nuts. What makes him think he can get away with this? Maybe just the Mango Towers? He'll think they'll be good enough to hold his opponent back? I mean, in fairness, he has the military lead is the crazy part. A little bit of reinvestment coming through. And he has got a horseman coming. So I wonder, is this now Exploratorus? It is. So the reason why he's gone the horseman is this is a great way of farming up additional gold while killing enemy workers faster. Workers that do now have textiles. But if you think about it this way, with the horseman, if you have Triumph, that's +4, which means you go up to 17 damage. Then with the worker, bonus damage is 19. So you do 19 damage per strike against 75 HP. That's a pretty good deal. That means you 4-hit kill textiled villagers. Presuming they don't have melee armor, which in this case they do. So I think it ends up being, yeah, 5 because he's got the 2 melee armor. But yeah, Louis is legit doing this. Foreign Engineering Company is on the way. Sort of is target firing on the front side of the base. We have got pressure again to the north side. He's going to go wider, but love that reaction out of Louis. A man who loves his walls is just going to make more and more behind this to try and force him back towards the Mango Towers. Layer upon layer to the cake, my friends. Yeah, if I covered the names, everything else, and I told you to tell me which one's Louis, it would be pretty obvious, wouldn't it? Because sort of has actually built 0 walls in this game. Not a single one. Tanagashima Gunsmith now coming through. The breakthrough coming in. Not going to be able to sustain there, though. And this is where this eco lead starts to kind of become a shrug. Like, if you're 100 eco, you know, I think you're okay. As long as you don't start losing workers to raids, you're fine. Sometimes having the bigger army is a much better value proposition. Gives you more deflect, right? That's been a big change in Age of Empires 4 in general. Like, gone are the days of 140, 150 pop. It's not to say some players don't still do it, but it's become more of a rarity. Quite often, we're seeing people cap out more around 110, 120 in a lot of cases, respecting the value of having a bigger army. Because, you know, a bigger army means a bigger axe to swing. Would it make more sense to go Palatine School without Winery? It depends what he wants from it. So if he wanted to spam Keshiks do get things like the step tech, so they get the extra attack speed. But the other important thing here, like, and I think this is why you'll probably see people rarely ever choose Palatine School. Even though it's building Canifrax, and you could save a lot of money there, you can't get this. Royal Cannons are the king's siege. I rate them as like the best cannon you can get outside of like a Great Bombard. Even then, like Royal Cannons against Great Bombards, not bad actually sniping them out. So that's the thing he doesn't want to give up, understandably. So Mirrored Techs, what's the late game comp? It looks like sort of wants to go for Mad Samurai. Intriguing choice here. Because I think your opponent could actually mirror Cataphracts and be favored there. I feel like instead, I'd love to see him just kind of lean into Spears, Yumi, go for Samurai when necessary, and then look to pivot into Mass Hand Cannoneers off of the Tanegashima Gunsmith. Remember, this Gunsmith, it builds up tickets, supply points that allow you to just release a horde of Hand Cannon Ashigarus. You get one every 30 seconds. So if you wait 10 minutes, that's going to be 20 tickets to work with. And reminder, they come out straight away. As soon as you press the button, they spawn. That's the power of the Tanegashima Gunsmith. Not just the ability to give you units for free, to give them to you straight away. Which means you can go into a fight, lose an entire army, and have an entire army once again. Rocket launch castle already in place. I like that Louis just trying to take advantage of the fact that sort of is allergic to walls. Why hasn't sort of actually walled? I think it's a little bit surprising at this stage, considering you've been up against Hippodrome play. You know, early on, you don't want to rush walls. It's not a good idea. But, you know, at this stage, it is very odd that we haven't seen a change. Sort of. I'm not even getting in for free anymore. The only one who's actually raiding is Louis. I would be getting so tilted if I went down the flanks like this and just kept finding walls. Like, I've burned this piece of wall 3 times already. Cataphracts at least get denied. The Horseman did go in for a few kills. We've got so many pings on the map, man. And sort of... He's got the castle up. And in good time, the Limitane arriving. That's not going to stop the commitment. Louis MT brings in the reinforcements. He wants this castle dropped. And will get his wish here. This many Limitane, no doubt about it. The burn power will be good enough. As the torches come out. No Trapezites, mind you. He could have had a scout here to buff all their torch damage by 25%. Would definitely be worth it. But he didn't walk out here expecting to find this. On the other side of the map, though, the dive's coming in. There is a Mango Tower that you would preferably avoid. There are a group of troops coming to defend that. Yeah, so I like this from Sorov. He realizes, okay, I can't fight that. I've split my army. Might as well commit into the base. But between that, Mangonel eliminating some options, and now the Horsemen starting to arrive. This rage should be limited in its impact. Meanwhile, Louis MT continues on. It's going to be going deeper. We do not have the hand cannons yet. No, he stopped piling tickets. We're up to 10. This is good, though. Remember, you don't want to use those tickets early. 5 tickets is pretty underwhelming. 40 tickets is game-changing. And good questions coming in. Did like sort of lose his advantage? This is what we're talking about, right? It's like you actually need more workers as well than Byzantines. This is another thing that makes them really impressive in the late game. With the system buffs, they don't need as many workers to compete with your economy. Now we can see like there's one area in which sort of just wins by having these extra workers as food. But we're not really seeing them able to leverage that. And the other concerning factor is as time goes on, actually food isn't like your biggest concern, it's gold. Can you point to me where sort of's 8k gold is? I don't want to fat shame him, but he already ate it. It's gone. You heard that correctly. He's already gone through that much gold. In fairness, both of them have, right? But I don't know, man. It feels like there was a lot more cataphract spam than Mount Samurai spam. Maybe it's just deceptive the way it's played out. But the other thing is also, how do you get gold now? Because there's a very easy and obvious way that Louis gets gold. Your workers, right? So the extra workers you're keeping to compete with the economy are now a liability because they give Louis economy. Don't need much gold, but beers just oil up. Well, the challenge without Grand Winery is oiling up, though. Like, it's not as quick. So it's kind of a trade-off. That's why you normally see people kind of still lean into, like, standard unit usage rather than mercenaries when they play Hippodrome. Stone walls are going to fail here. Louis and these goddamn walls. I feel like he's drawing shapes to communicate with us. What do they say? They spell wall. Is Louis getting a bit too raidy? Not really. I think he's keeping the army where it needs to be. It's just the problem is this north side is becoming a liability. The good news is the gold's almost gone, though. He just tapped the last of it, so he doesn't necessarily need to be here anymore. I do wonder if Louis is going to consider trade, though. For now, his gold is fine, but trade would also give you the olive oil. I actually think when you play Hippodrome, trade makes a lot more sense than Grand Winery. Because those traders will give you olive oil, right? Whereas, you know, if you're building traders and you have Grand Winery, the buff rate that you get from the olive groves on wineries is kind of better. Sort of. Will be shot out this raid, and honestly, didn't do enough. He's lost just as much, guys. Yeah, there's only a 20 villager difference at this stage. Then again, I mean, if these guys go unnoticed, which they might because there's a fight currently going on. Sort of. He's still not been seen. This is happening. This is actually happening right now. These two cav units could clutch up. Because this fight is not going to be quick. No, as quick as the ladies may swing with those glaives, the Unabagesha. Don't necessarily die quick. Don't necessarily get the kills quickly, especially against the elite Kulam. This is a mosh pit and a half. Meanwhile, look at what's happened on the farms. Finally, Louis realizes after losing an additional 18 villages, I believe that was. Unbelievable out of those two cav units. Louis, however, has won the main engagement. Sort of. Doesn't really have huge reserves to show to thrust him as victor from that exchange. And the gunsmith, he started producing... Yeah, he has been using tickets. He's only at 10 still. And we checked this a while ago. So what did he buy? Was it the Robotiquin? I don't know why you wouldn't just... Oh, I guess like with that... Yeah, with that kind of gold, you have to use the tickets. Robotiquin is pretty smart, though. This is another big negative of playing Eastern Contract. You know, if you play Western, you know, you're going to play someone like Limitana anyway. You can have Lombos to assist. If you play if you play Silk Road, rather, you can have the Javelins. But with Eastern, you just have melee units. So Robotiquin is like the ultimate answer to that. He's going to find out the hard way. Riboldi able to scare him away. Nicely played there by Sort of. Looks like Louis is going to have to get creative here. A direct fight doesn't seem desirable once you see those gunpowders come out. I mean, with Cataphracts, Horseman, he should be good for raiding Keshiks as well. Louis still just raiding this leftover gold. Sort of just can't get a moment of peace. A miracle that he actually found the gold necessary to get incendiary arrows. Has he actually... Yeah, he's got elite army tactics. What's interesting is actually that we don't have Incendiary at all coming out from Louis. I kind of feel like he needs some efficiency around his range units. Oh, wait. No, guys, I forgot. He does have... How could I... See, this is why. This is exactly why you do Foreign Engineering Company. He does have the answer to the Robotiquins. That's a real cannon. I'd forgotten it existed, to be honest with you, and I think maybe sort of did too. Still, he's got 3 bombards, which means he should be able to defend it now. But that was a little bit of a depressing existence. The Robotic was like, yes, this is golden strat, and then just get shot. So I guess, like, you can actually ignore upgrading the archers in Incendiary. What else does he need? He's already got elite army tactics. I believe we did see bio, right? Yeah, biology is in. So he has the primary concerns covered. Which means there's not really much need for gold unless he wants to switch into cataphracts. Keshik's a great intercept, by the way. They find the Yumi. Wait, it's sort of got separate rally points for his different unit types? Because there's only things here that would get counted by cavalry. His spearmen are completely missing. Painful one there. Now a potential sandwich moment. Louis is posturing. Almost inviting, encouraging Sword to walk up. Villagers will get sacrificed on this stone just to gather it. Like, this is so toxic. Guys, why do you think you need stone at this stage? Is it to drop a castle? No. Is it to build more walls? Yeah, a few. Is it to build more mango emplacements? Yes. It's always more mango emplacements. It's the best thing you can do. Castles are overrated. Like, it's such a comical matchup for castles if you think about it. On one side, you have to wait until Imperial to build them. On the other side, why would I build a castle when I can just build an outpost that could do as much damage as a castle? And actually, like, to be honest with you, not be that much less tanky. Also, be more sustainable, because remember, a castle requires stone to repair. Outpost just requires wood. Now, this castle, mini castle rather, is going to go down. As instead, it looks like Louis MT decided to go in deeper. Yeah, taking the Varangian over towards where that castle is located. Got another mango emplacement coming in over here. The Begacia, they should do well against the Limitane, but it just doesn't really feel like they're killing quick enough here. No, not with mango emplacements now in effect. Yeah, I swear, I'm saying mango emplacements way too often, but welcome to Byzantine games, you have to. How many towers has he got? 7 towers. I reckon 6 of those have mangoes in them. Damn, what has happened to Sodov's composition? It's like a sprinkling of everything, but Louis is keeping it simple, right? His kiss, keep it simple, stupid. Just horseman, Varangian. So realistically, what Sodov needs is a mixture of spearman, samurai. That would count quite nicely. You could also think about, like, hand cannoneer spearman. But I don't think he has the tickets for that. No, he's down to 7. And he's actually building into Republicans in Izutsu. I guess he wants these Izutsu maybe as an answer to the Mango Towers. But that does put you in the range of them. So, definitely a curious choice. I don't know. I haven't been keeping full track constantly of what he's doing. Yeah, it's just bombards, right? He's just using it to spawn bombards. The problem with this strategy, folks, is I don't think Sodov is there yet in terms of holding a position. So the bombard idea is kind of flawed because your opponent has horsemen constantly. Not just any horseman, the fastest horseman in the game, remember. When you activate that Triumph ability, they get 10% more movement speed. They go over 2 per second when the tower's covered. Yeah, just very hard to react to that, even with Nagayari spears, which I believe we do indeed have. And that is a beauty to see. Kind of a rarity, but Numeri is on the way, guys. Remember, this is what makes Cataphracts a more robust support unit. You trample over the enemy, and they all get a vulnerable tag that makes them take more damage. 15% for 12 seconds may not sound like a lot to some people, but at fights at this stage in the game, that is a lot. 12 seconds is more than enough to get maximum value, because most units will be dead in less than 10 with how big these fights are. Nice to know. Louis knows that his opponent's gold starved. In fact, sort of has given it a thought. Maybe it's trade time. Difficult to do, though. It's just another thing that would be feeding your opponent. You'd be spending gold and wood, and then your opponent could kill them with horsemen and get paid gold. He's going back for this outpost again. Alright, guys. 1s if you think Sorov's going to win this. 2s if you think Louis is. To be fair, Louis is being very reserved and respectful of, like, Sorov's main army. He understands the issue of taking it head on. I say as he's going to try and take it head on. No, yeah, he's like, wait a second. Wait a second. Royal Cannon's going to peek around. Robotiquin is going to stand its ground. Target fires down the bombars instead. Nicely microed there. Louis MT chasing even deeper now. The Nesta Bees still has not fired a single shot for reasons I cannot discern. Apparently, it is morally objecting to the war. This Nesta Bees that could have actually wiped the Yuumi by now hasn't done anything the entire fight. Yeah, and that does mean that Sorov's going to be favored. Look at the numbers now. Able to contain the beast from the east. He's got more troops coming in. Gold reserves have been completely depleted as is expected constantly, but he's holding food reserves, which is something that Louis MT is struggling with. Sort of has the helm again. He just needs to push. We've been here before, and we've seen it slow down due to mango emplacements. Could we see that again? Hope not. It'd be a gruesome way to lose. Twice over. He's starting to break in now. Royal Cannons are looking to be sniped here. Repair crew, non-existent. So both cannons go down. The siege has now been removed. Mango emplacement is on the way. But he should have the burn through to get rid of this before it does any real damage. Yeah, he's even got the incendiary shots coming in. Yeah, that is just the range fire of archers, guys. So no mango emplacement to threaten you. Berserk's going to be activated here. Sort of standing his ground, which is a little bit surprising. Maybe not. I don't know. Like, if you have Ono Bagatia, maybe. But most of this is not Ono Bagatia. Still, Louis realized the mistake. The error of his ways. He will hide behind the walls. And trade, he actually did go for it. So trade count is at 25. He was looking for the Varangian and Cataphract Flood. Which is kind of sick, actually. You're against the Civ that usually wants to be in a melee mosh pit, like, you know, Samurai, etc. It's fair to say that Byzantines, Japanese rather, looks best when they're able to just be melee mosh pit. And you're kind of giving them that opportunity. But the realization, I think, here from Louis is that sort of just doesn't have the cash flow to really, truly commit to that driver. Wait, did he optimize it? He did. Oh, that's sick. Guys, look what Louis done. That's really smart. So he's basically walled in such a way that they walk all the way up behind the walls and then come out. It's a little bit flawed on the return, but I think that's because he hasn't got this wall up. Once this wall is up, the traders will stay out of this forward side of the base. Does need to deal with the Yumi over here. It's costing him dearly. But look at what's happened in the center. The heavily armored battalion rolls over, sort of. I mean, still, the Yumi are doing work on the flanks here. Trade count has been reduced by about 7 or 8 so far. But that should be cleaned up. And then my concern steers towards this. What is the answer to this Varangian count? It's meant to be the Robotiquins. But the cannons will make that feel impossible. Yeah, the Royal Cannons that I think are being held in reserve currently. They're on the way. First wave of Cataphract is going to get failed on by their own worker repairing the walls. And the Horsemen, oh, they are going to move to the north side, but there's Spearman spam now coming there from sort of. Varangian also convening in the area. Looks like he spotted the proxy base. Damn, cool idea by sort of. He was using this to just try and raid in and stop the trade. But Torchburn is going to be good enough to take this all down. The pop block means that Sort of can't even bring out defenders here to try and slow us down to buy time to react. And he's in panic mode. Now rushing up the walls to try and stop this threat from getting deeper. Yeah, if he can get the walls up in time, then his opponent has to wrap back around on the long path to get to the main fight in the center. The problem is these walls should never really be going up in time. Bar a miracle. And I'm fresh out of miracles. That last guy took them all from me. He somehow walked on water. He somehow got my water turned to wine. And he even somehow went into a grave and came out alive. I don't get it. None left for sort of. So the wall will be stopped. Workers to be killed. Triumph is also being activated quite regularly if you want to at this stage. Like, you're killing so many units, guys. This is where Triumph looks goated. If you play around Horseman Kata, Triumph should almost always be up, because at this point in the game, you get into a big fight, in 30 seconds, 50 units are going to die. And, oh wait, the Robotiquin? I thought that the Robotiquins counter melee units. Not Angry Vikings, apparently. That was just an immediate clear. And here we go. Look at this. Payday, baby. 30 gold for killing the traders. Of which sort of has rushed across into this. Up to 12 traders already. And not for long. This game is so messy. I just love the fact that it becomes a mirrored play on the opposite side of the map. So it's almost a race to see who can be better at killing economy. Who can be better at flank raiding. Who can be better at breaching walls. Varangian. They are going to keep holding firm in the center. Like, this is all just delay strategy. Stopping Sort of from getting in is the idea. We actually... that is a true rarity. We have hand cannoneer switch from Byzantines. It makes sense for all the gold, but guys, think about it. When was the last time you saw a Byzantine player build 20 hand cannoneers? We sometimes see them build 3 or 4 and then immediately lose the game. But this might be the rarest unit to witness a Byzantine player with in the late game. Because normally you have options through mercenaries instead. Right, like if you go Western, you just build the Streltsy if you really, really want to go for this. But usually Longbow feels better. Hand cannoneer? Oh, he doesn't get the final hit. All that effort, Robotiquin staying alive. More hand cannoneers are coming though, so doubt he'll be able to hang around with it for long. Good micro. Lumt gets rid of the biggest threat. Raid trade. Done. 32 traders versus Swords 18. It's all locked in now, and the problem at this stage is like hand cannoneer Ashigaru would win the fight here. But sort of doesn't have the goal for that yet. He doesn't have the tickets. He keeps focusing on siege instead. And the walls, man. I love that Louis just he levels up his walls every time we see him. There's always something extra. He realized these fights have been happening right next to the wall time and time again, so he looks to leverage it to stand on it. And then, funnily enough, he's starting to break past it. I mean, with the hand cannoneers now in, you've kind of got to lean towards Louis a little here. Sorov's quality of units has been bad for some time. Spearman, Yumi, Pubonis, for some reason, some Rams. I think he might just be dead. Like, this is ridiculous. Just look how quickly he went from mirrored count to nothing. Oh my god, he queues up 30 samurai as well into hand cannoneers. Hand cannoneers that also, by the way, do have the serpentine powder. They'll be looking to make those sweet serpentine moves work. Also have to remember that does by default end up giving you bonus against melee. So like this is just getting a bit grim. The only upside is you can at least deflect the first shot, but you know, you can be the best samurai in the world, you can be good at deflecting an arrow, but when I shoot 15 bullets into you, I'm pretty sure most of them are going to get through. Everyone wants to be Yukimura Sanada, but most of us are just a pitiful little Yumi. Speaking of those pitiful Yumis, a lot of them coming out. They can be a good counter to hand cannoneers. Problem is your wipe speed. Trade? Oh god. I mean, I guess it's stopping the samurai from getting killed. But that doesn't mean it's necessarily a good thing. Sorov's only got 10 traders. He can't really afford any losses at this stage. And he's going to lose a lot more of them. Look at this. They're gone. He's only got 5 traders now. Yeah, any dreams of going hand cannoneers himself feel like they're dying. And reminder, this isn't even the whole army. A lot of the army is reacting north side right now to this little flank raid coming through. Some of it is stripped off. We even have tower elephants coming out. It looks like a fight that maybe he'll finally win, but it's only because Louis hasn't been redirecting troops here. He's been addressing the flank attack again. Yeah, was there like 1 Rax? No, it's just a ram breakthrough. So he'll re-wall and then recommit all of his army to the front side. That's rare. Greek fire projectiles on the way. I remember that's the one that gives a little bit of Greek fire on the ground from trebuchet shots. I'm not sure why he's getting it. Like, is there really a necessity for trebuchets here? Because you have royal cannons, right? Like, it might be that he just wants to go tower elephants with all the oil. So he just doesn't want to go royal cannons anymore. Norseman did go fishing. Not able to find anything. Trade count for sort of is back up to 12. Louis is at 34. Seriously, guys, look at the olive oil. This is what I mean. Olive groves are overrated when you play Hippodrome. And oh my god, he is going to use the Greek fire. It's Wee Wee Pals. That's sick. I totally forgot about that because we never see it used. But yes, the Wee Wee Pals get the Greek fire last time I checked. I mean, it's been a while. I assume it was never a bug. That's so freaking cool. Horseman. This is the other thing. The tower elephant's really smart because your opponent is stuck on mass Yumi. Yumi that do no damage against these. Like, look, it's 14 armor and you've got 12 damage. Even with the Yumi Bannerman, you maybe hit like 1.5 maximum per shot into a 900 HP target. What a disaster. I can't believe this, man. I feel like sort of the big thing that he might struggle to shake off from this one is like in the early game. I say early game, more like 22 minutes in, wasn't it? When he took that big win in mid and then dove the double mango tower. I think that's where this truly began to unravel and went back to 50-50. Before that, I probably would have favored Sorov's position like 75-25. Just crazy to think the difference it would have made if he steered to the left instead of down the center. When he finally thought about steering left and right, it came too late. Louis MT had what he needed. I think he's moments away from taking full control at this stage. The horsemen are breaking through onto the trader location again. Sort of 17 traders will start to evaporate quite quickly. Hand cannoneer count going to go up to 20 again soon for Louis. And okay, he gave up on the Hui Hui Power. We just have Kira siphons coming through. What a game. Cool to see the way this played out, though. I think there was a a big twist coming, man. We've been seeing a lot of Hippodrome recently, but what we haven't been seeing is the Hippodrome reach the late game. And you can see how different it feels compared to standard Byzantines. So this focus on gold instead of just the olive oil generation is a different direction. Hand cannoning and basically, what, Rangian? At the core of it all. Gulums as well. I mean, he's queued up 8 Gulam bolts. Why Gulam over Rangian? They're a lot more tanky, folks. Yeah, and on top of that, the double strike, more value when your opponent has no armor, which we can see is the case. Have we got one big Ura? We have not. It's unfortunate. Sort of. I was hoping we were going to click on that building and see him have some reserves, but 5 tickets is not going to be enough to punch your ticket to a win. Louis MT pulls it out in the late game. Let me know what you think of this, guys. Definitely feels like a new arc of Byzantines coming through. Have you been seeing hand cannons a lot in the past? Because I feel like it has probably been the least built unit for the Byzantines in the history of their existence.
Boom! Oh my god, I'm so quick at changing clothes, guys. Like, I honestly, it's a skill. I should enter those, like, speedrunning competitions. Do you enjoy the game? I told you it was a banger, man. Like, that was crazy. Louis and sort of going it deep. But we are back, and it is time for... Wow, the revelation is he hasn't even typed in the name. So the big reveal, it's Kilyadi versus Lucifron coming up now. So, let's get ready to roll with this. Let me open up the game. First game is going to be IU versus Vrus. And I'm kind of curious on this one, actually, to see if the Kilyadi man can keep up with Lucifron. Because Lucifron looks like he's really just back on form already. Like, dude, just fits like a shoe. It's like he never left type vibe, you know? So let's get ready to load this bad boy up. KP, Biz mercs don't make sense. IRL history, there's 0% chance any of the Muslim CSB mercs for Biz. Religion overall, all as far as I know. Well, no, because you've got, like, towards the end, you had the situation where, like, the Constantinople was, like, quite tolerant of a lot of civs in its final days. Like, it's not... I mean, it's a stretch in some ways, but, like, I mean, you need it for balancing point anyway. I don't know, I think it's, like, nitpicky. Sure, I see where we come from, like... I mean, maybe Jav users would. The crazy one is when you get Sipahi too, I guess. Sipahi is probably the contradictory one. Like, why would they be fine for them? What's if counts late game Byzantines? I feel like normally... Rus has, like, options because they can get to the mango point, but it's awkward with raw cannons. Off the top of my head, like... I think you could probably... What are the best ones? I think Ottomans does pretty well there, actually, in the late game. Otto, Lancaster's okay as well. I think Lancaster does fine. The Lancaster works in any. Maybe in, like, China can kind of work. Yeah, China, it's, like, a little bit weird with Lombo contract, but it's feasible. But, guys, let's get ready to go. So we're going to be hopping in game numero... See, I observed the wrong game. So we're going to be hopping for game number 1, which is going to be on Rocky River with the IU Rus pick between Lucifron and Kilyadi. History makes clear they did fight for them. What, the Sipahi? Did the Sipahi fight for the Byzantines? French and Imperial. Yeah, French capped out maximum is pretty good too. But let's go ahead. Oh, wait. Dude, I just clicked on the wrong game. Can I stop clicking on the wrong game every time? I had one job. I failed that job. All right. Somehow clicked on a mirror game. Oh my god, I feel so hot. Maybe it's like food overload or something. Okay, so G1, we have got Rus versus Ibids. We'll speed up a little so we can catch up towards live. When was the last time I played AoE4? It's been a while. Probably when Knights of Cross and Rose came out. Alright, here we go. Let's hop in. So, it's time. This is the series that everyone's been waiting for today. Lucifron versus Kilyadi in a best of 5. Rus versus Ibids to kick this party off. Going 2x speed just so we can get 5 minutes in to catch up a little bit towards live. But we are underway, folks. Kilyadi against Lucifron. This early on just shows you just how stacked the KPMMs are getting back to being. And we still haven't got the full power here. We're still missing, for example, Dumu comes to mind. Wham, of course, she's practicing right now for King of the Rockies. We're not even at full strength, but we're getting there, and I love to see this. We've already had some upsets this week with Scarlet Devil beating his teammate, his compadre, well, not teammate, but his scrim partner in Louis MT. Could we get this upset? Because I think, in fairness, Kilyadi won't mind me saying this would be an upset. With Lucifron's recent performance, if Kilyadi's able to beat him, this would be impressive. I don't think it's that Kilyadi's a bad player per se, but Lucifron is a podium player. Remember, in the S tier tournament that just happened, he got second place, and it was rightly earned, beating Marine Lord once, almost beating him twice. Love to see him back on the grind. I mean, that's the commitment we like to see. You know, I kind of need my boys to go and beat Marine Lord in those S tier tournaments to prove that it's BS, this sitting on the side hiding your strategies. You should be playing here. You should be adapting, evolving, and improving. I mean, we've seen that in the past. Remember, Louis MT, when he actually hit his peak, he'd been playing KPMs constantly at that point. Well, I'm just gonna say, maybe it's coincidence, but he takes a bit of a break, doesn't win anymore. There's correlation. Doesn't mean causation, but does not mean causation. So Logistics Wing coming in. This is probably going to be assisted by Desert Raider. Desert Raider plus Logi is really nice for pressure play, even to Roos, just because of the wood line. They should be able to rush into a Wooden Fortress, though, which usually keeps your opponent at bay. After that, though, the Desert Raider is still nice for intercepting the Pro Scouts. And yes, the game is sped up. We're just speeding up on 2x speed for the opening play. So I'll be slowing it down shortly. So Scout's just pressuring a little bit. Kilyadi, Logi Wing. Love that. Just comes over. It's like, I'm just chilling here. Is he going to go for a super fast castle and not even contest? Why didn't you cast EGC finals last week? Take that up with EGC. Like, they set the schedule. We done Saturday. We didn't do Sunday. And it is going to be the opening Desert Raider. Two Desert Raiders. I guess not a bad idea to stop Pro Scouts. Wooden Fortress is going to be there, so we'll slow it down a little bit now. Because we're starting to see the opening play. I'd be surprised if we see more than 2 Desert Raiders here. 2 Desert Raiders is kind of nice, though, because if your opponent goes for an opening unit to contest your gold, you block there. But you can also keep harassing on the Pro Scout play. Desert Raiders are really good at messing with Pro Scouts. Yeah, like, we cast Saturday anyway with Warman, right? So, like, it's whatever. I think at this point, I've done so many grand finals, like, I don't really mind. Like, I mean, if they really feel like there's a better pair, or like there's an alternate pair they want to do, go for it. But it's really up to the TOs at the end of the day. I don't know, I'm not like ego obsessed to be like, oh, I must be on grand finals. It is an insult and I will have it written into my contract. If I'm not in grand finals, someone's getting fired, sort of thing, you know? We know we can do them. And we've got nothing to prove. And to be honest, they pay the same. So Lucifron Archer's coming through now. But this is exactly what Kilyadi wanted. I actually like the way he played this. He even added in double horsemen to make Lucifron's life even more annoying. So this means that you can hang out with the Desert Raiders and the horsemen blocking Pro Scouts. Whereas before, with the Desert Raiders, it might get a little bit tricky as the Archer number scale. This is a good way of stopping those numbers getting up in the first place. Okay, Kilyadi. Is this going to be growth or military? Military can be a bit funky, but it can actually work against horse archers. We've seen this before, actually. Mass Desert Raiders can easily beat mass horse archers, especially if you scale into late game. Especially because of like the inflation on health more than anything else. Yeah, it's going to be growth wing. Okay, so he just wants flexibility. Likely we're going to be seeing Camel Lance at the beginning. It's already spinning from Lucifron. Yeah, so he's in hunker down mode, man. This is, wait, what? Is there a timing here? I mean, you got a minute 40 to make it happen, but your Blacksmiths is only completing now. Steeled Arrow is just being queued up. So you got 30 seconds with Steeled Arrow to do something. Yeah, like, I do think it's nice to see, right, from a community standpoint and whatever, like, whether it's EGC or Still Serious what it's going to be, trying to get more casters in. I I would just say, like, I mean, hopefully my own channel continues to grow so it can, like, pay my bills. Because I think, like, one of the things I did warn about this, because I remember there's a time where they were trying to turn everyone to caster. And I said, that's cool, but, like, the problem is, if there's not enough work to go around, you go from having 1 or 2 full-time casters to having no full-time casters. And that's actually bad for the scene. Because then you don't have someone on call. So it's, like, a very weird kind of balance point there. I'm not sure how many different people are used for last EGC event. Of course, I wasn't available for 1 week because of a holiday, but... Does going Kremlin ever make sense anymore? There's, like, some matchups I've seen it for 2TC. It just often doesn't feel better than just Pro Scout's Fast Castle. But Lucifron, like, it's not a Fast Castle build, as you can see. He's still playing the feudal. Up to 13 archers, 5 spearmen. Kilyadi, reserves aren't crazy here. Usually you like to bulk a lot more resources for the flood. But he's been prepping the infrastructure. So yeah, because of the archers, he went for the blacksmiths early. We don't necessarily see that too often here. Usually Ibids tend to delay their blacksmiths past 10 minutes. Not in the world of Kilyadi. It's already online. Undermesh is going to coincide with the first camel lancers coming out for the fit. Lucifron, now that he has the age up, gets his confirmation, is going to be moving across to try and counter pressure. I don't know if it's going to be quick enough here, though. Trip Camel Lancer, the speed count is just very underwhelming. I feel like Lucifron maybe needed 2 or 3 more. Because remember, Camel Lancers don't get blocked by a brace. They don't get stunned. That's really important because it means they get the connect off, they can do damage. High Trade House now going to be coming in. Looks like it's... we don't really talk about this. This series is being played out right now. Yeah, let's not talk about that. I'm going to look as far away from the High Trade House as I can. If you want to get your numbers in, feel free to. Just maybe don't be too ambitious. It is at least bounty tier 2, so we'll get a little bit more there. So far, though, like the game looks pretty good for Kilyadi. Lucifron's play into Mass Spear's archers may have denied pressure onto his Pro Scout play, but it didn't ultimately get him any punishment from his opponent teching. Now, there is a lot of deer to worry about. That's maybe my chief concern for Kilyadi. Is like he will have a food issue in a few minutes if he tries to play too defensive. So probably want to see him ramping up into aggression quickly here. And it is going to ramp up quickly. Archer production underway. It's going to be what? Double archery? Yeah, double archery. 2 Dervish already returning home. Kilyadi, at this point, his brain has been disconnected from the Wi-Fi. It's buffering. He's looking for a signal. He's holding his head up in the air, and we've got it. We are reconnected. So we have got relics now being dropped off. Yeah, I think he was sorting his food first. And no, I literally already said, like, last time I played was 2025. It was when when Knights Across from Rose came out. So Kilyadi with veterancy. I'm not liking the look of this for Lucifron going into crossbows. Kind of makes sense that he needs it, but at the same time, must have a secret account? No, it's just playing Agincourt and all that stuff doesn't show on your AoE full world. We played the crap out of those modes. Then there was also the pre-release. I literally am in a free-for-all between me, Drongo, Winston, and 2 or 3 of the other devs. He calls himself a fan. Anyway, Lancers. Gonna get some freebies. Lucifron has got the upgrade for veterancy and the spears coming in. Who's winning this right now? Because Lucifron, he's actually poised to get 2 of the 5 relics, which is really good against Dervish. Remember, this is a logistics wing play, so Kilyadi should have had advantage there. It's not the advantage he was seeking. Yeah, the way to think about what Lucifron done, because I know some people are going to be looking at this like, okay, from what KP's saying, like, you know, the Spearman Archers didn't really do anything. It's true, but you know when you try to fast Imperial's HRE and you don't build an outpost on your goal? Because last time when you done it, you didn't get attacked. You see where I'm going with this. It's the fallacy that, like, because it didn't happen, it won't happen. Well, that's true. It didn't happen, but it doesn't mean it won't happen. So, like, by not having that army, Lucifron runs the risk that Kilyadi would have attacked the crap out of him. No bigger fan, except for the human sacrifice. That guy's committed. I respect that, and I respect that. What's up, T-Stuff? Appreciate the Prime sub, mate. Welcome to the Swarm. Remember, guys, get those Primes in! Let's go big. 2/3 of the way through the month, we got some subbing to do. I know you're all about to disappoint me because we are literally, what, 2 weeks out? About 2 weeks from DLC release. It is fast approaching. So what is he looking for here? Is Kilyadi looking to greed up? That doesn't sound like the Kilyadi I know. He's clearly looking for some sort of entry point. But it's very difficult. Like, with Lucifron's comp, he doesn't really want to come out anyway. So he's going to play more defensive by default. The UK start time, you never catch me. Really? I feel like we go pretty deep. There's a lot of nights where we're kind of hit this time. I appreciate it, mate. And 102 gold on the high trade house. And this is tier 2 bounty. It's not too bad. It's not crazy, but like it makes the difference now. So they're equal on relics, really. But the sacred sites is what matters now. Kilyadi, I love this. Pull towards the center. Berries there will give you your gains to compete with Pro Scouts. Pro Scouts that is not going to last forever. No, I mean, it's getting harder now to even find the remaining deer with the wolves starting to come in. Especially these back ones over here. Just feel kind of unattainable here for Lucifron. You got it, Buff? Yeah, Taco. What the hell? Oh my god, Taco is a hacker. It's studying all the seals this week. Now I have more to study coming up new deals. There you go. We might try and do some special videos for the DLC. Switch it up a bit. Lucy steps up the Spearman. Mamlut's Bravery is in. This is an advantage for Kilyadi up against Spears. Lets him kill through faster, lets him actually then saturate crossbows. But I think actually for Kilyadi, it might make sense to get into 1 or 2 Manjaniques. Kilyadi's like, no, those are slow. I'm old. I need to go fast. Oh god, Camel Lancers though. They may have headbutt the wrong crew here. Lucifron starting to butcher into that archer line. Right line. He's going to re-engage. Warmon gets a blessing out before popping. Kilyadi, I think he misread this entirely. Look at the military count. Oh my god. He's just getting ran through. No way. With the crossbows there, you would have thought they'd be able to run away from Lucifron, but Kilyadi unable to get that distance. He gets wiped. Kilyadi. What was the thought process there? What convinced him to go? I mean, Camel Lancers, they're very deceptive in these situations. You know, we said that Spearmen can't brace against them. But the trade-off is they still kill Lancers very quick. In fact, quicker than they kill Knights. Knights are 230 HP by default. Camel Lancers only have 210. So Camel Lancers are more of a raid unit, whereas like Knights are more of a stand your ground in the big fight type unit. It's not impossible for Camel Lancers to find use in that role. It just requires an advantage that didn't exist there. And now, an advantage realized for Lucifron in game number 1. Yeah, Kilyadi's going to need a miracle. This is quite the hill to climb up when you just played out onto Central Berries. You don't have farm set up home. He just shifted onto stone. So either we're seeing a keep drop or we're just seeing 2 TC. And he's going full siege to try and recover. Even snatching the berry. Like, dude, you don't even like berries. It's like, yeah, but there's more here. Oh my god. 100 extra? 200 extra? Oh, oh. Oh, that's brilliant. He's like, wait, you didn't berry buff these, though. Noob, get over here. Help me out. Come on. What a rude guy. And yo, what's up, Siren? Thanks. Happy to support the... What? The little guy? What? I might just ban you. I've got your money now. It's fine. I think you mean the average guy. I'm a working man's man, you know? Some crap like that. Ooh, found out on the berries. That's basically the entirety of growth. Military Academy now coming through. Luciferon's not going to slow down here. We're into Luciferon's prime territory. Kilyardi looks better, in theory anyway. Like, his strength is when he's on these all-in trajectories. Luciferon thrives when we enter raiding. And he's raiding well already. Even if he needs a direct fight, however, he has clear edge. Kilyardi, please. No, the auto-click. Are you kidding me? That was so beautiful. Luciferon optimized the split on the crossbow and gets everything. Cam Lancer count now down to 1. Workers running for their lives. This is over. I don't see a way now for Kilyardi. He's going to lack long-term gold. His food is going to kill him, actually. He doesn't have enough food to even choke on it, you know? Like 6 farms and a few berries left, and that's it. And then it's all she wrote. She got 2 sheep, somehow. I mean, in fairness to him, he has got the 5 berries down here. I think you can see it. The food count is not going to be kind to him for long here. Unless Siege. Would it be delusional to believe that Siege could get him out of this? It's not impossible. Probably a good idea not to pull workers as a front line, though. Because in fairness, Luciferon's army is primarily crossbows. He doesn't actually have much anti-siege. Oh, boy. I had to open my fat mouth. Okay, so we're getting horsemen. We're getting a lot of them. Luciferon now adding in an additional 5 stables to take him up to 8. Careful, mate. That's an unstable build. No, it's like... It is a bit pricey. But that requires about 1,600 food. A little bit more, actually. More towards 1,800, 1,900. So you won't be able to max them out constant. But it will get him a comp online fast. TC coming in. So Kilyardi is in recovery mode now. He knows it. It's kind of dead obvious at this stage, for being real. Will he have enough time has been the thought on everyone's mind in this game, though. Luciferon, he's given him some breathing room, but barely. Imperial Wave's coming in. Try to do 2x when we can to get caught up. That's true. Like, we're not far away from live. So we'll see. We'll use the 2x at the start to add some time in. So we should be able to do predictions for the next one, I think. Luciferon does need to bide his time here. You can't rush in. Kilyardi gets a stay of execution, but not for long. Spasskaya Tower now on the way up. The problem here is the amount of horsemen in elite. I don't see Kilyardi's answer. He won't have enough camel lancers to hold them back. In fact, they are already starting to leak into the farms. Another hit. Kilyardi on 2TC is losing workers, not gaining them. Yeah, at this point, he just doesn't have enough troops to keep up. The problem is he hasn't walled fully, and he doesn't have enough camel lancers to split to deal with all the raiders. Not reliably. The workers going down more other time forced. Farm count for Kilyardi is pretty low. He's seeing 20 farms. But Luciferon, he's only got, what? The first cluster coming in now, but he had Boar plus the rest of the map. That's why he's got away with this. Yeah, he just leveraged it well. I feel like, this has been a big evolution in AoE 4. There's a time where people wouldn't make these type of plays. Because it's too gambly. Horsemen die too easily. So, betting the house on it doesn't seem like a sure way of succeeding. But the probability of success started to outweigh the risk now, especially with the improvements they made to horsemen earlier this year, where they just feel a lot less clunky than they did before. All of a sudden, you have a unit that actually works. unit you want to use. A unit that can end the game before you even set farms up. Horsemen now sailing in. Camels try to get in the way. But the spearman, he baits him! It's a switcheroo! And he gets in the way. The auto aggro draws all fire. That's over. 7 ranged armor. He does nothing against this. Camel Lancers were out of position. They finally arrive. But it looks like it's going to be too little too late. The Mangoes are still standing, but Lucifron now starts to split up to minimize the losses. It is over. Game number 1 going to the Spaniard. The Finn will have to come from behind. Clean. Exactly what we've come to expect from Lucifron. He really is starting to turn into a boogeyman to meet the KPMMs. Skilyardi, unfortunately, finding out. All right. Let's get ready for game number 2. Which I believe is still going on. All right, we can do some catch up on this one too. So this is China versus Byzantium. Oh god, this is bad. On cliffside. Maybe there's a way. This week is looking like a struggle for the Finn. He encounters China in the hands of Lucifron for game number 2. This boogeyman is only getting bigger and scarier as the series goes on. Welcome back, folks. It's going to be 4 XP just so we can get to the feudal age. We're trying to play a little bit of catch up as we are slightly behind live here. Skilyardi with a Byzantine pick. I mean, the thing is, Byzantines are really good, but if you're ranking Byzantines or China right now, China is still eclipsing them. Good map for pro scouts here, but also a good map for aggression. I wonder if there's a world in which Byzantines can maybe send it down mid and apply real pressure to China. We'll stick with the 4x speed until about 5 minutes in. We're probably expecting pro scouts opener. Other side, we have got the system build up. So Skilyardi already at level 2. We'll be looking to rush in level 3 and level 4 quite swiftly. And already getting the nice placements for it on the secondary berries. Ooh, this is an interesting spawn, actually. The deer behind the base gives Skilyardi something he might be able to block. The other deer is very hard to stop here. It's a wide pallet, which is great for Lucifron. It means that if Skilyardi builds 3 or 4 spearmen, it's not really going to work out for him. My concern, though, is in this matchup. Oh my god, he's doing it. I was about to say, you don't necessarily need the pro scouts on this map in this matchup. It is an archer opening. I love this opening from China. This might be one of the most aggressively potent matchups, or openings rather. They get so much power out of this push. And you can still do pro scouts. You just do pro scouts on a delay. Last one's now going to be arriving. Outpost is least up. So Skilyardi did have the foresight to see this one coming. And Lucifron now goes pro scouts. Now, he done this different. I normally expect to see 6, 7, 8 archers and then pro scouts. He does it as lean as possible. So he's just trying to bait a reaction, it seems. And there's the stables follow up. So it's going to be pro scouts to follow. Skilyardi did react. He took the nibble. He took the bait. Horseman now in the way. But this is fine. You want to do Lombos usually as Byzantine against China anyway. So this gives you Horseman plus Lombo, which is a nice 2-1 comp. And the cool thing is, like, you can actually afford it. Where other civs might be like, oh, I'm stretched thin budgetarily. You don't really feel the same way because your Lombos are going to be coming from a different resource entirely. Yeah, it's very complementary. I mean, this is the thing. When you think about Byzantines in that way, in limited areas, like, this is a limited resource, but they're taking it and they're converting it into something extra. That's a really important detail to keep in mind. You know what other civs do that in Age of Empires 4? You know what I'm going to say? China and Shushi. And what 2 civs have always been uttered on people's lips in the last year? Resource inflation is good. Rus, another one that does it with wood. A little bit of chaos here. Skilyardi hasn't got the longbows in yet. He has forced the spearman reaction. So this is going according to plan. Yeah, you can tell us what he's looking for. Outpost now coming up as well. So Kilyadi, just being logical about this, he's kind of playing like a Delhi player would. Because the idea with this is when you start these outposts, you shouldn't have to guard your resources, so you can keep raiding. It's a pretty cool approach. Like, that's the real reason why Delhi players do it. Like, you probably watched Delhi games before and been like, why is he adding outposts in? He already controls the map. It's because if there's always a small chance that your opponent's going to creep out. So if you do something like this, you don't need to ever go back. The outpost always fills the role. Oh my god. Wait, is that tracker correct? So I just got pinged about something. I'm going to check it on Steam charts. That's wild if so. No, I can't find it. Someone shoot the Arc Raiders. Oh, wait, no. It's because it's the bait right now. I was about to say, like, wait, isn't Arc Raiders not released yet? Dude, someone... Okay, I got you baited hard. Someone's like, oh my god, game is dead. I remember when someone done the same thing off the Battlefield beta. They're like, wow, this game didn't last long. It's like, yeah, it's because the beta ended, jackass. Okay, so who's winning right now? And Kilyadi, he's got the clear target here, right? Like, it's always going to be a castle play. It's just a matter of when you can castle. You want to try and get some sort of advantage, especially now that you're up against Pro Scouts China. Horsemen are going to sally into the primary tree line. And by the way, that's a fat tree line. What happened with the spawn? He's going to use it against him, though. Great body block. A double kill on the workers. Sneak out the other side. Kilyadi, that's the type of lead you need. It's a good start. When you also consider at home that he's already got level 4 assistance. So competitive Kilyadi here for sure. Alright, predictions. Let's have a look. How did you guys vote? 97% for... Bro, give Kilyadi a chance. I mean, I guess they did. They gave him a 3% chance. God damn. Into the wood line again. This time Lucy's waiting. He really just wants to tech up, doesn't he? I'm actually surprised that Lucifer's adding in extra archers. Is there a worry that there's going to be Limitane? Because there's none. Kilyadi's just playing the 2-unit comp. Horseman, longbows goes really well together. I think he's just like, wait, I don't get it. I have horsemen. How have you not built spears as a reaction? So we'll just finish saving up now. Castle just around the corner for China. Kilyadi much slower to hit that type of timing. But he's pulled the army back, which tells you a lot about the intent. So it should be a mirrored tech play. I think with the type of timings we're looking at here, this definitely favors China. Because if you're pulling back and now waiting for the tech, your opponent's already going to be aged up. He can start moving for relics. He'll get the first lancers out. Imperial Palace, another cool choice. You know, Clock Tower is, I don't want to say dead. In the current meta, because everyone tends to lean cavalry, Clock Tower lost a lot of value. There's a lot more tempo involved in the game now than there was a few months back. So with Clock Tower, like that denies tempo. That's actually the reverse of tempo. That's reactive and defensive. Because Siege can't move. So you have to play defensive. But by going through Imperial Palace, it's similar to what we said earlier about the, outposts where I don't have to gab my workers because I see you coming. It's like the reverse of that. Like, oh, man, I don't need to scout to find your workers because if I just press one button, I know. Not to mention, you also get to see everything come towards your base. Yes, why are you asking? I am average sized. We measured 5'9.5" was it, chat, or 5'10"? We are average, slightly above. Who are? This is Hua moment for Kilyadi. Dives in. He hasn't held resources for an age up. This is all in. There's siphon to be built, but gets delayed doing so. Lombo's trying to snipe out the first few lances coming into the field. Limitane wave is trickling in. The horseman wiping the archers. Lucifron, he only has 4 lances as a real threat. And even those are losing to horsemen. I mean, it's just too many. Pushed off the food. Oh my god, what a timing. Kilyadi may have him by the jugular here. Horsemen are going to try to raid in, but that's inconsequential. He needed lances there. Back to the Curious Siphon. The trick is tricky, though. Like, you can stop the food, but there is backup berries behind the base. And the more important thing is the gold. Because Lucifron can always buy a few tickets worth of food with gold. So ramp pressure, keep going, is the idea here. Outpost is definitely going to be an interesting stability point. I mean, I'm impressed. And actually, like, a fun factor for you. Fun little fact. English are actually, on average, taller than the average of the rest of the world. Checkmate. And oh my... No! No! It's Bond! It's Bond! It's well done. What's the problem? Well done steak is Bond! Oh. Medium rare, man. Only medium rare. Oh my god. Dude, Kilyadi's a psychopath, and we love it. 97% predictions for Lucifron. People about to go bust. They're going to lose their homes, living in cardboard boxes in the street. All because they did not believe in the power of aggression. We see. I don't see what he's meant to do with this. It's a bum hand. He's moved out into berries, so that's going to get him up on the count at least. But just Lancers here. I mean, surely Kilyadi could just spam the crap out of Limitani. He actually has his own problems, though. Hold on! The workers, they get found out. Lancers are sneaking around now. Okay, so Kilyadi, he had this giant gap in his food income. That was not a quick sear, okay? They ruined that deer. Cooked it to a crisp. Although it looks weirdly still uncooked, actually, now that I think about it. Lucifron's saying, I'm not cooked yet. Still raiding. Should eventually get shut down. Kilyadi, the tricky part here is just getting the food for an age up. He has got Spearman on guard, and it's injured Lancers. So this is now going to work, because Lucifron right now, he isn't raiding. No, his remaining Lancers are guarding. So he only has 2 raiders. The other 4 are at home. Kilyadi, he's hunting, though. Oh, boy. He knows. He's already scouted out the options. He knows it has to be berries, because this thing, guys, you can see through the stealth that the boar still exists. There's front huge pop block issues, in fact. Look at the work this thing done. Workers get found. 5 inside are about to see their insides on the outside. Oh, boy. I mean, yeah, good job killing a worker or 2. But flip side argument, none y'all people be working. Kilyadi now setting up an outpost on the gold. Yeah, he's cooked. Deep fry his ass at this point. Horseman longbows keep circling. Man, I love that we just have this world where teching just isn't the answer anymore. It's not that we don't see a lot of tech games, but you have to really think about the dynamics now. Gone are the days where it's like, oh, he aged up. I guess I'm just like going to age up too, because curly hair, that's what we do. No. Blood for the blood god mode actually works. Kilyadi with triple the army, about to go castle age. This game looks over. Lucifron is going to try to get the Lancers together. Golden Horn Town now on the way, though. And remember, with level 4 system, it doesn't take long to get the research in. Lucifron. He's just... oh, he's reallocating. He's pro scout pulling the deer, but at this stage, you're not going to have the infrastructure. Curious Siphon. Again. Torching through the houses, now to the stables. It's okay, guys. I just need more of these heavy knights that are very clearly already counted. This will solve everything, Wusa. I mean, he just has no wood for a transition anyway. Tech up complete. He'll go for the charge in. Limitani didn't get a brace off. Lucifron done the minimum range charge. Trying to have the maximum impact, but it's just going to be the same again. Sure, the longbows do no damage, but the horsemen are actually treading quite well. Wait a second. Wait.
Oh my god. I died so fast. I cannot believe how quick they went. The health bars must have been fully depleted. Kilyadi, this worked last time because he burned all those bars. And Luciferon now looking to make me eat my words. Kilyadi just lost everything. What? I can't believe that, man. I don't think I've seen an army that big die that fast to 10 Lancers ever. That was insane. I mean, I should have checked the health bars. Sometimes it's easy to forget because you want them to auto-show, but they don't. Kilyadi. After all that dominance, what is about to become of him? He's trying to get new spearmen out. He has got good food income for the time being. Cataphract's getting queued up. Limitane upgraded. Longbows are going to be coming out for free from the Golden Horn Tower, and he is level 5 system. Top of that, he's got a good, healthy worker lead. Had a good, healthy worker lead. Okay, no, he's going to get the boys in place. It's a 5 eco lead with system buff. Not just that, man. He didn't get this outpost, but this one is an absolute pain in the ass. The forward one sees into the tree line, so it's kind of limited on where he can chop. Over here, Cadders. I'm just going to go in. The workers, wait, what are we doing, man? He's like, guys, hurry up and finish killing each other. There's people to feed back at home. I got a family of 16. They rely on me to bring them berries every day. They even go tweet, 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 tweet. Oh, wait, I just realized that those aren't actual kids. I've just adopted birds. The deer snatch? Oh my god. Luciferon, you cheeky son of a gun. He's not even bringing him home. He's like, well, no, I just want to make sure you don't have it. He's like, okay, let's switch to something you can't carry off. The boar. No! This is disastrous. Everything that could go wrong is going wrong. Kilyadi! A mile ahead! And yet now, the idle time on the workers. Luciferon prepping archers as a response to Limitane. He still has a lot of heavy cav. How did this come to be? Despair Yardi is an appropriate Smurf name for this man. Unbelievable. I love the fact that Luciferon's like, nah, I'm not dealing with the outpost. That's just a waste of time. Waste of calories, man. He's got other things to do. So Lancers continue raiding. He's closed the worker gap down to just 2. Now, it's a bit deceptive. There's been additional worker kills for Kilyadi because of the taxmen. Luciferon now moving out for the ball play. We'll get back out towards the ball. Second attempt by Kilyadi. Game not over yet, but what a game this has turned into. I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, you know, that's why I always say, you don't need a game to go 50 minutes to reach these crazy points. It really can just be this quick in. Who would have expected that turnaround? Mango emplacements is going to be a nuisance for the raiding for Luciferon. And Kilyadi, look at the remax. Oh my god. Farm count up to 13 already. This is the thing about Golden Horn Tower, guys. Like, actually, this is the craziest part about Byzantines when you get to the castle trades. Armies aren't big. We wipe each other's army. We go back down to 0. Great. Limited resources. Oh, that's a bit tough. But guess what? I'm going to get 5 longbows for free every minute and a half. Just process that for a second in your brain. So that ends up equating a value of what? 450 resources for the longbows, which means you are getting what, 330-ish resources per minute, I think it is. It's a lot out of that landmark, and you are immediately getting it into unit form so you can do something. It's not you getting resources to then have to wait to build things. That's the entire process.
That definitely makes 29 Lombos sound scary. I've never seen an army get wiped this quickly. Just 3 max this quickly. I mean, Byzantines, we know they're capable of these timings on reproducing, but it was the loss before this that dropped our jaw to the floor. Lucifron on his final sources here. Before the food runs dry. Longbows are going to stand their ground. Limitane just going to charge on in. That's an interesting approach. Kilyadi, he values the spearmen higher, so he just kind of sacrificed longbows to begin with to try and get rid of archers, and it's working. Lucifer, he lost them all! There's only 4 archers left. Longbows chasing in now. Workers to be sniped. That's it. GG. He's done it. Only Kilyadi could throw an entire army lead away and then still come back just a few minutes later like that. That is absurd. I've never seen 10 Lancers destroy an army that quick. It's crazy. And yeah, ching jackpot for someone there. 3%, was it? Alright, next up we got Otto versus Jean. I mean, mark it up, we're 1-1. What a legend. This is why Kilyadi quite rightly has some fans. And in we go. Alright, game number 3 in our best of 5 series. Welcome back, folks, to the quarterfinals. Jean for Lucifer and Kilyadi with the Ottomans. Man, I just... Oh, these two. That game number 2. One of the games of the week for sure. Kilyadi looking like he's on his deathbed momentarily, only to recover with the Byzantines. Now, ironically, looks to complete the piece of the puzzles. The other flip side of that piece of history by going to Ottomans. Against Jean, though. Gonna be interested to see how this one plays out. I mean, Jean hasn't actually been seen much here. French, however, guys, has been growing in popularity, you might remember. We've seen a few more French picks coming through because front range is all about aggression. Attack, attack, attack is the name of the game on this map. You have very limited food at home, very small amounts of gold safely in your base, and then you have to spread wide between the south side for food and the north side for gold. So typically, you're looking for civs that are quite dominant in feudal, so that you can get that map control, and thus block out civs that usually rely on more gold in the mid-game, or require mid-game to even get online. So we'll just 2x the early game a little here. The ball play is really strong, by the way. We've noticed that boar civs tend to thrive on this map, with the exceptions being, I think, mainly Ottomans. We've seen a little bit of Malians. I'm mixed about their appearance. The other one that occasionally comes out is Ibids. The Spanish brothers usually quite often believe in that fact. But once again, it's a bit of a weird pick on this map. You're pretty much always doing it to go fast castle. And remember what we said, this map rewards aggressive civs. Okay, so Minaret Madrasa coming in. School of Cavalry response. Minaret is always going to be the go-to. On this map, you have so little food. Even the sheep is limited. You only get 9 per player. Alright, and we'll start to slow this down as we approach the feudal. Just trying to save a little bit of time at the start of the game so we catch up to the full live. Jean, melee Jean at that. Ooh. Makes sense. You're going to be worried about Sipahi potentially here. So melee Jean is the most impactful choice, and it is a 4 gold at that. This is also a great way of dealing with trickle spears, because remember, this was a military school build, not a Rax. Yeah, so Kilyadi's going to be like, hell no. Back away fast. Got a decent amount of gold here, so that should allow him to get into wheelbarrow, which is probably going to be pretty important here. You kind of need wheelbarrow up against French knights on this map. They raid way too fast on these tiny tree lines. Remember, the reason why front range is good for Jean and French is the same reason why Himiyama is good for them. These maps have small tree lines, and that tends to favor raiding civs. Because on a fatter tree line, someone like this big and wider, you would just concave into the tree line. So I wouldn't be able to dive in with my knights. But here, just trying to manage a concave is very difficult. You're already seeing for Kilyadi it's failing. His village is spread out a bit too much, and it means you just eat through the tree line equally. Lucron. I love how a lot of people have kind of started to move beyond this, and he still does it. It's his V for Victory rules. He's a really big lover of this. Oh, it would be wonderful, nice if you were able to put best of 3, 5, 7 in the middle somewhere. If you look in the bottom right, it does say it. BO5, right there. So you know where to look in future. Okay, so Sipahi isn't playing, so it's going to be Sipahi Archers. Surely not. Wait. Why no Spearman? That's a little bit bold against Archer Knights, no? I guess technically Sipahi can contest Knights if you have enough of them. Is it bad you got the first DLC pack and still play English? That's to be expected. Are you gold? I'm not saying that an insult. I'm just like statistically, English makes up 50% of the player base, and a lot of that is leaning towards the lower elo. Okay, so what is the actual plan for Kilyadi? Because he's holding a lot of gold still. He didn't go wheelbarrow. Is he planning castle? That is ambitious. I don't think you can castle here with such limited food. Then again, did he go for the sheep point? He did. Okay, so he would have the food necessary to go castle age. But it's Ford Stone, so you wouldn't be able to get military schools. And you would be quite light on the food required to get lances. And you'd also be building lancers into mass French knights, which is... These guys will fight you even if you're tier 3 knights. They're very good at it. Because they buff their damage up to tier 3 knight levels for a few seconds. Gold, only other civ you had to play as HRE. Yeah, like, English is a very comfort... very much a comfort civ for, like, lower ranking players. You know, it's the type of civ that you can play at a slower pace and allow the game to go later and not feel like you're being punished. It's very easy and straightforward for a lot of players to understand. Okay, so Lucifron with this blacksmith timing. So it's going to be Undermesh first. Yeah. He's getting ready for a dive. And he's moving for the second boar soon, I think. He pulled the villagers back for now to the tree line. Probably wants to move out to deer soon. What do you do? I don't know, man. Like, the more I watch Kilyadi, I'm a bit confused about the strat here. He legit just believes Sipahi could beat knights. I mean, this would be impressive. Because if you go melee armor, like, melee armor usually does give Sipahi the edge against most cavalry types. Not so much against knights. You get 2 melee armor, meanwhile your opponent has 3. Your only upside really is that as you spread the line, as you stack up the melee count, Sipahi attack first because the extra knights start moving out on the flanks and the Sipahi stab over each other. For that to be effective, you're going to be looking at probably about 1.5 times the Sipahi to knights. And currently, we have Lucifron with the clear lead on cavalry. If I was to get the other DLCs, what do you recommend? What civ to learn first? I mean, you've already, like, tried the current DLC you've already got. Because you got the one with Japan, Byzantines, etc. Try Japanese. Japanese isn't too bad. I think Japanese is actually quite inviting. It looks daunting at first, but it's really not. And they have very fun units. It's also just a really good time to learn Japan. Hey, what is up, Jonder? Bonjour to one and all. Appreciate the raid, mate. Hope you had a good stream. Just in time for Kilyadi versus Lucifron. And currently, Lucifron looks like he's gotten by the long and curlies. Okay, so he is going for castle. Ooh. But Lucy's so far upfield. A little bit dangerous, no? I guess the archers aren't showing he knows that. He just scouted them. So we'll posture, but I think Lucifron's got to be very suspicious at this stage. For Kyuyari, the key win con here is Jean has to die on the dive. If Jean is more Jean do than Jean dead, see what I did there, Jean do, then Kyuyari is dead. His level 3 melee will just break this at the start. He does have a point, but you need an extra point to get the Janissary Company, so you don't need to have that clutch-up play. Not that it would be good with just one military school. So he really doesn't have a good answer to Knights here. Lucifron, is he going to time this perfectly? Dobbing Rush, Kyuyari. He's got what he needs. Mehmed coming in now. Lucifron. Is he going to scout it? And the thing is, even if he doesn't, he's already in position to dive the base. There's no distractions, no raid, because Kyuyari doesn't feel like he can afford to send any Sipahi on the flank. He knows what's coming. He knows it may take a divine miracle against this many knights. Is Kyuyari the miracle maker? Or is he about to meet his maker? Lucifron reads it perfect! Knights into the base! Mehmed denied! You could not have got that more perfect! He tries to rush it up, but it's too little too late. Archer's now with a chokehold on him. Lucifron's not going to give this over easily. It's already now an 8-worker lead. A masterful execution by the Spaniard. Knights into the choke point. He clusters them up to get as many melees clapping as possible. Kyuyari will be going out of front range. One game away from elimination due to Lucifron's perfect time dive. What a monster. That was sick. That was a perfectly timed dive. All right, 1 second. All right. So, next up, we head into Gorge. Lucifron is on the verge of having this. It is going to be French versus Delhi. Not an easy one, really. It's a skill-based matchup. And with the way that he's playing, one second, I'm just marking it up on the map. Okay, skill-based matchup. If there's anything to get you back on course, this would be the way. We hop in for game number 4. Lucifron now on match point against Kyuyari. It is going to be Delhi versus French. I mean, you might lean slightly in favor of like Delhi these days, maybe by 5%, but French in Fury are meant to feel pretty good here. Problem is, after that last game, I think Kyuyari's probably feeling inferior. It's just such a clean play by Lucifron to end game 3 so swiftly. I wouldn't be surprised if Kyuyari has gone into this 4th game with a ringing in his ear. Could he do it? Could he pull back? And Kyuyari, he's at least proven he can make Lucifron bleed with a phenomenal game number 2. But as soon as we started to build morale, build belief, it feels like it backfired immediately. Kyuyari should have gone to Ilalu. So when you look at Lucifron's draft, though, he still had a few variant picks left here, right? So it could have been Delhi or it could have been Rus. I don't know if he wanted the Rus-Mali matchup. I think that's maybe what his concern was. And then on top of that, I'm just checking the final map, actually, from their draft to see what it would have been. Because that would also maybe explain why Mali didn't come out. So in terms of final map that they had, the final map was going to be... Sacred Grove. That also explains it. So Kilyadi probably wanted Sacred Grove for Malians because they're actually really good on that map, at least historically from what we know. The only other choices he would have had was Knights Templar. Yeah, so like, you're not going to play Knights Templar here. You could actually play French on Sacred Grove. I think it's kind of interchangeable. But it's kind of flip coin. I don't know. Like, Delhi sounds like it's definitely going to appear here. So yeah, I guess TLDR is he just trusted this French pick over Mali against Delhi. Alright, Dome of Faith coming through. Just keeping it up, by the way, because I feel we still haven't had a time scheduled for B versus Anno. So School of Cavalry to be expected. We could just fast forward for a sec here. How's the sheep ball looking? 16 one side, 15 the other. So actually a pretty balanced game there. What's going to be interesting is the Pro Scouts detail. Like, normally you're expecting French to rush it. We can see Kilyadi is with 5 on gold. But for Delhi, it's gradual. So you're looking for a way of slowing down your opponent's Pro Scouts so you get your Pro Scouts. Deny to gain, basically. What's the best civ in the game at the moment? I don't think I want to tell you because I don't think I want to see more of on the ladder. Sure, why not? Lancaster. Lancaster is actually, I think, at every level of play, probably the best one to go towards. Especially if low-ranking players start figuring out how to do the Abbey of Kings build. That's when it'll break the game fully. China good anywhere. China less so low rank. I think it requires a bit more execution. But, like, you know, if you think of the build, like, if you just follow the build order of someone on Lancaster, it's pretty accurate. It's just, obviously, it requires execution. Like, if you're bad at execution, it's probably going to suck a bit. Okay, so Lucifron begins with Ghazi. It's a pretty good spawn for it. 4 gold is something you can hit up. And also, remember, Ghazi can deny scouts. You're probably wondering, like, why didn't he just spears? It's the spawn. It's a split deer for both players. So if you go spearman, you're going to have to gamble and guard one side and your opponent gets the other. Or you're going to have to split your spears here and here. However, if you go for Ghazi, you can still intercept pro scouts, but you just steer. You move right, you move left, you don't get sniped by knights. You meant land and water? Lancaster's still better than China there, then. Like, Lancaster and water is nuts if you get it online. First Ghazi arriving. Kilyadi does have a knight coming out. It's kind of weird sometimes, though. Like, knights aren't necessarily as threatening as the spears. Like, think about it this way. You could have had 3 spearmen by now to stop this Ghazi. I love that. 2 Ghazi versus 1 knight. Surprisingly effective. Wait, no. Kilyadi. Wait, what is that? You're body blocking your own scout, man. What was that? What was he actually trying to do? I think he was trying to re-engage with the knight, and the pathing got weird, so he just locked himself out. Ghazi. Oh man, Kilyadi, this is getting brutal. He's been forced into spearman. Lucifron is also going spears. Behind this, we should now start looking at sacred sites. And the worry here is it kind of feels like you're probably going to need your knights to guard your base. Ghazi just going in, man. Oh, the micro! Lucifron! He loses nothing. Gets a spear kill. Injures the knights. Looks to retreat. Has the first spearman coming through. Could turn around on him here. little bit delayed on the reaction, but we'll start to spring into action. Just target firing it, really. The Knight's just held hostage. The Spearman is going to go down. Kilyadi does have a free worker lead, but now with Sacred Sites on the menu, Lucifron's going to move ahead. Yeah, his economy is going to be looking better here. I think I'd just love to see him pull the Scholars across here to top off the health bars. Sometimes I think it's a bit underrated to utilize those Scholars for healing this early on. Most people just think about techs as well as the Sacred Sites, but actually, like, when you've got a small count like this, the healing is the game changer. You know, if you have 5 units injured, your opponent has 5 units very heavily injured, and you heal yours up, you've gone from essentially like being at 2.5 units worth of health to 5. That's huge. Oh, is he back on Raiden Dewey? Hey man, you can't accuse him of false advertising, I'll say that much. They're true to the name. Knights are getting denied. Oh boy. He's at least going to be able to decap on the flank, but it's looking like 2 Sacred Sites on average for Lucifron, which is good enough. What's the most OP 3 units comp in the game right now? I mean, that's very obvious. That would be Sipahi, Janissary, Great Bombard. But that's hyper late. If you're looking for something like much earlier in the game, War Elephant Archer, Scholar. War Elephant Archer Scholar is kind of insane. If you're looking for earlier than that, Sipahi, Mehta, Imam, probably. If you're looking for earlier than that, English Dark Age Men at Arms, Villagers Scout. There you go. Did I tick all the boxes for you? Is that tickety boo? You weren't expecting that. Okay, so Kilyadi got the Knights coming in, but slowly. He's 1-1-1 comp, but it just feels like he's so far behind on the count. Oh, that's true. Hovelar Lord's Yeoman. That's a fair one, actually. Well, you could even say Spearman, Hovelar Lord. Sorry, I forgot. You're right. Like, it's close between them and Ottomans, but I think that beats Ottomans. Yeah, you'd be Lord Spear Hovelar, actually. The Yeoman isn't always required, because you can break the game before that point. Okay, so Lucifron. 3 Sacred Sites locked in. Kilyadi's just gone to empty his bowels. I don't know. Might make his Knights move faster. Oh, don't worry, actually. Those bowels are about to be spread all across the canvas. Ooh, those Ghazi are circling. No textiles either for Kilyadi. A delicate phase. But this delicate little Finnish flower is about to be ripped to pieces. Lucifron has double the military pop. That's real military. Like, you have to take 12 away from that. The rest is real. Ghazi, I love that. He just turns around for the clubbing. Spearman catching up. The micro... Oh, this man is a work of art. Doesn't quite get the Knight kill, but he'll turn around again in a sec. You could just turn around with 3 Ghazi here, and it's worth it. Lucifron is just clean. It's not easy to do on this game as well. You know, like, we're talking about Age of Empires 4 that has this inherent built-in slight latency. There it is. Gets the kill. You know, your inputs aren't as reactive as certain other RTSs. So, like, what he's doing isn't easy. He's making it look so easy. Lucy now going for castle. I think this game is over. Like, I'm seeing a French player with 4 knights against the player going castle. I mean, he has got Spear's archers, so maybe he could find the dive point. But it's very hard to kill Delhi by diving their base with this type of design comp, because what will happen is he can just pull the scholars. If he ejects scholars because he feels friend, he has a new front line and healing. Moments away from the age up. Actually reallocates. Okay, so he slows down. He can actually just buy a bunch of food though with the gold if he needs to. Yeah, he queues up a lot more archers. So he's showing respect. What's crazy is actually the undermesh being so late as well. I think that's been delaying Kilyadi. It's making him think twice about going in. And I feel bad for him because it's almost like he's waiting for the entry point, you know? He's like, okay, undermesh comes in and then I dive his base. But what's actually going to happen here is you're going to dive the base and find someone that is holding resources, but they haven't committed it to castle play yet. Kilyadi. TikTok. That clock is running out fast. He's still not gone in. He's trying to go for a ram play. I mean, understandable to try and get that clean kill. But it means the House of Learning is going to be completely uninterrupted. With 13 scholars, you can see these tech timings. They're only going to take what they normally would a minute to get. Only he's not paying for it at all. No, God is footing the bill? I don't know. I don't know, like, I don't know how these guys get paid. Like, we don't need to write all our notes down in books. We just write on each other's backs. Oh, yeah, but explain to me, like, how you get more armor and better, like, quality steel. We just look up to the sky and say, great elephant who rides the moon, deliver us our salvation. It's an elephant. An elephant's coming. Deliver us our salvation. There are 4 knights here that wish to be feasted upon. Four knights? Alright, I could eat that. Like, I'm so hungry, I could eat a horse right now. That's how they do it, guys. They just don't feed these elephants at all. What do you think scholars are doing in those production buildings that makes them produce elephants 2 times faster? They're just like, they're standing behind the elephant, pushing them in to breathe. like just like nudging up against layers, like, go on! Daisy loves you! Go! Make Dumbo! Apparently it works. You know what I think actually is happening? The elephants are already there, but they need to be trained to be rode. So the scholar just like jumps on top and stands on top of them, like holding his staff like Gandalf in battle mode. And they're like, whoa, yeah, I'm ready to fight. Let's go. Fight he will, Kilyadi. Wallah. Oh no, 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 no! That's gonna be it. Well, French Knights are gonna win this game. They're just gonna be wearing green when they do it. Army marching in. The war elephants ready to partake. In the blood soaking. He pulls back the cavalry to let the spearmen in. It's a full melee mosh pit. The war elephants need to be a little bit careful with that spear count. But that spear count is drying up fast. Guys, it's just going to be the elephants. That's all you need in the Delhi party. Frontline reduced just to Elefanto fun time. Archer survived for it. Now, Kilyadi has nothing to deal with the true king of Zoo Tycoon. Trying to speak a few words of Civ's language play at the time? Nah, people will get deeply offended. I think people have mixed opinions when I do the français. Alright, so 3-2. Stupid Delhi with those stupid tanky scholars. Stupid Delhi with those stupid tanky scholars that stupidly tank well and then make the elephants even stupidly more tanky. It's all stupid. Stupid. Alright. What now? We've been going 7 hours. Trying to weigh up where we do more of this or if we switch games. If so, like, I don't know. There were some releases today, but they weren't strategy games. Love the way you cast. Please never stop. Thank you, Emilio. I was about to say Emilio. Sorry. Appreciate Emilio. Appreciate everyone who comes by. Remember, guys, we do this every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. We then also do additional games later in the evening. Like, I think yesterday, yeah, yesterday we did the speedruns at Anno. You can catch that on the Darren Elmy channel. I am weighing up hopping on Battlefield, actually. That is tempting. I want to start hunting down some good Battlefield Portal modes, actually. Oh, I didn't finish this off. Man, oranges taste weird when you haven't got full taste buds. Oh yeah, there's that Lazaria game. Would you guys like to see Lazaria? It's just... I think I got sent a key for it, so we could. Don't know if it's any good. Says Lazaria for beta testing. I didn't really look at this game much. They sent it across about a few of my creators, and I was like, eh. Are you guys going to pay? And they weren't going to pay. So then we were like, eh. Inspired by Majesty. I don't remember that RTS. Guide heroes with indirect control. Eh. What do you guys think? Lazaria or Battlefield? There's something a bit off about it. I don't know what. It's a peculiar looking one. Or do I feel like casting another AoE 4 game? Because we've been casting for 7 hours is the thing. And the thing is, when I cast for too many hours, you guys are like, I can just turn up at any time. But really what we want to do is like, it's like being with a stick to get the right policy. It's like you want to turn up quickly so you get to see all the good series. If you give me too many series, you kind of get a bit spoiled. Yeah, all right, let's get ready to switch. We're gonna hop to a different game, guys. One's for Battlefield Portal. Two's for this Lazaria thing. They have 4 games that came out this year alone. That's kind of... Yeah, but you have like these middle ground devs anyway. It's kind of weird. You guys want Battlefield? Wow. I'm surprised. Pleasantly surprised. You guys just want to see the big daddy, don't you? Yeah, and then, like, I don't think so. Like, to be not to be harsh about it, like, I don't think they're finding great success at the launches either because like they have literally no marketing spend. It's very hard to be an indie dev these days unless you're like Hooded Horse, who are just goats at finding good games to publish. Hooded Horse don't really tend to pay for sponsorships for streamers, but like they make it work because like they are relied upon to release good games. If you look up Hooded Horse, you'll see what I'm talking about. Like they even done Olden Era, for example. How's Anno so far? Haven't watched you play it. You can catch the VODs, I think, on the Darren Elmy channel. I'll have to double check if they're enabled. If they're not, I'll enable them. But we done well. We done like a speed run of like under an hour and 30 for tier 4, which isn't too bad. But I feel like you need to do that challenge without cheating, where like, i.e., you don't get your hands on like trading for resources. But I mean, unless you guys want Anno instead. But I don't know. I think we've maybe like we've hit that a good amount. So like we could do Anno, we could do Olden Era. It's like, do you guys still want Battlefield? I mean, Olden Era is another like option, but the problem is the demo literally only has the AI, so it's not. I don't think it's very challenging. I mean, we say that we failed in 200%. We don't do we don't down to 125, and it was really really easy. Too easy, in fact. Okay, so 1 second. And yes, we ate lunch. We had gammon with beans and potatoes. It was aight. Alright, give me 1 sec, guys. As we'll get ready to roll with this. So, what I'm going to have to do, I'm going to have to stop the streams on the platforms to start it on the other one. So, bear with me 1 moment as we get ready to roll. Raid the other channel? Yes. So, guys, don't worry. I'm going to raid through the other channel. It's just, like, weird timing, the way we have to pull this off. So, we're like, the stream will end. The stream will start in the other place. Actually, no, we can preemptively start in the other place anyway, which is fine. So, what we'll do... I don't know if, like... Maybe YouTubers, I'll probably say, come across to the Darren Elmy channel as well. I don't know. We might, like, I don't know. I'm trying to, like, see if it's worth keeping the YouTube numbers up so I can get sponsors there, but we'll see. But, guys, you can catch me streaming here. I'll be live in just a second. So I'm going to go live there now. We'll readjust the TikTok stream, of course. Let's hit the start streaming. All right, that's what... No, we do have to end. I remember now. Because it's the encoding type that gets shared, we have to end the stream as well. So I'm going to raid through to the Darren Elmy channel. And then I'll quickly start streams. And we'll be good to go. Okay? All right. Stopping TikTok and whatever. We'll start that again in a sec. All right. YouTubers, see you across there. TikTok, across there. Twitch.